ISM version of the same coming through for May. A ton of things this week, though, and it'll be capped off with the May non-farm payrolls coming up at the end of the week. Meanwhile, there are some Federal Reserve, or Bank of Canada anyways, and the ECB on watch this week as well. Bank of Canada expected to actually make a cut coming up this week. ECB, I was reading this morning, expected to follow suit. Who cares about all that? Because GME's up
exactly
80% here in the pre-market. Don't ever count out the meme stocks.
Let's talk about what everyone wants to talk about, Brendo. GME, AMC, all the memes running, roaring kitty coming out over the weekend, basically disclosing a huge position that he says he has in the position or in the name, and that's had all the traders that we have today on the floor. Even before I was in, Brendo, they were here punching.
Yeah, 7:15 I heard, which is great to see, obviously. A ton of opportunity, ton of volume behind this move already, trying to hold $40 here as it's been for most of the pre-market. Spent some time below, spent some time above. For GME, it's worth noting some of the others, yep, following suit. There's AMC, 25% to the upside here. BlackBerry. Yep, it's up as well, $3 coming back into play. So yeah, don't ever count these out. There is big cap tech news as well. AMD taking on NVIDIA right to its face, saying we're coming for you with a brand new chip for the AI race.
Watched that whole long presentation from Jensen yesterday, making the case for a shorter cycle. That's going to be huge. The GPUs were being updated every 2 years. Expect that to be now 1 or less. People even saying 6 months because the announcement for Blackwell was like 3 months ago. All of a sudden we have Rubin.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Well, I mean, if you, I was thinking about this. If you look at the speed at which AI itself is developing, and the speed at which that race is coming along, they almost have to keep up with you know, the demand of the overall technology. But yeah, there's AMD nicely higher this morning, along with most of the semiconductors. So much to talk about this morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday for sure. Get that sip of coffee in while it's good. I was like, they stole Sharif getting a little sip in there. You got to, because you got to be juiced up today. The meme names are going to be in play. The boys were here early. Like, it was crazy. The boys were here early. And the crazy thing about it, it was like right after the big move. The biggest move that happened in the pre-market was right after everybody is basically logged in.
Any money.
No, if you watch the chart of GME, like right at 7 o'clock, there was one little ramp, and then it's been in a downward trend ever since. So you kind of had to be patient for it to make a bottom. Ultimately, at 7:40, it made the bottom, and then the higher lows, which is, I think, when you could really start playing it back. So if you're really, really early, like 6:30, you would have been great. But we got a long day ahead of us. All the memes are going to be in play because of this. Clearly, Roaring Kitty letting everybody know what his position is and that he's aggressively back into this bad boy, has the stock churning. Don't want to sleep on. NVIDIA's up 3.5 points today. And we saw the rally at the end of the day on Friday. It was a rip your face off rally to end the month in the final 15 to 20 minutes. So every chip name was already momentum up on the end of the day on Friday. You had on top of that the news coming out that there's more of a battle, AMD and NVIDIA releasing new chips. That should be good. We've got some delivery numbers out of China. That's kind of like an ancillary name. There's some decent looking charts out there, but it's going to be hard to want to trade XPeng and Li Auto when you've got GameStop and when you got AMC and when you got NVIDIA hunting back for that fresh high.
Yeah, Apple. Hey, what's up, Randy?
I just got one thing.
Yeah, I'll take a coffee. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Yeah. Was he on the screen or no? Was he here? Oh, he was. Okay. By the time I turned around, he was already out of here. Okay. Yeah, I'm long GameStop here at $40, but we could have already got it out here at 41. Like almost at VWAP there, almost $42. But we're just gonna wait to see. I'm gonna get out if it breaks 39 or so here on GameStop. I mean, it's just, you know, we'll see. It's gonna be moving around. Obviously, right off the open, should be a pretty wild one. Just for the imbalances, it's not on here. So that's a little strange to me. AMC is here, which makes sense. So 600,000 for AMC. But really surprising, nothing on here for, hold on, let me sort it by size. There it is, okay, there it is. So there you go. not early enough. 1 million right here for GME. So it's going to be good enough to go. So GME and AMC, the big ones upside. You got Space trying to get through $1 as well. Oh, Barnes & Noble down here, 52 cents, trying to go. Not really. Well, it's flat, right? Oh, no, Barnes & Noble up 16%. Okay. Yeah, so a couple names. What about UiPath? This was a name from last week that, of course, reported. So there's UiPath right now, down flat on the day, down from that $18 mark where they reported 12 bucks. I like $12 on UiPath. GameStop starting to go down, breaking through $40. So here we go. Volume starting to pick up, I guess, a little bit here on GameStop. But there it goes, trying to break through 40 and does. Let's see if it winds up holding these lows. Lots of stuff to go through today. It's the AMD, they turned on the machines there at the end of the day on Friday. And I don't know, like the last 2 hours, everything was straight up. So the NASDAQ had a horrible day, and then it didn't all of a sudden. And that was in that last little bit as month-end programs just buy everything right back up. And then now today you're back above 170. So, you know, longs in 168, 168.50, something like that for AMD should play as well. But we normally have Michael Noss coming on at this time, and I know how much he loves GME.
Before we get to Michael, I know he's coming on in a little bit. And look, you hear him mention. He's not in the ready room, so he can't really hear us. But you hear him sort of always jokingly talk about, investing in meme stocks and how that can get you into trouble. But, at the end of the day, there's lots of different paths to freedom and wealth. And ultimately, whether it's trading, whether it's long-term investing, as long as you have some kind of a plan, there's many different avenues in which you can get yourself to the next level financially. And we're here to talk about, we day trade all the time, but this is what's valuable about the Freedom Wealth podcast. Brand new, first episode came out this weekend. If you haven't listened to it, you're missing out a little bit. I think you go out there, just hit the subscribe first so that you know when it's dropping every single week. But listen to that first one. It's a little bit of a different pace. It's a little bit of a different mentality, because it's not just about this trading that we're going to talk about every single day. So I think that was fantastic. I don't want to spoil too much of what's in it. There was some discussion even about the memes and how they can be part of, and trading can be part of your plan. It's not just about trading, everybody. So this is a little bit of something for everybody.
Yeah, check out, what's up, Randy here? Whoopsies, where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, check out the quality here. This is a completely different look for us right now. Look at that. Look at this handsome guy right here. Brendan, we're just chilling out. It's been a good one. And then some of the comments, thank you so much for it. They love the intro. We're awesome. Do you have a boot camp where Sean teaches day trading? Yep. Hey, what's up? Welcome, 8:30. Amazing podcast, full of knowledge. The comments are so nice. But, check it out. Really, really impressed with the quality of work on the podcast. Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Mark. Thank you to Brendan.
Shout out,
and
Mark.
Thank you to everybody. And by the way, we also just got more GameStop shares long. So I just pushed my thing, but it did not work. So we'll sit on there and load up Stream Deck. But Randy's gone again. Oh man, this guy just comes and goes pretty quickly there.
This one?
As we go. Yeah, I was gonna do the to the moon one.
Oh no!
There we go. I did it.
Oh, I thought
I loaded Stream Deck.
See, that's the apes.
That's the apes.
This
yeah,
is
well, we
the
need to have
to the
apes.
moon.
We need to have the apes. We need to have like a roaring kitty one. I mean, I'm surprised we got.
Well, that
now that it's
plays
back.
itself.
Now that it's back.
You get a kitten, and then I don't know. There's all kinds of things you could do with that, Fabian.
Yeah, he'll get that. Oh, did you? I mean, even our thumbnail today was pretty hot. I like that. We can have that little cat on our thumbnail that's blowing up there today. I have to go find. Hold on, let me show everybody what this thumbnail looks like. Who did this? Fabian, you did this? Right there, look at this. Whoa, no, shoot. When you click on it, it goes away, duh. Right here, there it is. It's right there. I like that. I like that. All right, back to the desk.
All right, BPTH, another one that's flying around here this morning, just popped up again on a volume scanner. So, I mean, there's a ton of these little tiny ones. This one just popping up in front of me. 7.5 million shares already for BPTH, another one. That tends to go with some of these other meme type names. I see Michael Noss is about to come on here. I was just trying to find his, there we go. his email that he sends to me every single morning with what he would like to talk about. So whenever you guys are ready, let's bring in Michael Moss for a look at a Monday morning here that's going to be an interesting week ahead of, as I said, a ton of economic data to come this week, including non-farm payrolls at the end of the week with Friday. Not a heavy earnings type of week, but we do have a couple of IPOs. Interesting, Thursday and Friday this week. I'll talk about that in a second, but do we have him, guys? When he's ready, bring him in. There we go.
I'm here.
You get a fancy transition just to make it official that it's Michael Moss time. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm here talking about monthly charts, and then I wake up and GameStop's going again. So
it will have a really nice monthly chart once this finishes.
Maybe, or maybe it'll be another giant
red
tail
candle
like the last one, right?
Good point. Talk us through what you're looking at.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, I'm going to zoom out to some monthly charts here. It's very rare that the segment that I do, I have fresh new monthly candles. And I make this argument every time, and this is something that a buddy of mine, I think you guys have actually had on, JC from All Star Charts, taught me that regardless of whether you're a day trader, a short-term swing trader like myself, or a long-term investor, once a month, we get new monthly candles, and it's definitely worth your time to sit back and kind of zoom out and get a good overall look at what's happening in the market, because those themes will nail down. If the market is incredibly bullish and going up month after month, then even as a day trader, just might mean you lean a little bit more to the long side, right? So, even though these are really long term, just note that. And like any good chart nerd, probably the reason Brendan couldn't find the email right away is this is what I was doing on Saturday night. I went through about 150 monthly charts to bring you guys the ones that I thought were interesting. But I have to talk about the S&P 500 because that's everything that we watch. And really, it's if you're just zooming out, we looked at the craziness that happened on Friday where we're gapping down and selling off and then reversed into highs. But for now, we're just digesting. We're now 3 months or so with pretty much no movement. If you zoom in closer, it ends up being a little bit more frantic, but really not a lot going on. So next we go here to XBI. This one was very interesting to me. What I'm trying to do when I'm looking at these monthly charts is A, look at overall trends, and B, look at symbols that I think are in interesting areas. I'm not going to trade off the monthly chart, but when something like XBI here gets my attention, when I'm going to zoom in and I'm looking at my daily chart and even intraday charts, I know that I'm interested in potentially getting long some biotechs. So we broke out of this range. You can see I just denoted with that little down arrow. Broke out of that range, came back, we pulled into it, and we put in a nice little month last month. Also, the pink line just coming off the bottom there, that's the anchored VWAP. So we could have some decent support here on biotechs. So again, if I see biotechs come through my scan, that's something I definitely want to keep an eye on. Next one here, it's kind of in the same theme, and this is healthcare stocks. So healthcare stocks had 5 months up in a row, pulled back pretty hard, and this is probably why the Dow actually was leading or lagging some of this movement that we've had in the markets. Pull back down, holding that 140 level on XLV. Sorry, so XLV, which is our healthcare index. So just like biotechs, if I start to see healthcare names coming through, I can check that out as well. Next, we're looking here at XLE. So now our energy sector, nice little breakout and then pull back on the energy sector. Nice little bottoming tail. I love when you see very clear resistance areas like this break and pull back. I know Neil likes this from an intraday point of view. I like it from daily charts. So makes sense that it would hold true in monthly charts as well. So far we're kind of in themes here, right? And that's what I want to develop is the theme I'm going to be looking at, biotech and energy, because this next one makes perfect sense as well. So this is solar. Me and Sean have been talking a lot on the after hour show about this area in solar. You can see now we probably have 6 months or so of just chop and digestion. That could be accumulation going on in this area with a very nice bullish engulfing month last month. So I'm interested in solar around this area. So if I'm starting to see energy names, I kind of classify solar in that energy department as well. I'm going to start taking a look there as well. 2 more to go. One is ticker MOO. So this is an agriculture ETF where we're having a pullback to a really strong prior area. And then again, 5-6 months of just sideways action. You notice that there are no tech names here because those charts, although look good, they've just been straight up. So these are the ones that I think could have turning points coming in. So these are what I want to focus on. And if we look at things like biotech and we look at things like energy and now agriculture, might not be good for inflation, because we know, especially in the States, that inflation, the healthcare costs can be part of inflation and pretty high. We know that energy and agriculture could be part of inflation as well. Now, this last chart is kind of, we all know how much I love gold, and I've been talking about this gold breakout for a long time, and we've been participating in it. It feels like years I've been talking about gold. This is what is called a potential. I need to channel my Brian Shannon, potential tweezer top here in gold, where you have two candles that come up to about the same area and then get rejected. So we have been rejected from 220 now twice in the gold ETF. For me, that's a reason to take a little bit off the table, see if this tweezer top develops and we pull back a little bit lower and then zoom in for more action. But just like sometimes I find charts like I just showed you that have areas of interest to me when I'm going through these monthly charts, sometimes I see warning signs. It doesn't mean that I'm now a gold bear and I think it's going to zero, but it means that this is a warning sign. And for someone like me who owns a lot of gold, it's going to be a reason, I think, to take a little bit of profit there.
A quick question. When we look at monthly charts, I think it's important to zoom out from a mindset perspective as well and understand that this is not necessarily a trade setup that we're looking at. How do you take from these charts the information and then go and say, okay, I want to participate in this group maybe this week or next week?
Yeah, so for me, I'm taking notes heavily when I've got the iPad, the little pencil thing on it, and I'm sitting there and I'm just jotting notes. And those notes just end up being general themes. So as I went through this, the themes that I tried to paint to you guys is what I was writing down. Solar is in an interesting area. Energy is in an interesting area. And then I just kind of have these notes, like Sean has his sticky notes. I have them up on my computer somewhere so that when I'm doing my day-to-day work, which is going through my trade ideas scans and trying to figure out, which charts look good, if I see something that's in the energy sector, I go back to that note and said, oh, I'm pretty long-term bullish energy if we're holding this level. So it just kind of gives me, I guess, a forest for the trees type of look. I get a nice zoom out and I get these notes where I'm like, okay, I'm interested in this, interested in this. If I see a gold chart, for example, I'm not super interested in participating in that right now. I need to see this develop. So it's like the monthly charts give me the theme, and then, the trade ideas and zooming in gives me the actual setups. And I'll weight those setups depending on whether or not they meet my theme.
Yeah, important point. I think for everyone to understand, it's more of a higher level, broader perspective. More importantly, is that the haptic pencil on your iPad?
Not yet. I love these things to death, but yeah, they say, hey, you need a new case and you need a new pencil, and when you get your new iPad, you got to throw everything else out. They're going to have to do a lot to get me to do that.
I thought we were going to get a Michael Noss review. That's okay. Next time.
Maybe I'll do an unboxing or something.
We should.
On air.
We should. Great stuff. Thank you, sir. We'll speak again later on today.
I'll talk to you tonight.
Thanks as always, Michael. And that's, that mentality thing when you're talking about the monthly charts. Like, it's important because anybody you can always zoom in, zoom out, get an idea of what you're looking at, but you also have to get in the right mindset. Hey, if I'm looking at a monthly chart and a setup on a monthly chart, well, maybe I shouldn't be spooked out of something that happens intraday. Like, you should have a longer time frame set of rules. And it can be as simple as like what Michael said about gold, just not that interested in buying it when you see something on the longer term. Now, someone might conversely, you could look at a daily chart of GLD, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You could look at a daily chart of GLD and say, but look at it bounce off the 50 period in an upward trend, higher lows. Like, why wouldn't you look for this little bounce and then bounce off 215 in here, and then suddenly you've held that 50 period, you got a support level down there? Well, that's kind of day trading. That's that shorter time frame mentality where you might look at something like that. So you've got to make sure you stay in your own lane. I think that's fantastic. We didn't really ask him about the memes, but I know knowing Michael's style, he's staying away from the GameStop, because if you're a swing trader and he's on pure technicals, then maybe the memes aren't always going to be for you. simply based on where they move. Stick with the ETFs, stick with your GLDs of the world, your XLEs, which I think is absolutely fine. There's more than one way to make money. I almost said skin a cat, but we keep it real around here.
Yeah. I think there's
Cats.
there's always two ways to look at this GameStop. Yeah, Michael's has not liked GameStop or AMC for a very, very long time. So, but yeah, no, good. Good look at the monthly. I mean, it's important to have them on. Obviously, on the first of the month, we also look at weekly candles and things like that. And it's just about trading this kind of style that you do. And here, us trading some of these names here today. Here goes GameStop trying to make moves lower now, breaking through 40 again. It's not like this hasn't happened throughout that whole interview. It was going back and forth through 39, 39.50, 40, 40, 50. There was $1 a couple times here, right? Like that's 40.50 right there. That's 39. I guess 39.70, I guess. So there's 50 or 60 cents, I guess, pretty much 10 times. I don't know. Back and forth here. I just laugh because it's been a pretty easy trade. It's just you're waiting for a bigger move. So it's just like I'm not getting out. When we got some more shares into here, we could have got it out at 41.50. We bought it twice down here at 40. So that was $1.50. Normally we take that. Then we reloaded here at 40.34, and then it gets all the way to 40.70. I wasn't thinking about unloading it, but that's been the top, this 50-period moving average. So here we go back down into the downside right now for GameStop. Let's just check out what AMC is doing.
I was about to say nothing.
Yeah, but AMC's not really supposed to do anything. No. You know what? Technically, GameStop's not doing anything either. I mean, it's not.
But
it's
10 cents range.
I mean, 10-cent range, yeah. I mean, Hold on a second. Just thinking about GameStop's range is what, $2 or something? Like, this is what has all the news. This is $42 down to $39 right now. And that was one move. And since as we said, $7.50, this stock is stuck in a $1.30 range. Yeah. So, I mean...
Well, this is actually why I'm sitting in BlackBerry short. It's part of the reason, too. Like, the news is specifically, highly specific to GameStop here, and everything else is kind of being dragged up. So I've been basically short scalping the first initial move down on BlackBerry, or on GME, off that high. It got back under 3 BlackBerry, and I just shorted the first pop. It came into 95. I've been scalping it, 94, 95 has some size in here, and just getting some out and holding. And if GameStop falls apart, then why wouldn't this be back at 280 or something? And if we do break out higher, I can have a nice little tight stop in here. I'll probably, as we get closer to the open, if GameStop's already breaking out, I can just tighten this one up as we like it. But it is GameStop news. I think there's going to be some fireworks at the open, but the last time I was convinced of a halt on GameStop at the open, I remember spending 5-10 minutes in that opening range, staring at it for nothing to happen. So I want to make sure that we got a few other ideas out there. Obviously, the chips are going to be in play. I think we all know that.
We have Best Buy here kicking off the upgrades and downgrades list, getting this upgrade from Citigroup. Broadcom up about 1.5% with this upgrade from Milius. Keep an eye on AVGO. It reports next week. We also have Kimberly-Clark here with this upgrade from RBC Capital Markets. And last but not least, on the upgrade side of things, Piper Sandler upgrading Massimo. So nice look here. For downgrades, we have Cava kicking off the list, getting this downgrade from JP Morgan Chase after its earnings last week. BMO getting a downgrade from Keefe Bruyette. Caribou Biosciences downgraded here by Evercore ISI, and another biosciences related name. Jefferies Financial downgrading Illumina to end this list here today, guys.
Like, after earnings, that did one of the best reversals I've seen in a long time. Was down 10 points and then ended the day just ramp job, up double digits when it was all said and done, made another fresh high the last day, and then a little bit of a pullback the last couple of days to end the week, still holding some previous resistance into support. On a downgrade, it's okay, fine. I guess the initial reaction was negative, so it does make some sense that you could see some analysts coming in with downgrades, but if it holds essentially that earnings day close, that was right here at about 88. It broke out the next day at 88. That's about the only level you got on Cava, so I don't know. That looks like a pretty decent one for me. It's one of the better looking charts on a daily that you're going to find. There's a lot of great looking charts, but that reversal was a wow moment. It's not a lot of volume on Cava. I think that's why a lot of people might not have been paying attention to it enough on those earnings, but that 88 holds today. That is the close price on that reversal day on those earnings for Cava. That would be a pretty bullish sign to me.
Yeah, I like that. The Canadian banks continue to be in trouble as well. We talked about, you know, the difference between someone investing in a Royal Bank right now, which is the largest bank here in Canada. That's been an absolute monster, straight to the upside here. Well, I'm to find out what's going on with that. I know they sponsored the RBC Open, which was just in Canada. That's Hamilton this past weekend. There it is. Look at this gapping higher right here. And then we got Bank of Montreal, which we just talked about, being downgraded. Look at the opportunity maybe. And again, needs to be more work done here because Canada is going to be, if this ever loads up, cutting rates. And they'll be cutting rates, I think it's this week. I think it's either this week or next week. Bank of Canada, I believe, will be the first one to go. And I think we'll have to check it out. I don't even know if there's a BOC rate tool or anything like that, but right there down to 87. So Bank of Montreal failing. We've talked about TD Bank. We've talked about all these different banks here in Canada continue to go lower. But with the rate environment changing, I wonder if there is going to be an opportunity here. So, I mean, look, TD Bank just back in January 1st was $65 down to $55 and just bounced off some nice levels. So this is what I'm getting at. There are some good buying opportunities here. So at some point you'd sort of chase yield with these names, but Bank of Montreal today downgraded. I think it's almost time to start to buy some of these Canadian banks with a little bit of an investigation as to why there's such disparity between them. Bitcoin's back to 69.6 right now. Ethereum 38.
Strong.
Right here. So there's a lot of, it's Wednesday is decision day. So yeah, so then I believe then that they will cut rates here in Canada. So
Got to.
all right, let's go back over the desk.
Yeah, after that GDP print last week especially, it's about time. So we get Bank of Canada Wednesday 10 a.m. ECB is then Thursday morning. They're also expected to cut very, very early on Thursday morning. I think it's 8 o'clock Eastern. And then Monday, the 10th, is CPI. Tuesday is the Fed. So a lot coming here over the next few days. We were going to mention real quick here, there are notable IPOs coming up this week. Notable in the sense of the size. I lost my page here. Both about $1 billion. NVL is one of them. Novellus. And then Waystar Holdings, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, on that Succession show, is the name of the actual company, Waystar Holdings, that is on that Succession show. But anyways, so WAY and then NVL, Thursday, Friday this week, they're both about $1 billion in notional.
Yeah, not on North American markets, Brendo, but Shein may file for listing on the London Stock Exchange as soon as next week. Widely anticipated that they were going to launch in North America, but that's been put on hold for some time. So you want to trade Shein, you're going to have to go on the LSE.
Just seeing, that was about 20 minutes ago, Elon Musk layout. Could spend as much as NVIDIA chips. So yeah, Elon Musk just saying, apparently he's planning or willing to spend as much as NVIDIA on chips that they are developing as well. Tesla has been noted to do such a thing, but also came out a couple months ago saying they were going to develop their own chips. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you watch Succession? I can't remember.
So I actually have seen 1.5 episodes of Succession while I was on a flight. And then it was like, I watched the entire episode and then realized I was watching episode 1 of season 3. Okay. And I was like, oh crap, this doesn't make any sense. And I kind of watched part of the next one and then I was like, what am I doing here? At some point I should just start it. This looks really cool. And then I just never did. I have no time for a lot of shows that I would love to watch. It looks really good. The episode I watched was absolute fire, but you shouldn't start at season 3. That's kind of nonsensical. But have you watched that show?
No.
Okay, yeah. It seems cool.
All right, back to the desk.
I think you'd be into it. But one thing, before we go back, GameStop
this
here.
Is a joke. Yeah.
There's not that much.
Talk about whatever you want. Yeah.
GameStop. I had my stop underneath the 39 level. It wicked it. Now I've been in and out of this multiple times. I dip bought here first time at 41. These are dark pool wicks in here, so this never actually broke 39 this time. It was in an upward trend. It bounced off that level. We had the dip buy. It then broke out the support. I waited for it to wick the bottom, then got in again. Was long into the bottom. It broke, then jumped right back in. So I'm going to take pot shots at this. I'm not losing whole days or anything before the market opens up. I'm going to try to be scalping it and then look for a place to be adding after the market is opened up. Because if we do go ham or into some kind of a break, the big levels are all the way at like $53. There is some support in theory at 36. That was a key level before, but it's got so much room before it runs into like a real bag hold spot that I want to take those shots. But at the open, looking for places to add on strength, and we'll always have my stop at the low just in case it goes gap hunting underneath.
And I think we should. It's as Neil was saying, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 traders traded GME so far, all red. So it's not been very exciting so far. I think you're gonna have to either try to hold it, or, like Neil said, take pot shots again. But it hasn't been a huge morning for this yet. So wait for it. 20 million shares already done. I mean, if you're trading it now, maybe decide to hold, maybe decide to punch out. My level is this bottom break of 38.30 or 38.50. So we're going to use 38.50 as our out. But there it is right there, 1.22 million shares to buy off the open. But remember, a lot of these moves sometimes can happen in the pre-market and then it gets sold off once this buy is completed. So we'll have to watch out to see for that one. Definitely a halt candidate today, up 70+% is GameStop. We're holding it for a 38.50 break. So that would be about $2 worth of a hit. I mean, we're long at 40. The high so far has been 42, where I think we can break it. So in a little bit too early, it's 9 o'clock, but I'm sure we'll be going over GameStop very soon again as well. So yeah, so far not a great name around here, but as we said, the day is early, and here we go, right back to flat on the name again, just by holding it. So I don't know. I don't have any outs. I don't have any offers. Let's just see, and there it drops $1. So I'm just going to wait. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. If it rips up, it rips up. For right now, it's 9 o'clock, and it's going to be a very, very busy GameStop day. And by the way, they're basically free to borrow here at Real Trading.
Oh, yeah.
So you can trade. Here it goes. It's breaking right now through $39. So here goes GameStop. Like I said, we're the last man standing here trying to hold some shares, and it's not working out so far. But there's a nice little dip into 39. 38.50, we'll punch out, and then we'll wait our turn maybe until open, or if we see something else, possible news. Because the thing about this is, actually, let's just go to the desk, because we are going to talk about it on the rundown.
Yeah, we'll get into it here. 0.5% still for the NASDAQ, S&P lagging a little bit here, but let's get a look at the market to kick things off.
Yeah, the ES up a quarter point right now, Brendo. 52.95 is where we close out on Friday, just 5 points below that 100-point level at 5,300, which is what we're going to use as support today. If we hold above 5,300 at the open, look for it as a level of support. To resistance side, if we really get going here, we'll look to the crest that we put in on the 28th, 53.37 resistance.
All right, make sure you grab the watch list every single day. We send it out right to your inbox for free. If you haven't done so, go to the website, wait for the pop-up, and then enter your email. We're revising it a little bit, adding more info, adding more value every single day, so that's free for you. Yeah, let's go. GME, top of the list, rightfully so, was 87% at one point this morning, definitely not anymore. But yeah, Roaring Kitty back on Reddit over the weekend. Doesn't take much.
Nope. Roaring Kitty, otherwise known as Keith Gill, disclosing a $116 million position in GameStop to the tune of about 5 million shares. We'll have to see how this all does here. But yeah, coming out overnight, and GameStop up over 70%.
Yeah, as you guys said, trying to hold on to that 39 area, which was a little bit of support, 39, 38 early on this morning.
As we mentioned earlier about this, so far, hasn't been a very successful trade yet today. But it can still, I mean, this is what you're waiting for, right? I mean, you want the volume. We just talked about this 2 minutes ago. It was 17 million. Now it's 20 million. You're starting to pick up a little bit here into GME. I put this on our trade of the week last week. So we put a, Brendan asked me on Thursday or Friday, or I think he asked me on Wednesday, but I didn't give it to him until Friday. What trade did I like this week? And I just said, because, hey, GameStop. I mean, long down here, we've already seen it break this level and rip. So you had a really good risk to reward. And we had talked about this long down here at $20, $18. I feel like it was well worth it. Obviously, none of us knew that there was 120 million 120,000 call options Roaring Kitty's going to hold, and one, however many shares he has, 5 million shares, something like that, crazy, ridiculous on whatever he has. But this is the thing. Now that, okay, now we're finally starting to go, so maybe we get back above 40 and hold it. At the end of the day, whoever's long this name has to sell. So that's the other thing. I don't know when the sell's coming. Again, we didn't know when the buy was coming. You don't know when the sell is coming. So all you have to really do is try to be prepared with stop orders. I mean, I'm here to trade it. You can see we're still in it. We bought it twice here at 40 bucks. That's my average prices right now. I think it's worth it. We're going to give this about $2 worth of a stop in order to make a hell of a lot more than that. So hey, ride or die. I'm doing it with GameStop right here. It's a pretty simple trade. And I'm obviously not afraid to stand in this way. So the only other name that I wrote down here, and I'm going to get this out immediately, is AMC. The fact is that when GameStop halts or AMC halts, you want to look at the other one as well. So I just think that there's going to be a game there where it's AMC versus GME. One halts, one doesn't. Go over to the other, go over to the other. So we'll play a little hopscotch with both of these names today. But obviously much more focus here on the biggest and the baddest of them all. It's Mr. Roaring Kitty. Congratulations on being a billionaire.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's not complaining, no question about it. I heard a lot of people like, oh, where do you get the cash from? Well, ultimately it doesn't matter. It's like last time it was essentially just a tweet with a picture. So like ask yourself, like, what do you really need in this situation? Like try not to explain it too much or you'll get all in your head, I think. And that's going to be a bit of a problem if you start overthinking something like this. So I mentioned that 36 kind of is, I don't want to call it any kind of a big level. You just happen to close there one day and make a high the next day. So like twice it's been a high, and then it's also been a dip, and then it's also been a key close price. So you have 4 different times that kind of came in. So if this were to break down, the reason I want to scalp this level is because I feel like 35, 36, that area is more of a big time bounce spot just based on looking at the chart. What would be interesting is if it were to halt down, it's in the 40s right now. If it were to open and halt down, it would be basically likely testing that 35, 36. So there is a chance of like a halt down trade, halts down at the open and then recovers immediately. That would be interesting. I'd like to be long off of that as well. If you're not breaking out 42, I want to be scalping inside the 42 level. I think there's room to 52, 53 on this. And as Sean mentioned, you got to look at the others when they halt. If there is a halt down and there's like scalp trade on BlackBerry, which I happen to be short, or AMC, I don't mind that. Like if you have resistance at 550, all pre-market on AMC, let's say GameStop halts down at the open, well maybe you can quickly grab short. We paid for shorts for 1/8 of 1 cent. Maybe you can punch short, give it a couple cents worth of risk, and just scalp some out during that halt trade if there's some sympathy to be had. I'd like to see it do that relationship once. I know it worked before on BlackBerry, on AMC. I think it's been a little bit less obvious when it comes to following during those halts.
All right, let's go on to semiconductor land. Nicely positive here, 3.5% right now for NVIDIA, AMD. Looking very similar here in the pre-market, up 1.8, so lagging a little bit. But yeah, AMD launching a brand new AI-specific chip to take on 2.7 trillion worth of an NVIDIA empire.
So there's a huge conference going on right now called Computex. It's taking place in Taipei, in Taiwan. You've got the likes of Jensen there, Lisa Su in her blue jacket are there as well. And there's major announcements coming. So we knew that Blackwell was going to be the latest version of the GPU to take over the H100 for NVIDIA. But that's not the only one. There's going to be another one. So the cycle now between GPUs is really tightened up here. It's down from 2 years to 1 year, and this one less than 1 year. AMD not to be outdone as well. They also reported their new processors, the MI325X, coming out later this year, and they also announced ones for 2025 and 2026.
Just seeing Snowflake pop up here. Snowflake unveils Polaris catalog and emphasizes commitment to more cloud-based stuff for SNOW. Guys, just popping up in front of me as well.
Let it snow. But look, NVIDIA.
Snowflake?
Well, if you look at those chips, man, like it was a bit of an everything rally at the end of the day, but there was a difference between AMD and NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA did a nice rally off the bottom. AMD, as I'll show you in a second, was just entirely different. But the gap up today, you got more strength in NVIDIA, I guess more belief in their new chip and that cycle going from 2 years to 1 year. Obviously, that's going to be good for them to be able to stay ahead. Like if they're updating faster, then how are you supposed to catch up if they're basically accelerating the pace at which they're able to pump out these chips. We've rejected 1150 a couple times. My thesis on Friday was looking short when it failed that breakout. We did grab it and got out too early. If we get to 1150 and can't get through 1160 again, I think that's like a fail break reverse short, just given how strong it's been. If this sucker takes out 1160, I don't think you want to be fighting it. But until that happens, up here in the 50s has been a short zone. I seriously doubt we get a chance at 1100. If we do, that's a bounce spot for me. I think that's probably a bounce spot for a lot of people, given where you close. But AMD was just insane. Like it showed you the NVIDIA chart, AMD was just wild in terms of how much it broke to the upside, getting almost back to that opening resistance level, and now we're gapping above it. So that feels, in some ways, even more bullish. And so I marked off the peak of that move, which was 167. I think just look for dips into that range. I think you've got some long opportunities, maybe a 171 break, though I prefer a dip buy given the way this sucker is traded. So AMD was wild. If you were trading it on Friday in the afternoon to that long side, I think it provided you with a better level, just given where it closed. Like right at that 67 gives you a nice dip buy.
All right. Yeah, we wrote down here for AMD that we were just going to buy the 168. So hopefully we'll be able to buy that. That's where we closed on Friday, 167. If we can get a 168, I like that level. I mean, just breaking out from the 20-minute chart here. Yeah. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a wild one, so I don't think it's something that you sit in and around, but if we could start to develop a bottom somewhere, I mean, it's just like sitting here and saying, oh, I like 160. Well, I mean, that very bottom's 158.50 or something. So it's like you gotta, if you like this area, you have to be willing to sit into it for a little bit. So I think I like this area, 167 to 168, 200 period, 50 period, a lot of support up here. As long as the story continues to work, which it definitely did on Friday, then I think AMD and NVIDIA are both, need to buy. I mean, now you're all the way back to 1131 anyways, but need to buy here. Any dip buy opportunities in both NVIDIA and AMD need to be purchased. I also think SMH down here as well. It's not down here anymore, but if we can get to some of those levels for the semis, we always talk about SOXL and different names like that, but if for somehow we can even get back to 240 right here, which is the close on Friday, I think that's probably worth looking at something. But with NVIDIA up 3%, AMD up this 1.8% as well, I feel like it's gonna have to hold out for obviously dip buy opportunities. I'm going to be looking at AMD first. And then there's, the hot name is NVDL. Like there's a lot of traders that like to look at this because it's only a $60 name. So you could definitely grab it. But again, it's double the move, which doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're just looking at levels, it's like the TQs, right? It doesn't matter that it's triple levered. You're still punching out where you're punching out or getting in when you're getting in. So these levels as well, $60, looking for dip buys, 59, 57. Again, where we close. So if you're going to give back everything on NVIDIA, then you'd look for a 57 bid, but I'd rather take SMH than you sort of get them all wrapped up into one. So yeah, NVIDIA and AMD definitely on pretty much every trader's mind today. You just got to make sure that you're watching it. And big shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe there. Wants more likes on the chat. Wants more subs.
Donnie.
Is going to be dropping in there. He super chatted. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for letting me know. He super chatted the $10. Donnie Zimbabwe. He's talking about the podcast. He's talking about how well he's been doing this year. So congratulations to you, Mr. Zimbabwe. And we look forward to some of those memberships. I want to make sure that everybody hits the like, the subscribe, hit that bell icon, make sure you get all the notifications. Do it for this stream, do it for all the streams. Go to our social medias, pay attention. Sticky notes now out.
All right, let's go on to Chinese EVs. I mean, this is always a notable day, the first of the month. Every month we get these delivery numbers for all of these. I mean, a little bit more positive maybe this morning specifically for Li Auto than the rest. Nice gap here, up more than 4%. You look at an NIO, you look at an XPEV, XPEV, not SPEV. Their next model maybe is SPEV, we'll see. NIO deliveries of 20,544, up a staggering 233% year over year. That's not bad. but just not really doing anything. I mean, so much else to look at today.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with GME and AIM, seeing all these memes moving. Maybe these ones take a back seat. But if you're interested in this kind of thing, BYD sold about 300,000 cars. And number one, obviously, there in China. NIO and Li Auto both had record months, so big growth there. China did announce another $1.5 billion EV subsidy. It's gonna, allow, create a bit of a buffer for those looking to buy about 1,400 yuan off each vehicle price.
I was noticing, you and I were talking about this as well. If you zoom out on most of these charts, that's NIO on a weekly. So we're getting back into significant levels here. You got to go all the way back to 2020 for NIO. XPEV, same story, double bottom potentially on a weekly chart here down for XPEV. Li Auto, same story. Big time support coming into play for all of these.
Yeah, the Li Auto support's the interesting one, at least for myself, because there was Refrain and I were talking about this last week. Well, actually, a week and a half ago. So for the last couple of weeks. The daily chart here has had this nice, first when it was holding the 200 period moving average, you can see on the way up, like right here, 31 holds, you get a bounce higher. When we make a lower high off of that, so there's your bounce off a big major moving average, you make the lower high, and then same bottom. Once that bounced a second time and doesn't make a fresh high, it's like, well, we'll stick a trend line in there and see what happens. Well, what happened is when we got to the bottom, it tried to break and is now holding above that trend line, sitting above 20 bucks. So this looks pretty solid for a long off 20. In addition to that, if it breaks the range here, you got like a 21.40 breakout long. So I like Li in front of 20 this week. You dip down into that level and don't make fresh lows, then I'm looking bounces off the $20 level, specifically on Li Auto. It just has that level of confluence, and if they're all gonna go up, sometimes you just like the one on the chart that suits you best. I was looking at NIO. The problem with NIO for me is I think the similar trade would have been last week on NIO. I think if I was looking very similarly, okay, well, you'd be long already off of 480, bouncing higher lows off that 50 period, and maybe when it broke out here at 505. Now it's just like you're long it in the middle of the range where Li Auto is kind of just going. If it holds 20, it's starting the move. Well, you missed the first leg here on NIO. And unless it pulls back into $5, I would just prefer to trade Li Auto off of those levels. It's not to say that there's only one way to approach these things, but you've got to find something that works essentially for you, or the level that you like, or the trade setup that you like. The market's going to provide you with a million opportunities out there. So, NIO, I think, is already kind of gone, but Li Auto off that $20 level today, I'll be involved in. I'm just going to get on what's interesting is GME's bouncing a little bit. And I just kind of see this floating down on BlackBerry, and I just realized I have two orders at the same price instead of one at 89 and one at 87. So I'm just going to pop on the bid here. This is floating down, essentially gapping up, obviously, BlackBerry because GameStop went up and for no other reason whatsoever. So I've just been sitting in short in front of every single resistance level that I found. First it was one at 96, now there's one at 95. So we're short at 94 creatively enough. Yeah, but if I trade one of those Chinese EVs, it's going to be Li Auto at 20 or probably none of them.
All right, I haven't looked at Chinese EVs in a minute. The one name, of course, I'm even not sure if we just covered this or not, but Alibaba at 80 bucks. I mean, this has been a short for a minute for me. It's only been there for 2 days, so I don't know if it's going to be underneath or not today, but 78.80, it's close enough to that $80. I'm almost thinking, like, if we can hold out, this has been getting hit real bad over the last 2 weeks, from 90 down to 78. That's not great. Like, that's 10, 12% to the downside right here, but it's trying to hold the 50 period moving average. So it's just a tale of two stories. Like, if we can get a 76.50, that would also be great. So I'm going to look at Alibaba trading in and out of a zone here today. So if we can dump down and we get a little bit of this Chinese sort of love-hate relationship today, like sometimes you get good news and the stocks tank, and bad news and they kind of buy them back up because the story is not completely the truth. So we'll hear 0.59, same as the market here today. I like Alibaba on weakness, and we've definitely gotten that over the last couple of weeks. So I think you buy it into this area. We've supported this $75 level for about a month, actually exactly a month. So remember when Amazon broke? We don't have Amazon coming up soon, do we? No, we don't. GME is going lower right here. Kiss of death over here. But you know, we see Amazon breaking. If we talked about the level that it was trying to break for the month, down into here, this 170, and we actually wound up holding that. We got that bottom wick there on Friday, holding this 170. So that's something to look for as well on a break lower. But we're at 176 and bouncing. It's just there are some nice little levels there. Sorry, 170 is the ultimate level. It was that 174 bottom right there that held from April. So 174 on Amazon, not 170, and 76.50 on Alibaba if we get a dump down. And there it goes, man. I mean, the success rate of GameStop remains 0 right here as GameStop breaks through 38 and is going lower, lower, lower right now. So there goes GameStop. We'll have to wait to see what happens. Let me just check to see the imbalance right now on it. So still a decent buy. So GameStop right there flushes down through, still a decent buy. Could easily rally back from this. So again, with only 10 minutes left, thank you, Randy. With only 10 minutes left, we'll wait to see what happens here with GME as it just went back into, oh, I just almost said 0. Someone, what's up, Sean James? Can GME go to 0? No. It cannot, but it may.
Technically speaking,
it may,
stock can go to 0, but it.
Yeah, it has to. Lots of things have to happen.
Yeah, like there's like a laundry list of things that happen before a stock goes to 0, of which, you know, like if there's like 15 steps that would have to happen, then, you know, GameStop would be on like 2 or something like that. But it could possibly happen. We talked about this with Silvergate. No, Silvergate.
Silvergate.
So the best example, there's been plenty of things that have gone to OTC and actually gone dump. Silvergate's the best example of something that like literally went to 0, and there was like a lot of steps before it got there.
All right, let's talk about Spotify here. Not anywhere near as much interest in this volume-wise. Anyways, 5% though, coming off the highs a little bit to the upside. Price hike across the board here, depending on the plan. Just the U.S., Ramin, don't worry.
It's Fabian.
Oh, it was Fabian. It's not that big anyways, but 5% for Spot.
Yeah, the individual plan, guy, is going to cost you another $1 a month from $10.99 to $11.99. It's okay, Ramin. The duo plan here is going to go from $14.99 to $16.99. The family plan gets the biggest bump here from $16.99 to $19.99. And it's really all about improving margins, Brendo, after relying on promotions for so long to drive growth.
You were just saying as well, we were talking about the audiobook feature now. You get 5 or so a month.
5 a month. I just downloaded one right now.
Yeah.
So
No, it's
more.
I mean, you get what you pay for, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably bad for Amazon because don't they own Audible? So there's
Like Audible.
exactly, but it's going to be squashed now. Yeah. So I have Apple Music. It's all wrapped into one, so we don't have to worry about any sort of an increase until Apple does. But right now, Spotify, I mean, it continues to work. I talked about selling this thing at 308, I think it was, and now it's even higher than that. So again, just stay with stocks that continue to win. And I mean, on the daily chart here again, people love it. It's just one of those things again where you can up the price of Spotify $5 a month. It's not going to change anybody's opinion. Everything to consumption is huge. Anything that people like, they will continue to buy it. So Spotify continues to work. Look at it just with this 50-period moving average. If you just traded off of that, then you're long from September of 2023 only at 152. So you've got to double if you just follow the 50-period moving average, and it's going to continue to hold it here today. So, I mean, 290, we're nowhere near that, 311. That daily high break is 315. So what are we at right now? 311, up 5%. It's going to take out 315 today. So congratulations, anybody on Spotify. Whatever, yeah, that high is 319, I guess, right there. But it's going to take this 315 out, and we're going to go higher on Spotify today. So huge move up. I mean, this name has really worked. I bought this at 150 or 125 when it had its direct listing. It was one of the first, I think it might have been the first direct listing I ever bought, this and then Palantir. So Spotify's really worked. We got a double on it or more, but it's a pretty violent name when it gets going. So I like it, possibly a trade through 315. If you like that trade, I like the break long.
Yeah, I want to see how it reacts to this, you know, this high up here, because when you look at it at the weekly chart, it's like, oh my goodness, you can be patient with the breakout on Spotify, because the last couple of times up here, you can see like the rejections, but it is just absolutely careening into this level. And the second time through, sometimes you just let it close above. So like, I have 319. 319 is the actual high, but as Sean mentioned, 315s were the resistances. So there is kind of a scalp trade in there for you. I would like to see it hold it instead of break it, meaning I want to see buyers above 315 after an open into that 52-week high, as opposed to taking a break. And that's because the volume is so low. With volume low, I'd rather see some confirmation after you open up that there would be buyers willing and able to hold this above a 315 level before I would get involved. I don't think I want to go dip buy hunting here. I feel like if the market comes down, look, if we're falling back down in the market, I have a pretty decent idea that we're going to have some chip names in the long side. So probably not going to be involved in any dip buys on spot. It would have to break that top and start trending above.
Brought to you by American Airs, trading in the U.S. Under the symbol AAIRF, in Canada under the symbol WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. OTCQB AAIRF on the CSE here in Toronto, WIFI. Let's wrap things up here with Tesla. Nothing significant. Again, beginning of the month, at some point we'll get Tesla deliveries for last month as well. This daily chart, however, we got back above significant levels if you zoom out a little bit, going back to April, and getting quite tight here on this consolidation for Tesla.
So no real headline, as you mentioned, but over the weekend, there were elections in India. The incumbent Prime Minister Modi won another term. So what I'll be looking for here is, now that he's secured his term, do we hear now more announcements about the expansion of manufacturing in India? We know that Tesla stands to benefit from that, having had discussions with Prime Minister Modi in the past, specifically in New York. Also, Apple will be on watch for that as well. That's really my look.
Yeah, back to basically where we ended the day yesterday, or on Friday, guys. 178 holding here for Tesla.
Yep. And the other thing it did on Friday is bounce off 173 again, or at least that area. So I don't think too much has changed for key levels on Tesla. The 50 period on the daily has been hugged and gently bouncing above it now. So it hugged it and then broke above. Maybe we see 172, that's actually where it is. But if you look at the 15-minute, look at all the dips last week, that's 73, 73, then 74 on Friday, and a couple times off of that. So I think if we get dipped down, it's kind of a no-brainer to take a shot down there. If we see 73, 74, that's got to be a bit of a level. I just did not get that scalp out on AIMS. GameStop came out at 1.5. Let me just switch for a quick second, because GameStop came out at 1.5 million buy. It's now 500,000 and heading higher. So there was a buy and bounce on both that and AMC. AMC is also 500,000. But Tesla, I like those 73, 74s for dip buys. If we're breaking out 180, it's got to take out 180 and a half, because that's been resistance on Tesla for a while.
Yeah, look, I have it written down here right now. By the way, we're back into GameStop, of course, as you guys can see. All right, so I had written down here Tesla on the sticky note today. You guys can go find it out. I like the 174 level again. I don't think we get down to there. This is the one that was the headbanger from Friday, because we came back after lunch. It was like, what? This thing actually touched 174? I mean, I really like these levels down there, but I think on good news, you're breaking through 180 now again. So this is another spot that we're looking for. So I actually wrote down here on the sticky note that we had a 180 and a, whoopsies, oh, there's Ethereum, whoopsies, there's both gone, that we had a 180 and a 174 level that we wanted to look at. Hey, what's going on, my guy? Right there, but there it is right there. Support at 174, also break at 180. We're watching GME, halt, and AMC in pair. So there it goes right there. We like Tesla coming through today. Not really any crazy stories that it's like this is the catalyst that we must trade. But again, a nice downside move there for TSLA should get that party started. So we basically, again, we do this once a day at least, and we did it right away in the pre-market. There's the bottom for me made on GameStop, but got right back in, and now, again, you're just right back to where you need to be. Take a $1.50 hit. Get that $1.50 right back now, almost. We're only in the money $1.30. So we'll see if this can just continue to go back up to the upside a little bit here for GameStop straight off the open. This should be a wild one. I do want to punch longer off open, off a halt. So right now we are $1.30, $1.50, hopefully in the money keeps going as it's changing. $40, $50, $60. Where are we going to stop here on GameStop? The high of the pre-market has been 42-ish. So we'll wait to see there, of course, before the very earliest. But, you know, since 7 o'clock, 42-ish, that would be a good little level for me to get out on, but I'm not. We're going to wait to see for a halt and see if we can get this thing into the 50s.
Yeah, I've been scalping into the 41 level, but if it breaks 42, I think you hold into a halt up. I like the halt up if we get it. And if you don't, then there's always maybe take a look at AMC. If we get a halt to the upside, you might get a nice little move in there as well. Are we going to the desk before we open, or to Sharif?
About short squeezes all week. It was not planned that GME and AMC were moving, so make sure to catch that with Didera and I today on How to Trade at 11.
The meme day, it's a Monday, and let's get this party started. Adair is on the bell. Could get a halt off the open, you never really know, so we'll see what happens in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Party is started. So right now, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think we opened up. Nope, no opening print just yet. So I haven't actually seen an opening print on GME. If we make a fresh low, I'm going to jump out of it. AMC not doing a heck of a lot either. I do have AMD up, and it's not making a huge move. There was a bounce higher right before the open on NVIDIA. That's pulling back a little bit as well. So NVIDIA nowhere near 1150, no trade for me. GameStop's holding the 39 high to 40 level, at least off the open. If it makes a fresh low, you could go into potential down halt. I have my eyeballs on BlackBerry just in case that were to happen. While that's calming itself down, because no 930 halt. NVIDIA, bit of a pullback. It wicked the top and now starting to pull back in. 1125's been good. 11's been good as well. So we'll have eyeballs on them. Focus is on the chips and those memes, at least for now.
Yeah, AMD is starting. So I'm just holding on to GameStop. I mean, we'll hopefully be able to watch it. I mean, it was just at $40. Now it's at $39. It is really ramping around right now, 168, 168.50. So here we go. GameStop is now halting to the downside. So if you want to get out, this is a good opportunity to do that. We are going to get stopped out, I guess, on the halt down as we try to get our shares out and try to get more shares short, but we cannot do that. So I would have loved to got into the short there, but we just got halted to the downside on GME. So yeah, instantly. I don't know why.
I tried to reverse, but I couldn't.
That shouldn't have halted again, I don't think, but down to
weird.
$38 seems a little bit strange, but there's GameStop now halted. So what you want to do is maybe go right over to AMC and see if there's any sort of sympathy to the halt there as well. But all right, we'll wait for GameStop. It's going to be yikes, and it's going to be elevator down there on GME. So like I said, I don't know, I could check, but it has not been a positive trade here today on GameStop, but AMC looking like it wants to battle back upside right now. So we'll wait.
Yeah, I remember what I said, like, you just go over to the first one you can. I didn't really see much. It's interesting it went to a down halt. It was kind of a weird price to have halted it at. I didn't think it was going to go into a halt unless it got closer to 36. But what just happened? I'm still short. I'm out of GameStop. I'm still short in BlackBerry. I just took some out there at the 88 level, but I'm still holding this position. Right when it went into the halt, I got the first short I could get, which was right in here underneath VWAP. So while we're waiting around, we said we'd be in one, not the other, but you just got to take the out sometimes. Like I couldn't reverse. I was on the offer because I had take profits. It's going to look like I'm short, but I did not get a fill short on GameStop on that halt trade. Now AMD's starting to go down. That's a big rejection of the high on AMD. So 169 coming into play. Friday's close. The close price is 166.90. The top of that move was like 167.25. So if we get out there, we're going to look for a dip buy in that name. All
right, and in trade idea, I don't know, we have a bunch on here, but we're long Tesla now. So, I mean, it's starting to go. It's starting to go. I mean, this name already went. So we already took some 180s long. We're actually long at 179.95. So again, kind of broke, and then we got filled back on the downside of that. And our best outs are just actually pretty good this time. We didn't really scalp it out so fast. My earliest out is 20s, and our best out, I think, is 20s, actually. There we go. We get a 45 now. Okay, now we're starting to go. Here goes the break, finally on Tesla. It is your sticky no break trade idea number one right now because it's the only one that's been filling. It's Tesla. It's long, and it's trying to get upside right now, so we really like that. Let's just check back on some of the other ideas as we just let Tesla go now. I mean, I mean, 182, I feel like we should probably put something out at 181.40 or so. We'll put an offer there. But there it is right there, guys. It's going to be an early dollar club right there for Tesla. So let's just see if it can go back up to the upside. We just got a 180.80 there. So close enough. Let's see if we get going. It's Tesla, and it is fantastic. We just need GameStop to open up and chill out a bit. But there we go, 1 for 1 on our sticky notes here as Tesla now puts a dollar club right there. That's a good trade for us. Oh, man. So far, so good there. We'll look at Shopify. Don't tell me it broke 360.
Shop or Shopify?
Someone said shop in the chat.
Shopify it's really, really close.
Wow, what a trade.
59.94 is the high of the day on Shopify. It hasn't broken the $60 just yet. Very quickly, Rivian, this was on my list this week. $11 level, sort of an obvious one. That's where we closed before, looking for the stair step into the upside. This was mine in terms of trade of the week, holding that $10 level. I didn't know the memes would gap up that would take us up here, but it looks like this is trying to make the break above $11. Currently, the tap on GME is exactly flat, so there's no indication as to where it's going to open. That's a lack of information. It's not. I don't think it actually opens flat, but 38 flat is the price currently on GME. It should be open in about 1 minute. I just scalped more out of BlackBerry because because GameStop's not indicating a lower open. If it was opening lower, then I'd be holding. But because it's going to open flat, I'd rather just get some out on BlackBerry for profit.
All right. I mean, we're in one trade so far today. It's $1.50 in the money. All right, so we'll do that one. Patrick, you can clap, man. It doesn't really matter. All right, so there's a nice move to the upside right now for Tesla. So we like that one as it is. Sticky note, idea number 1 coming right there for Tesla, and there it goes. We just got to wait for GameStop to open up. So when it does, it does. But we just said about some 182s. We still have half of this trade on. So it's been a really good trade. Like, we're holding on to half. It's now $1.60, $1.70 in the money. And a big, kind of a big trade alert there for Tesla. So I like it. And let's just hold on and see where we go from there. TSLA. Another name we wanted to look at was Palantir coming through. So I wanted to look at this one back down in near 21. So we have that level written down here, 21, 21.20 coming through for these guys. But there's that bottom, 21.30.
Open 35.
Okay, so there goes GameStop. So nice downside move for GameStop into 35. How much lower do we go from here? Like I said, they got to sell these shares, right, at some point. Looks like GameStop wants to come back in a little bit. They're at 35 opening now. Looks like you're going to want to get the short on GME, everybody. Nice downside move there.
Oh, that was the level that I was going to take a shot at 35 level. So if it's going to hold here, and we talked about that on the daily, I just got my stop out underneath 35, and the first available bounce, I got 63. So if it breaks, we'll probably lose $1 on it, and it could halt. I was just trying, nope, and then there we go, we're out. That was quick. I tried to get more of BlackBerry and then could not get anything filled on the offer. So you're still going to the downside nasty. I just took 80 cents worth of a hit there, trying to take that long off of the 35 level. But you know what? Just keep it in the pocket. You know, we got out first time, broke the stop. We got out the second time, it broke the stop. If you're holding on to this, it's about to go into another downward halt. Oh, it just resisted. AMC, by the way, first time just halted into the downside on AMC. Halted at 495, so that made a big move into the downside. The entire time I was kind of head short, just tried to add to BlackBerry, couldn't do it, but we got hit on that bid. So sympathy plays are moving down. NVIDIA is about to take out the high of the day, so let's get quickly over there. You got 5 minutes for AMC. GameStop is not halted a second time, so it's still trying to catch itself a bid. Might need to have to calm this one down and wait till like it makes some kind of definitive bottom. Maybe it's 30, maybe it's just a higher low, maybe it's a halt up, but we're willing to get back into it. Like I said, gonna stop out and be willing to get back in a different price. I don't think we're gonna get this 1125 here on NVIDIA. Obviously, no, we're not gonna get 1100 either. NVIDIA headed for a bit of a top break. I'm not taking breakouts on this. It's had overhead resistance. I think you gotta look for dip buys on this stock.
All right, and I mean, this is why we say this all the time. You know, you have multiple trading ideas, and yeah, Tesla obviously working out huge, and GameStop, which we don't trade as many shares, but obviously a much more violent name there for GameStop, just goes up and down. We didn't do anything differently here. We got out of the halt, back and forth, just trying to hold out for $34. I think maybe a 35 break long or something, but it's got to break like a key level and start to go back up to the upside before you get really excited again about this. The market market is, see, there it goes. Like, look at this, down to 33. Just keeps on going lower and lower and lower right now for GameStop. So I was trying to wait to see if there was going to be a spot where you could eventually sit in here and buy it. But remember what we said, if this guy or anybody else is long a bunch of shares of GameStop, they're going to have, it's going to halt again, but I'm not going to take it. They're going to have to dump their shares. So there it goes. He resisted that halt. So if you don't dump your shares at this price, when are you dumping them? Like if he's been buying at 20, you got some out at 40 there, maybe in the pre-market, then maybe some on that reopen of the halt. So right now you do have a little bit of an opportunity to let this thing float around. What's up, Adara?
Microbot Medical to the upside here, up about 61%, receiving some FDA approval for a human clinical trial for its endovascular robotic surgery. So nice look here for MBOT, guys.
Good look there. Thank you very much, Adara. Li Auto's doing absolutely nothing off the open. Kind of thought we'd get that old patented Chinese ADR dip buy when these stocks gap up, but not really much of a move. Still like that $20 level, but you got to be patient waiting for it. Nvidia's starting to pull back. AMD is pretty weak. Even as Nvidia was breaking through highs, AMD still pulling in. Still like that 167. Got to wait for it to get to that previous close if we're going to look for that dip. Do want to be patient. Rivian as well. This is holding out VWAP. Thought we'd see like the $11 level. For now, it's putting in a higher low off of that pre-market top. If this is going to be the way, if it's just going to stair step it to the upside, I don't mind a look at this VWAP in here. It's already put in one lower high. GameStop is trying to bounce back through that 35 level. And AMC should be open in 2 minutes. If GameStop is breaking out, you probably won't be able to trade AMC because it'll probably just gap higher.
All right. Yeah, we're back into GameStop, and we're long at $34. We just let this thing go $1 into the money for us, didn't take anything out. So, I mean, what about back into this halt level of 38? I think for GameStop, we have that 33 bottom, so this is where I think it's really worth holding it out to that one. And I remember we said 182 for Tesla, so let's go. I mean, this is going to be a big day here, hopefully for Tesla anyways. I don't know what's going to happen for GameStop, but there's a huge move for us. And again, if you are on looking for some trade ideas, this was the only one that's hit so far. We'd have to look at that AMD down there at 168. So we did write that down. We want to look at that. But GME, again, long off 38. We talked about getting out if that breaks the pre-market. We're back into that one. There's the Tesla break at 180. We definitely like that. AMD, Palantir, and then AMC, the next one's on watch for me. So let's just stay with what we're doing, man. I mean, there's Tesla. It's a big move. It is now $2. I mean, you know, this is the other thing. Despite getting hit, obviously on GameStop, today is still going to be a really good day so far because we got this Tesla trade. So this is what it's all about. Nice little hit there for Tesla, upside. All right, trying to break through 182. That's kind of the target. We've already taken some pieces out. We're still in a decent amount of these shares. So one more out here at 99s if we can get it. Maybe we got a little greedy there, but one more out here at 99 and then we'll go from there as down goes GameStop one more time, breaking through $32. So we did have $1 in the money and then it broke, through 33 and then we got out. That was that level that just held last time. So GameStop, a complete disaster today.
No open on, oh, wait a minute. Why isn't AMC open? Okay, never mind. It doesn't really matter. I just got a dip buy into NVIDIA. We'll get to that in a second. I was expecting that to be open like 2 seconds ago. So NVIDIA, we said we'd look dip buy because I didn't want to take the break. AMC just opened now. It just bounced in front of the pre-market high. So 137.5. I grabbed it on the way up. I got a break through 39 at 39.21. The high is 42, so scalp to the high and then see where this one can go. But yeah, NVIDIA on a little bit of a dip. AMC did just open, but nothing crazy happening over in that name. I also got Rivian as that started to come back into VWAP. We do like Rivian. Higher lows being put in. If it gets to 1150, I'm definitely scalping some out. We're going to give this at least to 11 even here on RIVN. But yeah, the meme stock craze, I suppose, is trying to catch a bid. You got AMC back through $5.
Oh, wow.
There's a good part of me that's like, oh, take a shot at this thing through $5, but then GameStop is breaking lows. So I'm not going to do it. Usually, if we were breaking higher on GameStop, I'd be taking that break in sympathy 5 long, but not when you're headed downside on GameStop. GameStop's still going. And Apple making a big bounce to the top. I have 192 as support. Looks like we're not going to get a shot at that 192. We're going to be in the meme stocks. We knew that was going to be the case this morning, so missed an opportunity to dip buy on Apple. If we can get VWAP, we'll try that again.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we're just looking at the wrong stock again because AMD goes right into our 168 level and we didn't buy it. So hopefully we can get a dump back in there. It's at 170 right now. And we did get out another piece there. We talked about, well, not another piece, but we got out of that first piece there at 180, 170 or 80. Let's see if we can get another one up at 182 as Tesla's falling back in just a little bit here as well. All right, Palantir did a dip down into 40. We were waiting for 20, so that did not hit yet for PLTR. I mean, we hear the call options popping off for Apple, so you could watch out for that one, GME. I mean, I didn't have too many other names here today that I was actually looking at. I'm really excited about this Tesla trade. And then GameStop, we're down on GameStop, obviously, as I mentioned to you, but bouncing off 32, that's been the only level so far that's held, and it's just been held twice. So we'll see if it holds one more time, as it looks like we're breaking through 32. Tesla leading the way today. What's up, Adara?
We're waiting here on these economic numbers. The S&P Global Manufacturing PMI final for the month of May. Previous 50 consensus and forecast here 50.9. Let's see if we got this number in 51.3. So that's going to be higher than the expectation of 50.9 and the previous number of 50. SPY not reacting too much. This is still within that range, but we did get that S&P Manufacturing PMI final for May, 51.3, guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. We got some more numbers coming at 10 o'clock as well, so be locked and loaded for that. Quick update on NVIDIA. It got to that spot, that 1142. We were taking higher lows. It held. We got 39s in front of 37.5. We're able to grab 2.5, but then it stopped out. Got to VWAP, and I was like, do I like VWAP in here? And elected not to take the dip buy off VWAP. I'm going to back off a little bit. If we're doing that dip at the open after a false break, we've seen what that's turned into in the past. I think you want to be a little bit patient with that. Maybe see some strength through the top on NVIDIA. Rivian's still holding for it. Obviously, as the meme stops are weak, then I can kind of hang on to BlackBerry, and every reason to believe that you could head back down to like 280 or something. As long as the memes are not really busting it out, then I don't see why this wouldn't just get back to all the way where it started from. Apple, we do like this trend up. The market is all green and headed for 1%, but cancel, we're not going to get 192. And if we do, you probably don't want it. Got to start looking for another level up. So whether it's VWAP or just play the trend, first available dip style, going to have to be the play on Apple. And I just noted something, so this was not on my list, but if the market's at fresh highs and the chip names are up and Intel is down 1%, then that's relative weakness. So this wasn't on my list before, but it's on the list now. We're short and pops in this name. I don't know why it's down 1%, other than my logic being they're falling further behind when everyone else is coming out with new chips, and they haven't. So we're going to short pops here.
All right. Yeah, AMD's still doing its thing. I think Apple dipping back into 193 would be really nice, but 193.50 might be where we have to start it. VWAP is 193.25, so any kind of a move down, we definitely like our chances in Apple, so we'll have to watch out for that one. Right now, what people are talking about, SMR, halted, okay, so there we go again.
Oh, thank you.
I'll take another one, Randy, too, thank you. SMR, there it is, downside down to 13 cents. I mean, we've sort of mentioned this one, so we'll have to wait to see here what's going on with this name, SMR. All right, SoFi, not much going on here. Let's check out SoFi. Just wanted to see hitting some scanners.
Bitcoin broke.
$7. Yeah, Bitcoin right there at 70,000. So there we go on BTC. SoFi not doing a damn thing. But here we go, man. It is Tesla, and it is wonderful. It's going right back up to this upside again. Our number one trade of the day here is Tesla. It's going down or going up as GME is back down into $30. There's Tesla. It's put it on the board. It's your biggest winner. It's Tesla for me today. It's now $2 and change in the Monday. We all on the money. We all love Randy. What's up, Adara?
Nice look for Coherent here. This is a bioscience company. This one actually does have an $8.3 billion market cap, so this is not going to be a small cap here, but this one's up after naming a new CEO, Jim Anderson, effective today, also joining the company's board. So COHR to the upside, about 16%, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate you there. Look, GameStop is now continuing, but no halts down after that initial one. So it's holding this $30 level. That's the last. If we break back above 32, I'm just going to punch some out of BlackBerry, but you're holding $5 as well on AMC. So I think if there's going to be a bottom on these names, you got to feel like it'll be one of these evens, like something psychological because you don't have big levels. AMC is holding $5. If that goes into an up halt on GameStop and punching long on AMC, if it's above the $5 level, we're going to try and grab that there. Still think we have a shot at Apple. This is the first time it's putting in a bit of a red candle through 194, so this could be the first available dip. If it gets back down to 93, 93.5, that'd be great. If it just dips into 94 and holds, then we'll try it off of 94. I do like the longs on AAPL, but I do not want to be rushing into this. Again, it would be a bad day, but we've been in the BlackBerry short, which obviously is like a bit of a hedge to some of those meme stock names. So you're still heading to the upside here. No up halt on GameStop to get into, but I'm going to be in an up halt if it does. So I want to be glued to it.
Yeah, let's hope GameStop up halts here. We're long at 32. We'll see if it can get going again. It's going to fall back into this level. So here we go. Nice little move back through 33. We need a higher high here to halt. I mean, we were just at $31. Was unable to break that 30.80. Went into like a halt mode. Got blasted back up to the upside. So now we'll wait to see. It's done that a couple times. So we'll wait 34.50 looks like a great spot. So here it comes right back up to the upside now for GameStop. So hopefully you guys have some of that. We did want to get some Apple, but this has always been on my radar. It's gone. And just didn't give me an indication that we were going to go up 20 straight minutes, but that is what's happening right now with that name. DraftKings, I think, is hitting VWAP. It's showing up. Whoopsies. DKNG. Yeah, there it is. Is it hitting VWAP? Breaking. No, not really. Must be a day high scanner there. 35.50. As the market falls in right now, be careful. Here comes back Tesla now coming back in after hitting 18.750. We almost got to that 18.8. So that's a pretty key level there as well. Market coming back in ahead of some numbers. So we'll have to watch to see what's happening with GameStop. We're getting a little greedy. I mean, it's breaking through 33. Now we're $1 in the money on GameStop. So let's just see if it continues a little bit higher than this. I still like that 34.50.
Yeah, that's that halt price. Well, it's that resistance level on that halt to the downside. I think that's going to be a key one. If it does make that break, I'm definitely jumping over because I think you can risk less than 10 cents on AMC if you get a breakout on GME. NVIDIA is starting to pull back in there again. We didn't take VWAP. For now, that's seeming like a decent decision, but look at it start to hold 11.30. I've been backing off to wait for like 11.25 or something on NVIDIA, but we just haven't had an in just yet. I'm going to double check to see what's going on. I wanted to short a pop in Intel. Oh, forget that. Intel is screaming to the downside. Okay, well, we're not going to get a pop there. AMD is getting close to the 167 level, so once we get down to 67, I'm just going to pop on the bid so I don't miss it. Do want to be involved on AMD down there. So still no break just yet that would get me long into AMC off that GameStop. But AMD, if it goes red, I'm going to be in the long, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm already in this long at 168, but it is breaking lower. We're only going to hold this for a couple more pennies, like 50-cent hits. We've sort of decided we're not just going to be layered in to AMD or to NVIDIA or anything like that. If it breaks levels, it breaks levels, because we didn't understand that move that was happening on Friday, but you didn't have to. It just got turned on and started going down upside. So the same way right now, here we go. If it breaks 70s, we're out. Right now on AMD, it'll be a hit, but it's a try. We tried it at 168. It looks like it's trying to fail a little bit. Let me get something out here at 99 if we can, which we just did. Take 10% off. We were 10 cents away from getting stopped out. So if we could take something out right now and save that 20 cents, we should try to do that. So here it comes back in now. AMD starting to crack lower as we watch out for NVIDIA. I mean, I know you're just talking about it.
It's 130 right now.
Yeah, it's 1130. Okay, so pulling back in. Yeah, this will be crazy when it trades dollars, like when it gets reversed. But for right now, 1133, we're looking at for NVIDIA. It is the day's low. So you're coming in right to these pre-market lows here of 130. So that's the level Neil's talking about. If you break that, watch out now. All right, and then we got Tesla on a little bit of a reload, but here goes AMD trying to get some back upside now. Let's take something out for flat. Oh, we just did, actually. No, we did not. 168.20. I thought we had something up there. All right, we'll see if it can go now. We'll sit here for flat. If we get it, we get it. But right now, AMD, oh, see that? Wow, nasty. AMD trying to battle back. Go. It just got back to flat and then failed on us again. But we've got a nice little reload here on Tesla. What's up, A?
This GPCR on watch here, Structure Therapeutics, reporting their 12-week results for their obesity drug, apparently losing more weight than expected. So nice look here for GPCR, 8.8% short float, $1.5 billion market cap. So fairly small cap stock here to watch out for, guys.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Adair. The small caps are going to have to wait because we might be holding VWAP here on NVIDIA. Going to try to take a second swing on that one. Is it? Oh, it's right back through 40.
AMD broke.
Down? No.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So look, it's one of those days where look, NVIDIA is still holding VWAP and trying to press higher. AMD's continuing to break low. So you get the relative weakness. They both had positive news that it was of the same ilk, but obviously one's going differently than the other. So if we dip into 1135 one more time, I might still take a shot there. It's still relatively strong. Just double checking GME because I do not want, okay, so GameStop's trying to put in a higher low. If we break out the top, a 5 break on AMC is now available if it does break out that high. Higher lows temporarily, but the pattern is still to said downside. We're still in BlackBerry short. We've got Rivian long 15s in front of 11. That could come out, but Apple just bounced off 194. Sometimes it's not the dip buy that you want. It's the one that you can get. So it is what it is. It's not going to be VWAP today, it doesn't look like.
We'll go cha-ching on, we knew we wanted we talked about getting the dip buy in Tesla, so we got that, we put it on the board, and it is P&L 1, it's not even close. I mean, obviously, as AMD we lost on, but we did go short there on AMD, and now we're starting to pull back in. When our level breaks, we'll just reverse it. Obviously, we have that ability. Look what Tesla's doing. You want to talk about a stock? We just reloaded it at 180 twice, right there. Now it's at 180, 190? What? Neil, this stock just went up $2 in a straight line, and we managed to buy the bottom there? Are you kidding me? All right, nice little trade there. You'd think it was obvious, but we did write it down on here at 180, and just a strong stock. And look, if we didn't trade GameStop today, man, oh man, would we be bumping, but we're still fine. It's just GameStop has not worked out as, there goes AMD. Let's see if we can get lower on this one. Tesla's really mooning right here again. This is trading right here, guys. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, that's about as real as it can get. We just follow our rules. But we did also follow our rules with AMD. And looky, man, we reversed that. And there it goes right now for a face slapper on Advanced Micro Devices as it goes to the downside. We get our revenge on losing lots of money on Friday as this one's heading to the downside right there on that. We have a big winner on Tesla. And of course, GameStop continues to be a nightmare. And I want to clarify that because Michelle Hebert was like, how is GameStop a nightmare when it's up 36%? It's because it was up 80% at one point. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware there are some of these NYSE stocks that appear to be halting right now. Berkshire, so BRK.A, one example, down about 99.97%. Apparently this is a glitch in the system and NYSE is investigating. I'm seeing this circulating around Twitter, but just in case some people are wondering what's going on with some of these stocks, there do appear to be some glitches with regards to halts and significant halts down here for some of these NYSE stocks, guys.
Chipotle was halted
Yeah, like
earlier.
if you're stuck in one of those, you're just basically in a holding pattern. So just be careful. I'm actually not even I'm only in NASDAQ stocks right now, so thankfully that's going to be true because I think anything on the NYSE, if they're having those issues, could be in the pocket. So I'm going to avoid anything that is showing a halt. Obviously, don't throw orders out on that. I think that goes without saying, but I'm saying it anyways. So we got our first buy into AMD when it tagged that 167 level. It's just held. 74s, I think, is the local bottom. So we got some on the way down, which usually I'm not a fan of, but then it wicked the bottom, and I took the rest on the way back up through. I end up with the same price anyways. It's just the way you get filled. If we break a fresh low, I'm out. If we get to halves, evens, 169, that's what we're looking for on that name. Rivian's still holding 11, but only barely. And I got another leg out on BlackBerry only because like it bounced, and then higher lows as GameStop is flushing. I reloaded VWAP and taking some out in the middle of the range here. So we're staying net. I'm staying net short this name. But if there is a breakout on these meme stocks, I fully expect BlackBerry is going to come out above VWAP for me. But we're still staying it for now. As long as it's working, we're going to keep with it. So AMD bouncing off that 67, but it could not get through 40. So that first $0.50 proving to be a little bit elusive. NVIDIA was the chip long that worked initially. We had a good scalp trade there, but now you're putting in some lower highs. So NVIDIA could be a bit of a reverse if it does not hold on to 11.25. Still a bit of an upward trend, and if I'm gonna get a chip name short, Intel was the one I wanted. This is the first bounce since that open range. So I think we'll look for 30.5 here on INTC. Down 1.5% when everything else is up. Tells me that it's weak.
Here comes GameStop right back into $30. So again, you know, we'll lose everything on GameStop today. Like, it's our only red stock. While AMD, we have to, that's $1 in the money. We're going to wait to see what happens with that one. Right now, could easily rip back up. But here goes GameStop breaking through 30 is what's going to happen. So we'll get stopped out once that does happen. Right now, breaking through $30 as GameStop kind of comes back to life a little bit here. Still, like many of you were saying, GameStop's still up on the day. But yeah, for
but it's
long,
not going to go
I
red.
don't know.
Well, okay, probably
it's
not.
not going to go red. No, it shouldn't. But if it continues this way, it probably may. All right, numbers with Adara. It's a monster move for AMD. Tesla's giving it back a little bit as we cleared out of half of our reload on Tesla. Basically, we just wait for GameStop over for numbers.
We're looking for some ISM data here. ISM manufacturing PMI for May, construction spending month over month, ISM manufacturing new orders, and manufacturing prices. So we just got manufacturing PMI here. 48.7% lower than the previous of 49.2 and the consensus of 49.6. Manufacturing employment 51.1, that's going to be higher than the consensus of 48.5. Construction spending month over month a little bit lower here than the consensus, negative 0.1 versus positive 0.2 consensus. Then we do have the ISM manufacturing new orders 45.4 versus 49.4, so lower than expected. And manufacturing price is a little bit lower than expected as well, 57 versus 60 consensus. Bit of a move up here for the SPY on those numbers after trailing off a little bit here. Lots to talk about today. Of course, we had this chip strength, meme stocks having a bit of a resurgence there as well after Roaring Kitty posted on Reddit. But we have some other names to talk about too, including Paramount here up almost 9% after CNBC and Wall Street Journal both reported over the weekend and on Monday morning that Skydance is poised to announce its takeover of Paramount and actually is set to, according to CNBC, Skydance and Redbird are set to own 2/3 of Paramount after the close today. So PARA to the upside. We also have Spotify on watch here. Nice little halt up about 5.5% after raising the prices for its premium subscription. So no shortage of names to keep an eye on today, guys.
So Spotify still hanging around that 315 area. So yeah, not much going on there. Tesla or GME went back up to flat for us, and then it stopped again. It went right back to 31.50, and then completely stopped. So we have shares. We'll take a piece out if it gets into that area, and then we'll, like I said, I mean, I think this 34 is something we want to wait for, but I mean, I can't wait for too long. I just keep on punching out, which is fine. We've been flattened there, and then there, and then there. So basically 0 for 3 so far, buying little dips in GameStop, and trying to hold out, right? It's not like we're just getting in and getting out. I mean, we're trying to hold out for these moves. I mean, we had this one $1.50, and then it broke lower. Same thing with this one as it came back up to the upside. So we'll have to hold on right now to see if we can hold through $30. I mean, like I said, we were just long at 32, and it went to 34. And before bouncing back lower. So, yeah, all right. There goes AMD. We've already gotten some really nice wick bottoms there at 166.70. So let's put another one there. See if we get another fill down by the wayside, and then we'll wait to see if. Okay, here goes GME. Well, I was going to say we'll wait to see if there it is. If GME breaks, and there it does break. So bye goes GME. Nice downside pressure there for this name back into $29. So yeah, bye GameStop. Really too bad because we've really made a lot of money on Tesla, but lost just as much on GameStop. So nice move down for GME.
Oh, it's getting. I'm looking for a break back up above 30 on GameStop. I'm only bottom hunting a false break of a key level. So whether it's 30, whether it could have been 31 in there, but obviously that's not going to be the case. I'll look at almost every single even dollar level, but I'm not trying. Like, I don't want to catch a falling knife.
Wow,
I only
AMD.
want to like see a bounce and then get right back through. But AMD, Sean just said, "Wow, AMD." My level is come and gone. So I waited for 67 dip by. And on the ISM number, I got out, it wicked me out, I got right back in at my key level, but I'm going to stop out every single time. So trade it at one level, lose at one level, move on from there. I'm short Intel, it's barely moved just yet. And obviously with this move continuing down, like, you know, just sort of sitting in BlackBerry has obviously worked. Still looking for that bottom at that 280 level. But it's starting to get nasty in the world. And one name we haven't talked about, but I'm just going to pull up. Here we go. Holding up 6% is ARM. So you're seeing the market right back into lows. ARM looking decently strong at this moment. It's still above the breakout from last week, which is $126. So if you're filing things into these little buckets of relative strength and relative weakness, ARM holding 126 is quite bullish. Another one out here for you if we're talking relative strength and weakness. Meta is was at the high of the day couple of minutes ago, but starting to pull back. But still, one of the relatively strong names here is going to be Meta. But my eyes are going to be on ARM. We already like one chip name short. That's Intel. We grabbed it underneath 30.5. And if we're another leg down, I think the move's to 30 because that was the bottom on Friday. That was the bottom on Thursday. So I think there's at least a 1% move down for Intel. Apparently, Dell is crashing as well. But the market's testing lows. So there's going to be a few names at these bottoms.
We've got we got a doozy of a trade right here. We went $2 in the money on Tesla. It's just too bad that we lost on GameStop because other than that, man, I mean, and I just tweeted this out. You know, you're going to lose 30, 40, 50 cents on this AMD trade, or we got out once it broke 80s there, so 25s out 80, so yeah, 50 cents. And then this happens, and now you're in the money $1.30. So let's just wait to see what happens on this move back in. We did talk about some of the problems that they were having at the NYSE, so looks like we're probably resolved now again. As we've halted and looks like we've reopened on Burke. Another report that I heard in my ear was CMG. This still looks halted, as you can see. Look at this. So CMG went down to $1,000 here on some kind of, it looks like J, which would be Edge A, some dark prints, Edge X. So yeah, so they're gonna halt that, trying to figure out why that just dumped $1,500 down to the downside. And again, glitch, as my kids say. Dad, the computer's glitching. Yeah. All right, we got that 1.5 gigabyte or whatever that 5 internet is. It ain't glitching anywhere. There it is right now. Nice move down. We are almost now $2 in the money, and here comes 166. So let's go ring that register as you go. And by the way, for anybody that has not yet checked it out, we talked a little bit about it, and I don't have it up because I have to go find it. But the Freedom and Wealth podcast has dropped, and again, we were really, really excited to bring this to you. The quality of the content is great. The quality of one host is absolutely great as well. Oh, look at this. We got another one here ready to go soon. But look at this right here. This is what we're talking about. Look at that. Great quality, great editing. Thanks, Fabian, Ramin, everybody that's working super hard on this. Thank you to Mark. Wow, here we go, man. Tesla, by the way, is $1 club right now. AMD right now is $1 club. If you like trading and day trading, I'm here for you. You want to talk a little bit about freedom and wealth? We're here for you. So we're all here. And I want to say thank you so much for all the comments. Like, I really just went through all of these when this thing was dropping. And I mean, this is exactly great approach, guys. Down to earth, honest, keep it real, learning lots. Yeah, I had a funny example about Tinder in there. Love the pod. Had to turn down some jobs in New York. Love the pod about safety nets. Love the talk about risk, trying to go outside of trading to get better. Love you. See you soon. Love you too. What podcast player is it on? Nothing. It's just on YouTube right now. Anyways, goes on and goes on and goes on. So here we go all the way to the downside, and we'll have to keep on watching to see where it goes. But thank you so much for supporting the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Episode 1 is in the books. Go check it out. If you listen to it in the chat, thank you so much. If not, go find it immediately, as we'll post those in the chat and all over the place, socials and whatnot. There it goes, man. There's AMD. Wow, what a day it would be without GME, but we have to trade the names that we traded, and it's a nice move to the downside right now for GME, and obviously there, Tesla. We destroyed it. Tesla, I can check, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be, it's P&L 1 here on the floor today, Tesla. So there it goes right now. It's a good trade. So far, so good. Let's see what happens.
So there's a couple of questions. What happened to SMR and all this stuff? Like there's a halt issue that's happening on the NYSE. This particular name, like obviously you have like down to like 13 cents worth of trade. Until something opens up, you got to wait around, just see where things settle ultimately. So SMR, $9. It's still in the halt. And if you look, the best resource, I think, when you're looking at halts, if anyone knows a better one, you know, it's you guys can tell me, but the NASDAQ trade halt page is generally speaking where I like to go for information. And one thing you're not going to see here for a lot of these is you're not going to see them posting the halts. So a lot of those erroneous halts are not posted in here. So allow the stock to maybe settle through the issues that they're having. But if you don't see it up here, I would just be patient and play it by ear. So obviously you have like the LPA from last week, DXYZ, we know that one goes crazy. I haven't checked that in a while. I'm sure it's pretty nasty. But there is still this thing, which is not halting. And obviously GameStop has not had a good day. But I think the best you can do, if you like the long on it, which I'm not going to pretend I didn't, you're going to be down because you like longs and it's going down. Simple as that. You take your levels. I tried 35. The next possible place where I would have, and I wasn't anticipating you'd be down at last week's top in front of $26. But that's where we're headed. So that's the only other spot. I think it makes some sense down here at 26. I was looking for a break back through 30. Guess what? Didn't break back through 30, so we're not long that name. As you're continuing to absolutely flush, 26 would be that next little level for me on GME as it starts to get a little bit nasty. Rivian just took out 11, so we'll get out of that one as well, as we are definitely flushing in this market. I wish I could tell you I had a couple more shorts in there. I am going to look at ARM just in case it does take that 128, but we are absolutely flushing this market. Been holding BlackBerry, which is obviously going to be my best stock because I was in it the entire way. But we knew we'd be sitting in this one on a meme day. We did the same thing last time. And the last time it was a meme Monday, BlackBerry was my best stock in the morning because I just sat in the short in that last time. So it worked. It's now worked twice. BlackBerry shouldn't even be with these stocks. It doesn't even have a short float anymore. It doesn't make sense. That's why we shorted.
All right, we'll try a little bit of GameStop down here as it's trying to bounce a little. Oops, that's still. Oh, by the way, AMD. The reason why we did like this, Neil was mentioning not having any shorts. I mean, we're now we are 250 in the money.
Well, that's wrong. I'm not long BlackBerry. What the
Okay.
heck?
We are right now. We'll just have to restart it. All right. So it's a nice move downside right here for AMD as there it goes, man. 165.50. I mean, let's go. Right now, $2 and change in the money on advanced micro devices as we flip the script up right there. We said about what kind of a day this would be if we just didn't have GME, but you got to trade the names that you have. And with that being said, we have Tesla right now. We have 10% left of Tesla. We reloaded it. We got so many, I mean, just 8 outs, 9 outs here, so that's why we have the 10% left. Looking at 179 break. So let's try it a little bit more down here at 179. We just let AMD crack, so let's put a bid now as it's trying to get back up. I mean, that's exactly, you're here to trade. I mean, this is, honestly, buy the 168s, flip it down. That's for me, a big change right there. We got railroaded on a Friday. We talked about that on the way up. We never flipped to long. We just kept going long. Well, look what happens. You want to talk about learning from mistakes? I mean, we were long AMD right here. Off the stick, long. Flipped it up. You got to have that ability. That's why longevity, we talk about that right around here. Just don't trade one style. Just don't trade your style. You got to also sometimes think about, hey, where in my style has been going wrong? And lately, that has been trying to average in and not believing in a certain move. Well, you don't do that with AMD. And I didn't do it either with GameStop. So right now we're $1 in the money, woohoo. I feel like we've been $1 in the money many times here. So there it goes again. Now officially $1 in the money on GameStop. But says Stone Cold. We will be stubborn with this one because this owes us much more than a 6-pack. So this is gonna go right up to the upside. By the way, I haven't had a beer in a minute. I gotta have one of those. I gotta go back to some sporting events. Nice move back up there to the upside here for GME. Tesla, look, man. No Tesla, no cry, because we're already in and out of this one. This is a big move for us. If it breaks 179, then we'll consider getting out. I'm trying to buy more down near the bottom here of TSLA, that bottom being 179. So if we can get into that level, we'll buy a little bit more, dump it through 179. But for now, let this drop in a little bit. We only have 10% left. It's AMD that is really, Neil, starting to crank. It's going lower, lower, lower. Now 250 in the money.
And guess what just followed it? Well, okay, maybe following it. NVIDIA was strong. NVIDIA's taking out the lows right now. I said if ARM gets underneath 128, It's now underneath that resistance level. 126 break is previous highs, so looking for the short there. I've got my order back in for the 30 break on GME because I'm only taking this on the way back up. I want to see a lower high, and I want to see it break out a top, and then I'll jump into it. What I don't want is what we were doing before, which was grabbing that long into 35 even. Forget that. Like, let it make a bottom and then just take it breaking out. If the momentum can carry it through into a halt, great. Then you can sort of rinse that one, hold through the halt, maybe take some out before it halts. Hold through to VWAP 35, I think will be a pretty key level as well. So we just got to be patient for it. At the end of the day, it's all about risk to reward, right? So like, you've got to try to keep things in the pocket. I was long on AMD. Obviously, it's not going to end up working out. I didn't have a short thesis on that stock, so I'm not really going to jump over to it. I think it's good if you grabbed it. If it can get back into that level, it's a level before. If it rejects it, then I'd look for a lower high, maybe play it in terms of that way. So GameStop, I think 30 break and GME is the most likely next trade for myself. At least that's what it's looking like. So I'm going to get over to that GameStop. I just don't want to miss the break. And once it's in, I'm immediately throwing like a 29.5 stop in. Like the second, I want that working pretty much right away. Like if it can't work right away, then I'm not going to be involved in it, holding it down to 28. I want to be getting in, getting out, ensuring that we have some kind of a stop level. Manuel saying Micron's pretty strong. I think that's fair. I see James Choi. I love this. AMD was long from 165. Exit 250. Everybody's time frame is different. I think if you like AMD in the absolute long term, then buying any of these prices is probably going to be good if you're holding at 250. That means you're essentially holding it forever, which I can respect. But GameStop about to break that $30 level, just got to $29.99 without breaking. So the second it prints over, I should be long. Maybe we get like 10s. You could get you get 5s, you get 10s, you get 15s. My stop's going in at 29.5. If it goes immediately into like $1 or $2 into this resistance at 32, I scalp some out. If it goes into an up halt at any point, I scalp some out as well. So we just got GameStop. Again, a little bit of a different way to get into position here, where I was waiting for it to make that bottom, break out that higher low, and then we take some in. My stop is at 29.5. If you're following along, so now I have my orders out there. We can go over to AMC. If you're following along, like a sympathy play, I mean, you could take 5, but I think you're late to that move. You would have already had to be in this one. So we're in a GameStop. This will be the first time we actually take a breakout trade on the stock, and we'll see if it's at least a little bit different. It's been an absolute dumpster fire to the downside since the open. Halt down into lower highs and lower lows. It bottomed at 28. I didn't think that was a level. I thought 26 would have been a better level. So we're trying to catch it on the upswing here. With that move up, what I'm going to do here is jump on over. We're not really doing anything on BlackBerry, but if we are going to break higher, I should get something out here. Just going to pop on the midpoint and see if I can't get some 287 halves, as that continues to absolutely do nothing. So I want to sit short as long as there's no monster breakouts and no halts up on GameStop. So Dell's trying to catch a bit of a bid. I hear people talking about Micron and Marvell as well. I would much rather be trading the chip names that we're more accustomed to. Micron I know is relatively strong in here, but I feel like it's going to be ARM that I'm going to be involved in. But sometimes on GameStop, every approach is going to be different. If this is the move on GME, all it will do is get me green on the stock if we get to 33. I'm ideally hoping for a halt up, but I did just ring the register at 31. I said I would ring the register on the way to 32 and then hold for, we like to say hold for the dream. I just mean you're holding for a bigger move at that point. Now, a bigger move can mean VWAP. A bigger move can mean into a halt. I'm anticipating if you get into VWAP or a halt, VWAP, then you're going to halt. And if it does halt, I want to hold. I want to have taken profit into it and then hold through the halt. So we just scalped the first dollar. I'm not moving my stop unless it breaks and holds above 31 even. If that does happen, then I move my stop back into break even for sure. Ciro's asking about SMCI. You're pretty on point on SMCI, but I rarely see you on it. The honest answer as to why I'm on point on SMCI, I've traded SMCI 3 times in my life, and 3 times I've taken the exact same setup, and it's gone 3 for 3. But it was a very specific setup on SMCI, which just doesn't happen every single day. Let me go to the 3-minute chart. What it basically is, and it's not set up here, is it tries to break out a previous top, fails that top, and then I short it under VWAP after the opening range is set. So no break of previous highs. I mean, clearly I could just make it up that, hey, well, if you shorted VWAP here, it would work. No, it was specific. It was like it tries to take out a previous high the day before, fails that at the open, and then usually about 10 to 10:30, I'm shorting it off of VWAP when it has that setup. And in 2 years, it's happened. I've seen it 3 times and traded it 3 times. So it's not really always about, oh, I trade this stock great, I'm 3 for 3 on it. No, I'm 3 for 3 doing a setup on SMCI, which just so happens to be working for me. That's all. But it's trend down like AMD. Actually, never mind. AMD's bouncing here, and it's not bouncing. So AMD's bouncing. It's not really bouncing at all. But it's GameStop that's back on my mind here, guys.
Look, we were at $1.123 in the money on GameStop. We're now $2 in the money, and let's see if it goes. We also cleaned out of all of our, well, we still have, again, we have 10% of AMD left. You know, our Tesla, we're waiting to get lower. But here we go. Let's go. It's GameStop. It's $31. It just touched out to there. So I should say we weren't $3 in the money. It went to 31.20s there. So we're long at 28.50. So not bad. I guess $3, $2.80 there as we're starting to go one more time here on GameStop. So let's see if it can, make this stock great again. If we can get something out in and around 33.50, I think that's probably the right play.
Speaking of which,
yeah, sure.
We haven't mentioned DJT, but it's been down since it's been under some pressure since the verdict, but what just happened here was a false break of 50. Clearly see the move down, but a false break of 50 at the open. I'd watch this one if it continues this like lower high with a rejection of 50. It is super thin, and there's no interest in it with the volume, which usually means it might just start coming back into earth. I haven't paid for locates. I have actually no idea what they're going to cost. But I do think that one should be in play with that false break at 50. I like when something false breaks, you trap some longs that might have taken that 50 level. Let's go over to Adara for the small cap recap.
Of course it is.
Quite a few small caps making some interesting moves today. Here is IWM, the Russell 2000, slightly positive in the day, just trying to hold on to this neutral territory here. Did have this nice decline throughout the day, though, for the IWM. We do have BPTH, Biopath here, up about 70+%. This was actually in the watch list this morning, trading higher after announcing some positive data for its phase 2 study for acute myeloid leukemia treatment. It also does have a short float of about 8%. We also have Structure Therapeutics here, GPCR. This is another short float name, over 10% short float, announcing some positive data for its obesity study. And last but not least here, we have Macrogenics. This one does not have a catalyst, MCGX, but this one is up to the upside of about 20%. They do a short float of about 14%. So short float move here for MCGX, guys.
Chat there, shout out, who was it? Oh, there it is. Matthew, what's up? What's up, Matthew, right here? Manta. Apple is doing exactly what you wrote on the Friday sticky note. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I try to play one way, right? I mean, there's Apple right there, 193 long, 191 dip buy. We also had the 168 level figured out there for AMD, Palantir. I mean, a lot of these names are still at the same level. And there's GME, 21 long. I mean, we posted that on our weekly note. We posted it right here on Friday, 21 long GME. I mean, there we go. Oh man, maybe that's why Roaring Kitty loaded up. Who knows? But there it is. Oh yeah, by the way, we had a great day golfing there with my guy on Saturday, and then over on Instagram as well. Here's a picture of me and my boy as we went down. 72 likes. Thank you so much for all of that. Golfing was really fun. So go over, check me out on Instagram at TraderTVSean, and here on Twitter as well. There's me and Brendan. Nice eyes, dude. My eyes aren't even that color, that much brown. But there it goes right there. Good editing, guys, as we go. And here's what it was this morning. Well, that trade of the week worked out pretty well. GameStop up 88%. Well, you're not going to see that up anymore as we go. There might be only one guy laughing all the way to the bank. There he is right there again. So huge moves, man. Congratulations to Roaring Kitty. He went long. Everyone jumped on board. That popped up huge. Now he probably sold. And once again there, we always look around. Who's the dumb money? put up your hand right here. So we'll wait to see if this can come back up to the upside right now. And then there goes CMG right now, waiting to see as it just resumed itself going. So now the NYSE is trying to figure itself out. We did have some downside prints in Burke. Oh, this still halted.
No, Burke A, it's still halted.
It's Burke A, but Burke B is the one that's fine, and Burke B is the one that we're worried about. This is the one that does the volume. So this was fine. Burke A is the one that got cranked. All right. Good day, man. I mean, let's go GME. Come on. You're just trying to break through. You got to break through this 50-period moving average. I mean, we could sit there and take a piece out at 31.50. If it gets there, I mean, obviously, it needs to get there if we're going to get out of this. So I think 33 is still what I'm looking for, man. 33, 33.50. Let's see if this one can moon. There goes Tesla again, guys. What world are we even living in right now? Tesla, cheers to you, Tesla, as it just keeps on going. What a day to trade one more time here today. Fun with GameStop. Huge trading on AMD and Tesla. It doesn't get any better than this, man. You could have just been buying these dips and boom, back up to the upside as the market goes. And then today is a great day to look at your 401ks because
Apple 1.5.
Oh, hell yeah.
Meta's strong
Apple
too.
is bumping right now. Meta's bumping.
Meta's a
mentioned Nvidia.
Well, Nvidia's okay. Like it's Meta, it's Apple. I actually don't know about Microsoft, so I'll double check that one because I feel like you're probably heavier. Most people are probably heavy in Microsoft because it's a bigger part of the portfolio, the S&P and the NASDAQ. It's not looking too great on Microsoft. So, look, if Microsoft starts holding VWAP, breaking this channel down, I think the overall market's going to look a heck of a lot better because it's still pretty divided, right? Like your NASDAQ, it's up half a point, but we've had a break, the highs, then we test the lows, and then we're right back in the middle. So I think you're in a bit of a holding pattern. I'm still in the meme names, but it's a re-entry into GameStop. If 30 holds, great. I have a 29.5 stop. I could have just scalped out again at that 31, but I'm looking for there to be a bottom and then a break back into VWAP in here. So the next order is going to be at the 32 level for sure. Look at NEO, we were told. See, this is why I didn't get involved in NEO. I liked Li Auto, but I did not like NEO whatsoever unless it was back into really like 480, not even $5. Like that's a support level up there, or it's got a breakout 6. Speaking of Li Auto, I guess we're not going to get $20 on Li Auto at the open. It's at 20.5. There was a dip buy opportunity. Clearly, I guess you could have had any price that you bought on the dip on Li Auto, but I wanted $20 specifically. So it's still got another $0.50 to head into the downside over there. Oh, we just jinxed Apple, maybe.
Yeah, so, I mean, just so everybody knows, here we have about like 75% of the traders behind us red, and I believe it's probably because of GameStop, right? And it's just been a tough trade today for sure because you've been trying to chase the long. So you had to be very, very specific down there at 28.50. So let's see what winds up happening now. Maybe we break above this $30 level and hold it like we're above it right now, but it's got to hold. Are we halted or something? GameStop, there's something wrong
with the
NYSE there's something wrong at the NYSE right now.
I'd be careful trading. Like a lot of NYSE stocks have been glitchy here, so you just got to be careful. I'm in a couple. They don't. BlackBerry is not printing, so it doesn't really matter. But GameStop, clearly the quote's not good.
Yeah. So right now, GME. Some of these names are going to be off. So I see it still trading though. It is still trading. It's just our quote. So it's
just a quote.
It's at $30.46 right now for GME. So here's an actual chart that's working out for us right now. Oops, that was just frozen when I brought it down. But here's GameStop. Yeah, for some reason now even my charts are like really super frozen here. So that doesn't make any sense. All right, let me move this back up. I don't know. My computer is like now at a standstill. Are we uploading or something? You're downloading something, Fabian? Okay. Well, right now my computer is kaput, so that's fun.
I'm not even seeing. Okay, maybe there's just not many prints happening. Like I just went over to a NASDAQ stock like ARM. We should be flying around here, but I'm not really seeing a heck of a lot of prints. It is what it is. I mean, I'm still in GameStop. I think execution should still be up. I mean, I was able to get a fill before. I've got a stop order protecting me underneath 29.5. So with any luck, that should be okay. Apple's trying to break a 195. Yeah, you got to watch out for your stop orders. Apple's trying to break a 195, but as I said, I kind of have ARM on my radar here as we just made another push higher, and ARM is failing underneath VWAP. So it's back underneath that 128. So I feel like the short opportunity is starting to come in here for ARM. When it was relatively strong, fine, but it's now making lower highs on this name. So one failed break through 127.5, and I will look for the short. I've been trimming BlackBerry. The longer we hold 30, the more I'm getting out of BlackBerry. And if it wicks VWAP again, I might jump back into the short, but not a heck of a lot happening. You had to get this one early or on those down halts on GME. That's where it was all about. Meta is now off to the races and pretty much gone. Now, if you're looking for key levels in here, I'd feel way better about dip buys. On the daily, 480 is the 50 period on the daily. It's not a place that I want to be chasing it. It's a lot of resistance up here at the 80 to 81. If anything, look, I mean, Meta long at 470. In hindsight being 2020, that looked like a good break, but I can't rewind time. I don't have, this is an open range, and I'm not James Brolin, so I can't really time travel. All we can do is make the next trade. And 480 to 481 is resistance on Meta. It gets up there, and I'm looking short. I had no thought that we're going to see that price today. But here we are, $3 away.
All right. All right. So we're just watching out for GameStop here. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. It is trading at $30.60. So we are in the money right now, $2 on, oh, there it is. So now you're starting to get some moving around here. All right, so let's go over to Adara as it is 10:30. Tesla and NASDAQ is fine. We just got another piece out.
Interesting story coming here in the world of Ethereum, seeing from a couple different places reporting here that apparently crypto exchanges have seen $3 billion worth of Ethereum exiting since the ETF approval. So that timeline they're giving is May 23rd to June 2nd. Also, apparently Bitcoin reserves are pretty low as well. So interesting look there. This could also, from what I'm seeing here, signal potential upcoming supply squeeze. So a squeeze for ETH could be on watch after receiving that ETF approval. So interesting story here from Cointelegraph. Bitcoin itself, you're trying to push back into that previous level of resistance that we've now seen come in a few times now, or in that $72,000 area. Right now, just knocking on the door of 70,000 at 69,700, up about 2%. Ethereum basically flat today, just above that 3,800 level. BNB strong, about 5%. The rest of these crypto names kind of mixed here. We do have some weakness in Solana, USDC, and Avalanche. Cardano up about 0.5%. Dogecoin up just under 1%. So very mixed performance for a lot of these crypto names as we head into the rest of the day, guys.
All right, GameStop still $30.70.
It's printing mid-70s right now. So
oh, good. Our thing is working. Okay, yeah. So the quotes won't be on. Yeah, it's working now. You can see the time and sales. So that's what you're looking at right now, $30.80. That's where GME is actually trading. So time and sales is right, but quotes are wrong. So just for everybody trading with us, the time and sales is right. The quotes are wrong. So right there, because I'm looking at it on eSignal, that is what it's trading at. Right there, now it's going. Let's go, man. Let's get that hot dog cannon out as GameStop is now printing 31.30s right now. Now that $3 in the money. We printing now, baby, on GameStop as it starts to go right back up to the upside. So let's go. Maybe we should put an offer where we thought 34 or so dollars on GME because we're starting to make a little bit of cash back here. 31.20s, 31.50s. Let's go GameStop. This is what we're talking about. It's starting to roar upside right now for GME. Great trade there. Bounced off of that 31.50 level. Hard to chart it, but it looks like it's starting to move around now on our charts. Just the quotes are what's off. So I'm going to have to adjust this hide, lock, cross stuff and see if we can get it all figured out.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you got to do. So we have the ability to like hide locked markets. Sometimes it works. Right now, I'm still seeing a bit of a cross on my book. So I'm going to get some out here in front of 32. So you can see on the chart that it's trading up here. There are some stuck orders. I'm just realizing because the stuck level 2, if you're trading at real trading, just be careful. You can set your stop orders to either look for prints on the time and sales or quotes on the level 2. If you got a stuck quote, you want to make sure that your stop order is triggering because of a print on the time and sales. At Real Trading, you can actually differentiate which one you want. So in a situation where your quote's not good, then you just go by the tick. In a situation the tick's not good, you can go by the quote. You can go back and forth. So you just want to make sure that that's what you're doing in here. That's what I love. It's for traders, by traders. For situations like this, we can still be all good. It doesn't seem to want to break 31.50. It's making another attempt now. If it fails it, I'm going to get back out underneath 31.50, but you're seeing it press through. Some bidders up here. Now it's starting to go. Gimme 75s. Okay, I just took some out there at 73 or something like that on GME, so it's continuing to go higher. Now my stop is going to be underneath 30. We'll go with break even. We waited for it to actually curl, make a higher low, then just take a breakout. Now I want to hold for VWAP or the dream. The dream would be an up halt that just goes even further than that. But like I said, unless it gets up to VWAP, then we go green on the stock at that point, just picking our spots.
All right, we are now reloaded one more time on, you can guess it, it's Tesla. So right now we're loaded back up on Tesla. We just get a 35 fill. And again, we're trying to make money, so we're putting on some shares here. There goes Tesla, nice move back up to the upside. We'll start taking it out now for 30, 40, 50 cents. It's been a big trade today for Tesla, needless to say. It's really worked out. AMD is now, guys, geez. You want to talk about trading. AMD is now $3 in the money to the downside. Tesla, I mean, this has been a darling of a trade right here for TSLA just to hit this long. I don't know where that even came from. And then we're long now $4 in the money, by the way, on GME as you're starting to go back up to the upside right now. So it's been we don't have to. Like I said, we don't show you anything other than our positions, but I mean, Tesla on triple reloads down there. It's been a good stock there today, needless to say. But we'll just get some more out here at 45s. We're not even, like the market right now is under the 50 period. It's under everything. We could easily break lower right now. That's just a 200 period moving average, which is coinciding with basically the pre-market high from 8 to 8:30, 7 to 8:30. Right there at 179. So we may try a little bit more down here just because it's worked. But if we break through 179, I don't think we're too interested, man. I mean, that's the 200 period right there. Nothing on, nothing here. We like the 180 break. And we've made a lot of money on it. I've already told you it's PL1, it's not close. That's Tesla, huge move to the upside there today. And again, watch out. Like the levels that I'm really looking at is 176, 174. So if those come into play, then that's, we don't need to be holding all the way down there. So we'll wait for that. And by the way, AMD is just $1, $2, $3 right now in the money on AMD. So here we go again, guys. Let's just see what happens with GameStop coming off that $32 area.
Yeah, but it's still trend up. Most of the printing is, like if you watch the tape, it's very, very green and very strong on GameStop. You would have seen me say, okay, I'm taking another leg out on BlackBerry. Right when GameStop was making that next break, we did, and guess what? Just continues to go lower. So we've been sitting in it all morning long. I'm up on the memes because of this stock obviously being short, but we're about to go green if we can break that 33 area on GameStop. But that's because we had to wait for it. The memes have not been what you've expected, with the exception of a few heading only to the downside. You just have to be able to take your pot shots. Make sure that your risk to reward is going to be in the pocket. So even if you have a bad morning or a couple of hits in there, it's relative to the amount that you're able to win. AMC, for what it's worth, it's still at $5 or in and around the $5 and doing absolutely nothing. And I want to get to Novavax here, because there's a difference between this squeeze name, I think, and some other ones. They did have positive news a couple of weeks ago. I think it was with Sanofi, at least a couple of weeks ago. It might have been a little bit longer than that, actually. From Sanofi, essentially getting a lifeline, not going to be going bankrupt. It might take out the top here on Novavax. It's trying to get through the 17 area. I much prefer dip buys at this time of day. So if it's going to hold VWAP, which it just did, might like some Novavax in here. So good look on anybody. Nav's just putting that one in the chat. I've seen a few people put Novavax. It's a NASDAQ stock, so I don't have to worry about any quote issues or anything like that that's been going on with the NYSE. The longer it holds VWAP, going to look for another dip buy, either 16 half bounce, VWAP bounce, and then hold into a high of the day break. I don't want to take the break. I want to take the dip. Let's go to Adara.
Here's the news on Novavax here. We do have staff from the US FDA, according to Reuters, saying that COVID vaccine makers should be looking to target some specific subvariants in their 2024 to 2025 campaign. So basically, FDA saying that there are some specific subvariants that COVID vaccine makers should be targeting. Looks like this is what NVAX is moving up on here, guys.
All right. Thank you, Idera. I just put a stop in there for $3. If it breaks through 164.60. So we'll take our $3 there. Like I said, in a trade that's just worked again for us. Tesla again down there at 179. I mean, look at this. Here we go. Wow. All right. Huge move up here for Tesla. Huge move up. Again, I'm just surprised because the market's not doing anything. So when you talk about percentage-wise, it's not a huge move. But I was not, like the fact that the market's all the way down here, where exactly is Tesla going to go and how much money are we going to make if this name just keeps on going? I mean, there it goes again. It's maddening, of course, that we had this GameStop in our blotter earlier, but GameStop, again, now starting to pull back in, just bounced off that $32 level one more time there for GME. So we could still put an offer there for GameStop upside, but you guys know what we're doing here. Tesla continues to make the moves right there, and then GameStop at $3, $4, $5 now in the money. So far, so good here. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with AMD, and the reason why I put this bid out here for AMD is we're $350 in the money. So not bad. Take some profit if we can. The second thing here is that, again, you got to reward yourself. You know, it's not, you could see, it's not easy to have $3, $4, $5 winners on board, regardless of the name, NVIDIA, anything, because when the P&L comes through, it's like, oh man, I got to get out. But you don't always have to do that. So I'm going to look right now, this 164, I really would like to hold it. We just got out there for $3, but let me tell you why. That 164 is why I put the stop. I mean, if we break lower than that, great. I mean, we're short all the way up here. So it's a huge move down in. We'll take that $3 and then we'll be like, thank you. That is the closing of that trade right there. It is AMD. And then now, here we go. Let's see if we get a huge move back up for Tesla. Despite us going right now 0 for 3, 0 for 4 on GME, we're going to hold the last little bit and see if it can go back to the upside. And here goes Tesla. You got to have big winners if you're going to have big losers. And that's what we're here for right now. Hopefully to get rid of those losers. But Tesla back through 180. Let's get something out at VWAP 180.50. Yes, sir. What a reload there for me on Tesla, honestly. Just happy to put that through. And there it goes. Upside, huge move. It's 10:40. We'll get to what's for lunch when I get it. But for now, over to Idera.
Looking at the sector board here, it's pretty clear that the NASDAQ is leading the market. We have Apple, Apple, NVIDIA, and some of these other chip names propelling this market to the upside here. NVIDIA and AMD both announcing some new chip-related news, so nice look for them. Boeing also pretty strong here, despite a price target decrease in the this technology sector. We do have as well tech services, some strength here as well. Health technology strong across the board. We do have the American Society of Clinical Oncology meeting going on right now, so nice look for a lot of these biotech names. In terms of weakness, there is quite a lot. Finance to the downside. Producer manufacturing pretty much right here across the board. Energy minerals very weak, notably Brent crude actually going below $80 a barrel for the first time since February, so that is something of note here. We also have some weakness in industrial services with Waste Management announcing they're going to acquire Stericycle, so this one to the downside as well. We also have some sectors like commercial services, retail trade, and consumer non-durables that are a bit more mixed, but there are some clear areas of strength and weakness on this board here, guys.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And this is the time where you want to make sure that if you're not observing the areas of strength and weakness, this is a good time to do so. Because once you've got to 1040 where we are, you should have a generally good idea of where your bread's being buttered, but what are the strong stocks. So like Novavax, we mentioned the news there with Idera. I'm looking for the dip down into the 16.5. Doesn't look like it's going to be VWAP just yet. I don't want the break. Looking for that dip buy. We keep seeing some questions here about Berkshire having issues at BRKA. There is an issue at the NYSE. So it's affecting not all stocks, but there are a bunch of names which have had like erroneous halts, and the trading has been inaccurate. Clearly, there's prices that are nonsensical. So just understand that there is almost no likelihood look, I'm not going to speak for what will happen here, but there's no one's getting printed at 185. Very unlikely on Berk A. Let's be real for a second. Anything that probably happened is likely going to get reversed. And when this gets settled, we'll let you guys know. There's a few stocks that have been affected by it. We're starting to get back into the pocket on GameStop. And again, there was a good point in the chat there. Someone just said, yeah, try to keep your winners big and your losers small if you can. The other thing you can try to do is just be with the trend. There's no question right off the open. Now, I made the one mistake I think I made today in GameStop, not trying the long top pre-market. I wish that was a short that was covering my long, getting out before it halted. But then on the reopen, I went for the dip buy at a level I liked instead of allowing it to show a bottom. Once it showed a bottom, getting a breakout of that bottom was a little bit easier than trying to catch a falling knife. If you catch a falling knife, you're going to get into a little bit of trouble. That SMR is another one, which is a stock that is down. Starting to see a little bit of weakness come into this market. Microsoft just broke VWAP. Apple is trying to press high. That's always been a strong one. I got the eyeballs on NVAX, which we still haven't gotten the bid, but ARM just failed underneath VWAP. So there's your push above VWAP. Okay, just got NVAX. I was in the bid. I'm like, why is it not filling me? It was a couple cents away. But I just got NVAX in front of that 50 level. But I'm going to short this next pop. Now that you've seen the fail on ARM over VWAP, it's breaking through that 126 level. If you wonder what 126 is, that is last week's high. So like Monday, last week, or Tuesday, I guess it would have been, it was holiday shortened week. So last week's top, 126 on ARM. Shorting back into VWAP off this one.
All right. I mean, my net is going higher and higher, but it's not showing it because it's stuck on this level too. But there goes GameStop again, just trying to bounce in and around $32. So that's going to be a level of a little bit of concern right there. We are still long GameStop as it's starting to go. You got to watch out for the bid. It's the ask that is all stuck. I could log out and back in.
My level one has both.
Yeah, the ask is right. I mean, the bid is right.
The quote you mean, yeah.
Yeah, the bid is
right. The level
right.
one's all screwed up.
Yeah. So the quote on the bid is right, but this is not right. So MEMX, BOSX. I feel like if I did log out and back in, it would probably fix itself out. But right now, there goes Tesla right now. Hey guys, it's another Dollar Club member right there for Tesla. So good little move back up to the upside right now, right into the 50-period moving average. And this is a monster trade. This is like, again, PL number one by 10x right now. So there goes Tesla. Monster move back up to the upside. So there it goes. I mean, this is why we stick to our guns. We like the trades that we post on here. We take them, and there it goes, right? You put the shares in, you put the risk on, and it is now paying off huge right now for Tesla, and we are pretty proud of that one. So again, congratulations anybody riding with me here on Tesla.
So you know what's been going on here. It's been a meme Monday. You're asking yourself, like, what has been happening and why? Look, it's pretty simple. Roaring Kitty posted the position on Tesla. Drops the, I got 116 milli. So strap it on in. Now, obviously, in the morning, this was up 70%. It actually tagged 90% to the upside. So this was the first post on Reddit in like 3 years for Roaring Kitty, and it was an update on the massive position that Keith Gill obviously has. I mean, whether it's Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill, whatever alias you want to give to him, deep, you know what value. But the story at the open and what we've seen here is the other direction. So yeah, you were gapped up on strength. You got the motivation that clearly he still believes in the position from a personal standpoint. I mean, he's putting his own money at work. But at the open, it was a bit of a sell the news event here, Sean, which is a little different from the first time. Like when we got that first tweet, it was a big push to the upside.
Yeah.
Today, it was the gap up, and it wasn't so much of a hold. But this is purely Reddit-driven. It's purely social media-driven. It's trying to catch a bid right now, but it seems like the volume and volatility is right back in here, thanks to our good friend Roaring Kitty, the Apes champion.
Here we go, man. We are long right now at 28.50 on GME, but we've taken a bunch of shots today, including the pre-market, but straight to the downside. Look, I still think this has some juice. We wrote it down last week, Friday, long GME. It's on the sticky note. It's on my weekly review. The trade for this current week was long GME. So if you came in today and you had that trade, you captured 100%. I mean, long 20, 22, 23, up to 44, but that fade has happened, and there's that big red candle right back into 28 bucks again. So we'll see if it can hold. I mean, that last little level there, 29, it is trying to go. We've had some issues at the NYSE this morning, but right now it's $30.80. We're long right down here at 20.50. Looks like GME wants to go, but remember, you had some nice volume here off the open, 78 million shares. This guy owns 5 million shares, plus 120,000 call options with a $20 strike. So in order to get out of that name, you're gonna have to sell. So if you're selling 5 million shares, I mean, some of these candles are only 1, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5 million. So watch out there. These candles only 1 million shares. So you're gonna have to get out to realize profit. And when the masses sell, we don't know what's going to happen with GME. But as you can see, your boy's holding the line, baby. We're long at 28.50. You don't see no outs up here. Let's see if GameStop can get going through $33. It's going to be a wild ride. You can join us every single day live here at Trader TV Live. Your boy will be here. Neil will be here. This is $30. It's GME. It's exciting. It's Trader TV Live. Hit it, like it, subscribe, all of that. That's what we do every single day. All right, let's keep going now. That is that, and this is this. Right now, Tesla comes all the way back up and hit the damn sirens. Like I said, this is a monster trade here today. Biggest P&L name through the roof. It is Tesla, and it is wild today. Bunch of great little locations there. Some NYSE stocks now back opening. Oh, it was Barrick Gold. That's what it was. I was like, what gold name? Barrick Gold went down to 25 cents there or something on a halt.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
yeah, obviously that's...
Yeah, like there it was right there, 50 cents, 23 cents. So now resumed. And the other thing I can just tell everybody is if you got these positions in your account somehow, I don't know what exactly triggered, what the kind of volume was, but they're going to get broken. So do not trade out of them or else you'll wind up the other way. So this is not something where it was like a fat finger and the SEC will be like, okay, someone screwed up, you got them. Stocks don't drop from $17 to 25
It's like the flash crash is the only time. And even then, a bunch of those got broken.
Yeah, so I would just like to tell you guys that not only we'll try to show you some banger trades, but give some advice to not get stuck in some of those.
I've seen it happen. I know there was a random stock that I was trading penny stocks way back in the day, and there was two of us that were trading a specific penny stock. We thought we'd get some, we knew the levels, so we thought we'd put some orders out in the pre-market and get filled. It basically printed through all of those and printed some ridiculous price. We're like, oh wow, that's a great fill. Let's get those bids. When we took those fills, I was like, there's something wrong with this. There's no way this should have printed. It's like a 50-cent stock. Why would it be printing like 10 or 11 cents? It was no news or nothing.
And eventually.
So I held for. I didn't get out of those shares. They ended up getting broken. The trader that covered those for like a monster win. It was like 12 cents, like 20 something or 30. The problem with that is when they break those 12s, that out at 24, 25, 30, those are now short positions because those end up being the real trades and the 11's broken, so it's like you were never even long. And that can happen. Now, thankfully, most people, now they actually resolve these things much faster. It used to take hours upon hours. Now they resolve them in a matter of minutes or half a day. Yep. So watch out for GLD. I didn't realize that was, gold there. I didn't realize that was one of the names. BRK for sure was one of them. There was another penny stock there as well. But just jumping back over to the market, I am in that Novavax trade, but guess what is still getting moked or destroyed is Dell. So we talked about Dell last week on earnings. All I wanted to see was a hold of the earnings bottom, and I was looking to dip buy the stock. Well, guess what? The good news is for a longer term play, you probably get a better price. B, if it doesn't hold the bottom, I don't have to look for a long. So I'm still waiting for this thing to make a low. That it holds more than a couple of days. It's getting pretty nasty for Dell, but fresh lows on this particular one. Novavax is the newest position that we got, buying a dip in here. It is a heavy short float, although I did not double check to see what it currently stands at. Still 32.5%. So really no change in the short float on Novavax. We're long back into the 16.5. I'm going to scalp into 17. If it breaks 17, I am not taking a break. I am holding through any break of the high of the day on Novavax. It's into some overhead resistance, so I'd rather hold into that. And then if it breaks, great. If it doesn't break, then I can just cover on the way back in. NVAX, It's got positive news. It's got a short float. It doesn't require someone just to tweet and then it goes up. It's actually really squeezing shorts right now. Let's go to Money Talks with Adair. It's already past 10:50.
Wow.
I need to pee.
The DXY continuing to find resistance here at that 105.10 level on the daily chart. We did, this is its third day in a row to the downside here, continuing to resist off that level. But let's see if it finds some support off that previous level of support and resistance that we're coming into around 104.20s. We did get some manufacturing PMI data today. S&P Global US manufacturing PMI higher than expected, 51.3 versus 50.9 expected. But our ISM manufacturing data all pretty much coming in below expectations. For manufacturing, ISM manufacturing PMI, we get 48.7 versus 49.8 expected. And for manufacturing prices for May, we get 57 versus 60 expected. Some other economic data on watch. We have the JOLTS job openings coming in tomorrow at 10 a.m. So those will definitely be worth watching, in addition to factory orders also at 10 a.m. So a lot of economic data as well throughout the week with S&P Services PMI final coming out. So stay tuned and see the rest of these numbers here, guys.
Thank you, Adair. Like, I cannot believe that. I can believe it because we did good. We did good by getting out of AMD. I'm not, we got out at 164.50 over here, and then it ripped to 165.50 or 165.30. So happy to get out of this. This was a monster trade there, and happy to be in it for sure. We did get out some more there right before this dump in, just trying to break through 50s. We got 65s out right there as Tesla came back in. And we're only giving this name to 179. So we'll buy some more down here, but we're not going to sit in this name that is Tesla right now. Well, we're going to sit into it. CRM trying to battle back today a little bit. It was higher, obviously up to 241. Huge move back up right there for CRM, but it is fading in right now. The bell of the ball will be Apple at some point for me today. Although I told you Tesla is through the roof right now, P&L wise. It's I want to put on just as many shares, if not more, of our boy here, Apple, especially if you come back into VWAP. So watch out for 193.90. And then a disappointment of the day, we don't have the lunch yet. So what is for lunch is whatever you're having, because I don't know what we're having. Right
I'm
now.
having this tangerine, apparently, if we don't... Well, no.
Yeah,
Whether we get the menu, the lunch
GameStop
comes
is
anyway.
probably going to halt down right now. GameStop is coming in.
So stops ran just fine for me. Quote issues, no quote issues. I had a 30 stop. We broke 30 long. We were able to get most of it out, but it never really broke that 32. So 31, 32. I don't. It's hard to tell if it's at a halt band because we have stuck quotes. I don't think it's there just yet. I'm not sure it fell enough, but I can tell you no issues with the stop back through 30 even. Like that was a pretty clean fill for me on GameStop. If it makes another break of the low, 26 is a level from not back in the day, but back in the day is kind of a weird way to look at it. No, but 26 would just be last week's top. So if a top turns into a bounce spot, that makes some sense. It was also a close in here on the 16th. It was support on the 13th. So if we don't regain this 30 and start holding it, I'm either getting back in at this level on higher lows or waiting for 26 even. So much like we waited for it to do this little rounded bottom and then higher low breakout, I would do the same thing here. That could just be like a 32 break. And then I jump into it on strength 32. There's still room to 35, put a 31.5 stop. So I'd rather be doing things that way than catching the falling sword. And AMC is still not really doing a heck of a lot, but trending into the downside as well. BlackBerry's kind of stopped moving.
I have good news. Quotes are fixed. So right there now, GameStop is now fixed. So
sure, I have a stuck quote. So
yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I mean, there was. It's very, very close right now. I mean, I don't. Like, it's printing the bid ask right now. It looks fine. But again, we hadn't seen it rip too much past these levels. So the quote issues were above this 30.50. So we could start to get stuck again. That is possible. But we did have a stuck 30.32. You can see right here. So we have stuck level 1s, but level 2 now working. So my P&L isn't ripping up or down yet right now. Shares of Pfizer, just talk here. Their CEO, I believe, now talking about how they've destroyed wealth of everybody and investing into them. But now Pfizer making a nice move back up to the upside right now. And let's see if it breaks a little bit on this one. That bottom of 26.20, $25, $26 has been great right there. But I mean, Pfizer's had a real rough couple years straight to the downside. So again, a blue chip name that probably needed to be bought up down there. Lots of different ways to do that. Of course, I like XLV, some of the healthcare, IBB, stuff like that, XBI. Biotech. So that's what we like right now. Tesla's still 70 cents in the money. Hey, we're still right here. Hey, Adair, how's it going? Right there. You brought me my water? Oh, for Sharif. Okay. All good. No, just playing around. Right there. All right, here we go. Now it goes back up through 180. Nice move right now. Back in. I mean, we're doing it again right now. Despite having this GameStop, some horrible GameStop trades today, it looks like we'll be right where we need to be, man. We'll be on the podium. We'll be green. It's a good day so far for us here. Just would like to have GameStop rip just a little bit more and not tank down. So there it is. Now breaking back down. So there's the stuck quotes again. So like we had mentioned, we weren't sure of it because of this is still where it stuck last time. Yeah. And it looks like MEMX. I think if I just hide that, it would be fine, but I want to have all the quotes for when we're opened up.
I have EdgeX and BATS issues too.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I think, look, at the end of the day, quotes are one thing, but execution's been fine. You can send your orders out there. Your chart still looks okay because your ticket's still looking good. So ultimately, you need to be able to see where the stock is trading and execute to be able to trade, and those two things are absolutely fine. So you've been okay. I have an alt order just to get the first out on Novavax here. We're going to take some. It just rejected 16.8, and then if we get up to 17, we're going to get a little more out, then we're going to hold through that break of the high of the day. We're just trying to be patient. But I jumped out of GameStop at that 30, looking for some kind of a higher low on strength. It could still do it here, and then your higher low could be a double bottom. But I'd like to see it go. Give me the rounded bottom. Show me a little bit of strength. I'd much rather just take the breakouts if that's what it's going to be on GME than these little dip buys, which have not really been working at all for me today. I got out of BlackBerry because I said, well, I was sitting in this. If we don't get a crazy move into the upside, what do I expect to happen? BlackBerry to get back to where it closed. Well, it closed at 279. It just tagged 279, so I'm out of the trade. It's that simple. So for me, it's always about risk to reward. Don't want to put any losers bigger than what your average or relative wins are going to be. At the worst, GameStop for me was about as much as I made on BlackBerry. We'll see if we get green on GameStop. I'm probably going to try another couple longs on this stock today. I've seen GameStop do this all morning before, where you kind of bamboozle everybody on the gap up, but if it catches a bid throughout lunch, if it manages to hold some higher lows, then you get one of those 11:30 or 12:30 or 1:30 ramps when everybody's given up on it. So if we catch one of those breakouts, it's likely to be something in the 32 range for now. We can always play it by ear a little bit later, but it's 11 o'clock.
Not going anywhere.
Nope.
Okay. What's up to Donnie Zimbabwe? Thank you for the super chat so much there. He wanted to talk about Meta. So there it is right there, Donnie. You have 475 shorts on Meta. What do I think about it? I mean, honestly, this is a play there that I wish I sort of maybe had saw it myself right there, 475. I mean, that's VWAP. It looks like we're trying to break lower. The market is sick with it today. And so, yeah, it does look like a decent move in there for Meta. So if you're going to have anything, I definitely think we like that one. Tesla is still that dollar in the money. Now that we handled our business right there, thank you to Donnie Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Donnie.
Yeah, thank you, Donnie. Let's go over now where we will have the midday show with both Sharif and Adara. As Big Patty Ice says, good luck to you all.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And as per usual, we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. But Adara, I made a boo-boo today because it is Monday and I don't have the stream loaded up.
Oh no.
I know, right? So I was kind of hoping you'd help me a little bit in that regard.
Yes.
Otherwise, I've already got it. Here we go. All right, we already have Big Kyle Burdett. We got John in the house. We got Ilya as well. Alex Enzo, Easy Trader, Mateus Lane, Jason Walcott. Ganja Fire. We got Scott H in there as well as Naps. Manesh is joining us today, as well as Solid Visuals. What's up to you, sir? Cass M also in the house. Thomas Ginsley and Market Sniper, Eduardo, Bristol. We got Chris, we got Derek, we got the OG Darwin also joining us in the house. And M. Mason says, Adara. That's all he said.
M. Mason. I'll repeat that. I'll echo that.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. I slept a lot, shocking probably no one. That was the one of the things I did this weekend. But yeah, I went on some walks. What else did I do?
There was some
got some stuff
jamming.
done. Pardon?
There was some jamming.
There was some jamming to music.
Yeah.
One of the guys from Brockhampton put out his solo album a couple months ago, so I just discovered that. I know you jammed to some music as well, but how was your weekend overall?
I did. I also jammed to music for like 8 hours in the car as well on my way to Ottawa, helping my cousin move. So we're not going to bore you with that. We'll wait a little bit later before we start getting into our personal stories. But right off the bell, guys, we're looking at these names right here. Let's bring in the daily movers. And these meme stocks have a way of affecting the overall small cap market because we've got a number of good small cap gappers all headed to the high side today. We got the likes of PW hanging out here at 93 some odd percent, coming off that 71 print that it printed on Friday up to $1.58 today. We got the likes of MBOT, triple digit territory on this one, 111%, and it has had a great bounce here off the volume weighted average price right at 1030. 235 high. Lots of other names to discuss. We GPCR also just printed day's highs, a skosh below 50, and AFMD. This one retracing a little bit below the volume weighted average price, but up a cool 56%. We'll talk about the market. We'll talk about everything else as well as these memes. AMC, GME, obviously you see them up on the left, the first and second charts on the day. We're going to keep eyes on these meme stocks as, Roaring Kitty making another appearance at Darius. Nice. It's actually a perfect segue for our lesson.
Yeah.
You and I agreed on Friday. There was no planning of this today. We said we're going to do shorted names. We're going to do highly shorted names as a lesson, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're like, it could be fun. Who knows?
Why
They've
not?
been running lately. And now they're like, you guys want to do a lesson about me? Cool. So yeah, there should be some exciting times to be had. That is for sure for this lesson.
Absolutely. So let's get right into it, baby. We are talking about the short squeeze all week, and we're going to talk about all the different types of trades that you can have using these heavily shorted names. But before we do, as we always do, let's just explain some of the basic concepts so that the newer traders out there can follow along and they also have the same fundamentals we do. So this lesson dives into early momentum chasing, but with a twist. It's going to target highly shorted names with the potential for, you guessed it, a short squeeze. So buckle up because this strategy is high risk, high reward. Let's get right to it. So some of the short squeeze fundamentals. Let's just talk about what these are and like how they operate. So imagine a stock where a significant portion of the shares, which is called the short interest, are held by investors who borrowed them, because that's how you short. You have to borrow the shares, betting the price will go down. And so the people who bet the price will go down are called short sellers. If the price unexpectedly surges against their position, short sellers end up scrambling to buy back the shares to return them, further fueling price increases. So that's the way they stop out, where you go long, a price dips below a certain level, you punch out, that's your stop. Shorts do the opposite. So the price goes up, they have to buy it back. So the extra buying between the people who actually want to buy the position versus the people who are getting stopped out, this is called a short squeeze. You have usually more momentum to the high side than you typically would have. And this is a great graphic visualizing and contextualizing a short squeeze here. So you have you have the majority of shorts probably above this line right here, this shaded out area, and then the price breaks above into that area, and then all of them start covering at this area as the price goes against them. And when they start covering, the price keeps going higher and higher and higher because they're buying as well as the other people who are interested in the name are buying. And that is really the mechanics behind the short squeeze. Okay? So we're talking about early momentum chasing here too. So it would have been perfect. It's like a perfect day for this lesson because GME and AMC, we're not going de novo, but they're definitely it's a new round of squeezing here because of Roaring Kitty on the weekend. So early momentum chasing in shorted stocks. Essentially what this is, early momentum chasers aim to identify highly shorted stocks experiencing an initial price increase. The hope is to jump in before the short squeeze intensifies, profiting as the price explodes due to forced buying by short sellers. So I saw a bunch of the traders back there today. Once they saw GME and AMC were running, they started looking for other names that are highly shorted. The solar names, Faraday Futures, Carvana. I don't know how many other shorted names. There's a whole bunch, and we saw so many last week that were running, the small cap gappers that were running with higher short floats. That's because once a few start squeezing, you start looking for the other heavily shorted names in anticipation that they may squeeze as well. So that is really kind of the move here, okay? The thrill of the short squeeze. So the potential reward can be phenomenal, no question about that. Capturing a short squeeze early can lead to massive returns as the stock price skyrockets. However, that's a big if. So the dark side of the squeeze is as follows. False alarms. Not all price increases in shorted stocks lead to short squeezes. The momentum might fizzle out, leaving early entrants holding the bag. Intense volatility also characterizes these names. Short squeezes are inherently volatile. Price swings can be wild, essentially making it challenging to predict the right entry and exit points. And then there's also a fair degree of psychological warfare in these names. The emotional fervor surrounding a potential short squeeze can absolutely cloud judgment. You'll recall the little segment from Godfather 1 when I talk about, Sonny having clouded judgment, and when his brother talks about him, Michael Corleone always talks like he was a good Don, but he was just too emotional. This is kind of the same thing here. Investors might buy in at inflated prices, fearing they'll miss out. So FOMO ends up being a real and ever-present danger in these names. So some strategies for the short squeeze chaser. Let's talk about that. So short interest monitoring, right? Track the short interest of potential stocks. You can create a watch list full of heavy shorted names and keep tabs on them on a daily basis. You could be updating them as the short interest in them changes, for example. So a high short interest combined with price increase is a potential recipe for a squeeze, no doubt about that. We should also have a good amount of monitoring of news and social media. You got to be savvy in that. Stay up to date on company news and social media chatter that might trigger a short squeeze. Positive developments or increased retail interest, investor interest are good signs. And then you use technical analysis with these heavily shorted names with caution. While technical indicators can help identify breakouts, over relying on them during a short squeeze can be problematic. These events can defy technical analysis due to their emotional nature, and the stop loss orders are, really kind of mandatory in this case. That's if you want to preserve your accounts. Set tight stop loss orders to limit potential losses, or scale down in position sizing, but just figure out how to manage risk. Okay, short squeezes can reverse course quickly, right? So early momentum chasing in shorted stocks can be exhilarating, guys, but remember, it's a high risk strategy. Always prioritize research and manage risk aggressively, and consider alternative investment strategies if this isn't your cup of tea, Adair.
Yeah, to quote someone here in the chat, Ike Anderson, Planet of the Apes. So the apes have been in full force. Kittens are roaring. It is definitely the time for this lesson. So shout out to Sharif for having some kind of psychic ability that allowed him, maybe the mustache has like psychic powers, being like, hey, time to get involved in this. But yeah, so shout out to Sharif there. Also, people asking about BRKA and what's happening there. So the NYSE was having some fun little technical difficulties, and I say fun a little bit sarcastically, as much as I can muster. Basically, there are some issues. I know Barrick Gold was another one impacted by this. Some of these NYSE stocks, some stocks, the NY stocks, were having some kind of glitches. So that is what's going on with BRKA and some of its NYSE friends. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with IG PIMA. All I know is what's going on with the NYSE, which they said apparently they're looking into. So that's what's happening there. let's see what, yeah, I mean, I have an AMD trade I can talk about, but I'm pretty proud of this. I got short here around 163.70, because I noticed I was like, hey, we have some chop and churn. I don't think it's going to be a super long trade, but I can try. So I think 70, where did I get involved in the start of this trade? I want to get the numbers right here. 75s, okay, perfect, 75s. So I went short. I got 50 pennies on this. Then I added to the position at around 70s, got another 20 pennies out of that. Then I still had the remaining half of my position, and then I lost about 15 pennies on that. So I'm up on the name. I was really just trying to risk very minimal, so I risked. The second we got above that 163.85, I said, and then AMD was like, thank goodness you got out, because I will continue to go up. If AMD keeps bouncing off that 163.80 level, I actually do find that to be kind of spicy, less so on the chart and more so what I was seeing on the book. So that's what I'll be keeping an eye on right now. I don't have many stocks on my radar, I'm going to be honest. I'm still kind of warming up my trading for the day, but I will take a look at the gap, because I know that Manuel Palma was mentioning this one earlier, and this one was already on my side chart from last week. That VWAP bounce was great, but you know what I see more? A range. I see a range. Look at this little bounce here. We come into 30/60s, and the gap's like, I don't like that gap. We're gonna go down. I'm like, okay, gap. I see you, I see you. It's on the NYSE, which makes me slightly nervous given some certain technical difficulties that are going on in the NYSE, but I do like this look. Thank you, Samson Comp, for the nice words there. But yeah, we're gonna take a look. Also, Meta could maybe be giving you a shoulder shrug with that head and shoulders pattern, potentially, bless you. But let's wait and find out. If we stay below 476, this could get a little bit interesting for me. But I see you are involved in a microbot.
I'm just about to put in a dip trade, Adara, because this one had a great bounce off the volume weighted average price right around 1030, making a new high through 235. It's been awfully strong. The volume's been there, and there's been buyers at this 205 level. I'm going to put a dip trade right around $2 to front run the volume weighted average price level at 194. So that's what I like there. I realize that it's kind of doing a bottoming tail candle into the mid, let's call it 203s is the low there. I think this candle goes down to 202. Yeah, between 202 and 203. So that's exactly what I'll do. I'm going to sit over here. Oh, by the way, guys, sorry to say again, I'm in the sim today. Apparently it has nothing to do with my exam. My ID expired, and so I have to send them a new ID. So another day in the sim, I do apologize, but that's kind of the way it is at the moment. So putting in my order for this one, I'm going to sit at 202s to defend that whole dollar level and see if I can get a dip off the volume weighted average price if it triggers in and around there. My line in the sand on this one is going to be obviously the break of VWAP on a closing basis, but if on a closing basis means I got to wait. But I won't wait if it dips below 181, because that's kind of the consolidation area low that we had before we broke up here at 1030. So MBOT looking for a dip trade. My hard out is the break of 180. On a closing basis, though, if a candle closes below the volume weighted average price, I'll cut that one too. So we'll see exactly what we get. GameStop is super interesting at this area over here because we have this double bottom at 27.89, 27.90. We're not that far away from it, but a buck from there right now. I don't know if this would be a good idea. I really haven't been watching GameStop on the day. I've had stuff to do this morning, but I was looking for a possible interesting double bounce or double bottom here off this high 27s area. So we'll see if that comes into play, maybe this 28 area. It looks like the better trade has been the 10-period rejection on the 5 here. As it came into the 10-period, rejected it, and curled right back down. So good look there for GameStop, Adara.
Yeah, I'm doing a thing on Paramount. And you might be like, Adara, what is going on? I might also be like this. This is really risky. This is not the way I normally trade. But I kind of have this idea. And the idea that it's more than an idea. I got involved, so we're committed now. We're sticking to it. But the plan here was, Paramount was already like, I don't care about your feelings. So if we get above these 77s decisively, I'm going to be getting out. I'm risking like 4 pennies because the plan was I didn't take like a huge amount of shares, but I took enough shares to kind of get you out of bed in the morning to kind of wake you up, give you that shot of espresso. The plan was to just kind of gradually scalp out of this. I did like these wicks to the upside. I was like, okay, we're getting weaker. We're going to continue rejecting the 90 MA. And I was like, okay, so we're going to gradually piece out, get everything out around this 69 area. And Paramount was like, yeah, cool idea. I do not care. I care not at all. I was like, okay, Paramount, I understand. I respect you. That's fine. So we're going to be getting out of this trade now. It is what it is. It was an attempt, and Paramount did not care because that's how the market goes sometimes. So yeah, we did lose a little bit of this. Still up on the day, though, albeit obviously not on Paramount. But yeah, didn't take too many shares, just took a few more because you want to be able to try different things, right? This is still going to be a scalp play, but I really did think Paramount would continue having these little stutter steps to the downside. And Paramount had other plans. So I had to get off that mountain and try to find some other ranges to climb. Pun very intended, as it often is with me.
Was it a redstone?
Ooh.
Redstone Mountain?
Yeah, Sherry is Carrie. Yeah, that worked better in my head. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna see if Paramount keeps sky dancing around that level. Okay, I'll stop now. Yeah. But that was pretty fun. Just some really specific Paramount puns. Thank you, Sherry, for joining me on that Paramount. But Tesla here, are we gonna bounce? Are we gonna bounce off 178? I don't know. I don't have a huge level of trade for this. It's more like if we bounce off 178, I'll be vaguely interested. I'll be more interested in this though if we reject off 179 because that was that little baby range we had earlier, and we know I do enjoy these ranges. I wish I had more ideas today, guys. I'm really just kind of seeing what happens. AMD, if you want to keep rejecting near that 164, that's where things get really spicy for me.
All right, long MBOT at this level. We got triggered at 202, stops in place through the break of 180. Profit taker is out there to wet my beak, possibly in front of 10. We'll have to see what comes. This did hold up quite well last time at VWAP, but that's not a hard and fast rule. It could hold up last time and absolutely tank this time. So we'll wait to see exactly what we get here. I'm looking for two different outs on a stop out. Either a hard stop below 180, so if the price action, even on a wicking basis, dips below 180, that'll stop me out for a 22 penny loser. Or if we get a closing print south of the volume-weighted average price, I don't want any of that as well. So we'll continue to see what we get here. Already 6 pennies out of the wall, right back into flat. Now let's look at some large caps because, well, we only looked at the small caps today, and I got to tell you, right offhand, Meta looks like a monster. So it was a bit of a tougher week last week for Meta. I mean, you can see here it's lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. The last few days of the week, so nice rebound today. We closed out on Friday right at that 467. We're already $10 above that today at the high, 477.5. HOD as we knock on the door of the whole dollar level again, 477 incoming. Interesting double bottom here near this kind of 474, 473.5. The first time around it wasn't a VWAP hold. Second time around it was. So interesting look. Look for a 477.5 decided break on a closing basis. That would be interesting there with that high just staring at me in the face. So Meta looking like the strongest of the bunch, over 2% in the clear right now. Microsoft continues to be a little bit weak. I know it recovered nicely on Friday afternoon there, but look at that big move down on Friday afternoon from the morning 418 all the way down into that 404 area. We've recovered most of it. We're kind of halfway in between right now on between the high and the low on Friday's price action. So 411.25 the low. It's making lower highs and lower lows though on the soft one. So we'll continue to watch that. Apple was awfully strong today, making another local high at that 195. But we did break above that level that we got into on the 28th. You'll recall in the in the pre-market there when the China news came out about China deliveries, Apple absolutely rocketed up in the pre and then sold off the entire day. But in that day on the pre-market, we only got to 194.80. Today, we got to 194.99, not by much, but we still break that high. And it's also during the actual market hours, not in the pre. So volume, not an issue there. Dancing with 194 at the moment. Let's see if this is able to break it. Tesla just bounced off the closing print. This has been an interesting level here for the Cybertruck. We got multiple bounces in the pre off this closing print at 178. That was Friday's close. And it's been once, twice, OB thrice. He'll be on in exactly 30 minutes to cover for me for 10 minutes. Obi-Wan Kenobi will grace you with his presence for a whole 10 minutes from 11:50 to 12. Yeah, exactly. Mini cameo. Thank you, dear. So this 178 area looks awfully good here on Tesla. And last but not least, Obviously, goggles, a bit of a tougher day today for goggles after starting off pretty strong there. We're at the open, making that 174.5 touch a last, 171 3/4 low of day, lower highs, lower lows at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting look there for all of those names. Very happy I didn't short Meta. Oh my goodness. You know what I did try to short that I am also about is Apple. I did try to take a bite out of the Apple, and Apple was like, why would you do this? We are continuing to the upside. I said, okay, Apple, I respect that. I did like this chop and churn. We had around 193.85s, watched it a little bit, said, okay, let's get involved. If we kind of break near that 194, I'll be getting out. And we did, and I said, okay, bye, Apple, I see ya. So I left. Tesla, though, looks like I should have been keeping my eye on Tesla because Tesla had that exact rejection I wanted. So that wasn't a great success on my part. But you know what I mean? It put me to the Tesla, so now I just need to try to do my best if this comes back again. I will stop with the Also, I love this message from Elon. I got a kick out of this. Hope you have a nice weekend, Adara and Sharif. Same to you. Boeing continues its secular uptrend, still sticking to 190 target despite delayed Starliner launch, and barring no toilets fall from the sky. Yeah, that would be obviously very good for Boeing. I know last week I was a little bit disheartened by the Boeing daily chart, but I mean, Boeing is actually interesting. Boeing had a little bit of a head and shoulders earlier today, right? We had that shoulder around 183 and change, another shoulder around 183 and change, head around this 184 area, waking up to 184.50. Let's take a look at this daily chart, because like I said, I have no, Boeing could definitely continue to push up here, and this daily chart is certainly a better look than it was last week when I saw it and was like, oh no, Boeing. Knowing. But yeah, I mean, right now I do think this looks better. I think it would be, of course, a better look if we broke above this 187, especially with that 187 being not only previous resistance, but also previous support in the daily chart. So yeah, hopefully it does get to that 190. Shout out to you, Elon. I definitely have less of a scared face to make about this Boeing daily chart now, because we did have nice move up over the last few days. But I want to take a look at Microsoft as well, because I know you mentioned Microsoft, Sharif, and that was one I also had my eyes on.
Okay.
A little bit. I don't have an idea for it yet, but it is one that I think it's worth to look at the chart, because what I see in my little short biased paradise, which again is something I'm trying to work on because I'm very cognizant of it, I don't know what it is. I find I don't trade as well when I'm long. I don't know why that is, but this Microsoft though, if we keep rejecting around this 412.40s, this could be a short for me. I like that we had this failed wick up into that previous area of support around that 412.70s. Don't dislike that. I am not the Microsoft whisperer, which the man to my right is there, Sharif. But yeah, this is a nice little look here on Microsoft. I don't have a trade on it yet, but that's something I want. And I mean, Tesla, if you're gonna nuzzle your little head up near that 179, don't mind if I do.
Wow.
Could be a look for me. Yeah,
Meta just absolutely skyrocketed there through that top that we were talking about there. As we were talking, it did it. A 477.5 was the top. It's now at 479. So I put a dip trade to defend this area over here at 477.5. I put it at 477.55. It's a key area of resistance initially. So if we come back down, I'd like to see if it wants to act as a level of support. But no guarantees there. Meta breaking through resistance level 2 on pivots. The strongest name by far, 2.5% in the clear. Second strongest, well, I shouldn't say this, it's the strongest name. NVIDIA is technically the strongest name, 3 1/3, but NVIDIA has put in its top quite a while ago, and its top up is about $11 from where it is here. So price action wise, Meta's at the highs, NVIDIA kind of midway. The other one that's continuing to be strong is AAPL, and a nice little move into 195. It comes off to the 50, bounces off the 50, or it could be just defending of these institutional prints that printed at 8 a.m. I don't have a read on Apple at these levels, to be quite honest with you. I didn't anticipate anything off the 50, nor did it really jive with the 50 earlier to kind of give me a heads up. All right, be cognizant of the 50 at these levels. So, well, we'll wait and see. Meta's really going here. 479 1/3. Meta's going to hit 480. Wow, Meta was at 468.24 not that long ago, and we're going to touch 480. So that's a good $12 move on the name. I saw some people in the chat also talking about Amazon. Amazon put in a higher low. So I do see some sort of bullish, trend changing here on Amazon. So the IB low takes us into that essentially 176. Now we're knocking the door of 178. This is what kind of got me interested. We broke the closing print here on Amazon. 176.50 initially, and then we held it on the second attempt to make a higher high. So there's a consolidation area top at that 177.25, and then we break through that decidedly. 177.25, we break that decidedly to break through VWAP and make another local high. So good look here for Amazon. I don't have trades on any of these at the moment, but well, looks like I may get stopped out of MBOT here because, well, it dipped in below the volume weighted average price, but it hasn't triggered me out yet. This one looks like it might be giving back some of the gains though. 89% in the clear here, MBOT. Let's have a look at that. Oh, there's this other one I forgot to mention, a bit pricier though, so you might be careful with this one. GPCR. So this one showed up on my scanner. It's only done 5 1/3 million shares. It's not a small cap gapper. It's about $2.5 billion. The short float on it, sorry, the float on is 106 million shares. And let's see what the short float is. Let's bring down trade ideas. GPCR. Larger short float, not huge, 9.82%, so around that 10% mark. And that's the thing, we're probably going to see a lot of these ones running as people look for the heavily shorted names to kind of go here or there.
Yeah, there's a couple names that I've been watching that are now kind of coming in to previous areas of chop and churn and having a bit of a rejection. One of them is AMD. Look at this. We get this little chop and churn here around just shy of 165. We pop into 165 and we reject. I'm not going to short AMD here. If anything, I'd be looking for a long, but as AMD continues to fall, maybe that's not going to be the play. I do think there's something here for AMD. I've had a decent read on this name today, so I want to keep an eye on that. Also, Apple, I'm now flat on. I'm very proud of this little scalp I did. I saw Apple reject at 194.40 and said, Dara, you want the smoke? Got involved at 194.33, said, hey, if we get to 194.40, cut it off, and then Apple immediately fell, so I scalped out. I scalped out 40% of it at 10 cents in the money, scalped with the rest, I think about like 15 cents in the money. So was this like the trade of the year? No. But it was just a good example of me trying to scalp, find things that work, get in, get out like a little ninja. So please just punch about that. That is for sure taking that bite out of the apple, but I'm still flat on the name because of this previous deeply questionable short. Also, I mean, like Tesla, if you want to reject at this level, you don't have to tell me twice. I was talking about you earlier. So Tesla here, this is, I think for me, this is the trade I really wanted, that rejection of that 179. I do not think I will be getting that move. But you know what, if we break above 179.10s, then that's going to have to be my line in the sand, to use a term that is used on the show quite frequently. But yeah, I think my line in the sand might get, you know, trampled on by some kids like making sandcastles or something. I don't know. That analogy was weird. But that's, oh yeah, okay. And then as I say that, Tesla pops. So I'm like, you know what, Tesla, if you want to be long, that's fine. Just let me know. Let me know. But how are you doing over here?
Good. Having a look at PFE, Manuel Palma bringing Pfizer to my attention. And so this is the daily here on Pfizer. So one thing we can make an observation about is now we've put in higher highs. That wasn't the case for essentially since this high over here, which was December of 2022. So well over a year, it's been sequentially lower highs and lower lows. That all changed on this double bottom that we put in at 25 bucks starting April of this month. And now we made a higher high. So crest, you can make these, you can identify these areas as crests over here. We're above both of these areas, okay? So the second thing to look for is, number one, we claimed the 50 as well. That was the first time we claimed the 50 on a closing basis and then came back to test it for over a year. So that peak that we put in, like I mentioned, December 2022, we had not broken and reclaimed the 50. That is until this candle over here on May 1st. You get well above the 50, you get into the 200, you come back, you test the 50, you hold it. This is interesting. This smells like the winds of change coming in on a name. And we know that they want to get into the GLP-1 business. We know that they had 2 studies canceled in 2023, and they're going to come back with a BID. BID means twice a day in Latin, oral medication. So it's not even going to be injection, which is some of the biggest complaints about these GLP-1s, is that they come in injectable form. So that Pfizer promising an oral version of that. I'm very interested in this name as a trade, as a swing trade. That 25 double bottom, the reclaiming of the 50 on the daily, and the holding of the 50, and now the approaching of the 200 at that $30 level. Pfizer, super interesting for me as a swing. Less interesting as a day trade, but definitely something I'm very interested in as a swing. As a day trade, here's the 5-minute look. You can tell the majority of the closing prints all above that 10 EMA on the 5. You are getting wicks south of that, so you have to account for that if you're going to trade off the 10. You can't have a stop just sitting there willy-nilly below the 10 because it's already shown you its propensity to break through that on a wicking basis, but to move up and close above it. So PFE, a good look, great month of May for Pfizer. Let's call a spade. This really started getting going here right at the beginning of May, and it's my favorite month. So, you know.
Oh yeah, that's true because it's your birthday month. But yeah, shout out to Sharif and the month of May. Also shout out to Pfizer because Pfizer did have quite the month. I remember I was in that short that one day, and then Josh Brown announces that he bought it on CNBC, and it goes up, and I'm like, but yeah, speaking of shorts, I'm short Microsoft. You need to take trades you have conviction in. I have so much conviction in this Microsoft short, it's not even funny. Maybe it is funny. I wanted to see what we did at 412.80s. We get to 412.80s, and like clockwork, Microsoft says, no, thank you, no. So it goes back down. I'm like, okay, Microsoft, keep doing that. Keep doing that. If you keep doing that, I might actually add to you at 412.80s. So that's the level I like. You might be like, Adara, why 412.80s? Kind of a random level, no? I like this little chop and turn area we had earlier. I also feel continuously emboldened by these little wicks we had into 413 that Microsoft is like, no. Continuing to the downside on. Don't know why I'm using this voice, but it is what it is. I do like this MSFT. I don't know why I said that like that. I do not enjoy these slightly higher lows, mind you, but I think to me, as Sharif says, you have to go in the balance of the evidence. For me, the balance of the evidence is we had this previous level that we have seen some rejection of. We have these topping tail candles pretty heavily at 413. I think to me right now, I feel overwhelmingly like this could be a short. We're also seeing a little bit of a pause here on the Qs. The Qs sitting pretty as well. So I'm like, if the Qs are going to keep sitting pretty and waiting for their opportunity with these topping tail candles, MSFT short might be the place to be. I have had some questionable shorts, some questionable managements of trades today with Tesla, because if I had been more patient in that, I actually would have been fine. So it is what it is. I know that the short bias is like kind of problematic, for lack of a better term, and something I want to work on because I want to be able to take other trades. But I mean, you have to stick with what works for you. I do find, for whatever reason, when I find shorts that work, I'm better able to execute those than the longs. I don't know why that is, but I think right now I'm going to try to focus, look at a few less names because I have been involved in more names than I necessarily would have liked to today. Just trying to take opportunities that I like. But Microsoft, if you want to keep dropping, you know who be plays his punch?
Who?
Me.
Oh, okay.
I would. So there we go. MSFT in the place to be. Yippee. We'll get out of this if we get to 25s. That'll be the goal here. I like 25 because that was kind of around where we had that top and turn earlier. And I want to make sure to take some profits because, like I said, I do think Microsoft overwhelmingly has that short case, but I do think there's some argument you could make about it potentially being a long here. So, like, I get that. I want to be cognizant of that, and that is why we have a little profit taker set up because it's always so fun when you turn around and you're like, oh, my position got filled. So that's a good time. What else is going on? Dell, some people mentioning here. So I know Gaurav was saying that Dell looks like a nice bounce opportunity. So let's take a look at that Dell. Oh, I got out of Microsoft. So, okay, yeah, Dell, I mean, whew, Dell like knocking, not even just knocking, pounding at the door of VWAP. Dell's like, let me in at VWAP. Like, look at this. This is the opposite of a Christmas tree retracement.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Look at that. It's like, it literally
it looks
is
like
an inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah.
We said that at the same time. Yeah. Jinx not going, no, I'm joking. But I do like this look here. We did have this 132, come back down here to 129, then come back up, pause at 132, push above view up. Hopefully you are involved in this name. Right now, Grav, if you are, shout out to you. Hope you are printing. It looks like you are if you got involved at a certain point. I know you mentioned, I believe, the daily chart as well. So let's take a look at Dell and see what's in the well here at Dell. Also, here's a really good example of these NYSE issues we're having. On the book, it looks like we're at 131.50s. On the chart, I'm seeing 133.60s. So it's about a $2 difference. So just be cognizant, especially if you are here at using P-Pro 8 here with real trading. There is something in the water in the NYSE. But yeah, this daily chart, I totally see what you mean. We're bouncing off this level of that 133.50s. That's not a bad look at all, Gaurav. Hope you print. So there you go. How are you doing? Also, I'm happy I got out of Microsoft because it bounced back and I bounced out. How are you doing over here?
I'm very close to getting stopped out of MBOT. It looks like it's finding support at that 180 area, that we earmarked, but if it doesn't, that's the end of the story because we're sitting at 178 for the Gonzino. So keep an eye on MBOT, but I want to point these out here. GME, AMC, both getting curls up, both into key areas, at least it looks like, of resistance on the intraday chart. So AMC rejected off the 20, which is the yellow line, solid yellow line on my chart. That was a double top over here at 10:30 and 10:35. We're right back there right now. Can't seem to close above it, let alone wick above it. So 20 period looks like a resistance on AMC for me. Now, I was about to say the same thing here on GME, but this time I was going to talk about the 10, not the 20, because we came back into the 10 here in the mid 10:30, 10:45-ish area, got into the 10, rejected, no closing prints above the 10, but here we go. Now we're wicking above the 10, but we haven't closed on this 5-minute candle, and we've got 3 more minutes. So I'm very interested here in possibly taking a short on GME. I am in the sim, so you know, definitely a little bit less honest. Let's call a spade. Shorting GME in the sim is not the same feeling as of shorting it in real life because, well, we all know why. If you were live in 2022, you know, or 2021, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So anyway. It's breaking above the 10 period right now. I want to see what it does with this 30.5. That's the 20 period. The deeper retracements on a trending stock tend to make it into the 20 period, then retrace if they are going to continue heading down. That has been my observations of these trending stocks, but it looks like GME is going to break above here, and it's knocking on the door of 30. GameStop trying to get its footing under it. As it tries to do that, I'll tell you about another small cap gapper that just showed up on my scanner. It goes by the ticker ALBT. Avalon Global Care, $10.5 million market cap, 20 million shares so far. The float, 4.8 million shares. Let me find out what the short float is, if any. ALBT. 1/4%, so negligible kind of. This one did a topping tail candle through $1, 106 HOD, it's below 1 now. There's a trade here, whether a long or a short, off 1. Let's see how this develops, whether it's able to claim 1 on a closing basis and then use it as a level of support or whether it rejects it entirely. ALBT kind of making moves here. Here comes GameStop into the 20. So GameStop just took $30 and now is coming into the 20 exponential on the 5. We'll see what it does here. AMC last time rejected off the 20 exponential. AMC is above the 20 exponential now though, baby. So are they getting a little bit of a pump here? What's going on with these memes? I know I'm just kind of maybe grasping at straws, but GameStop just squeezed nicely there through $30 and right into that 20 period. Shout out to the Katina man. He's long on that name. The Katina man is long at GameStop at this level, so make sure, if you don't already do it, you go on over to More Trader TV Live, our other simultaneous stream, and find out what the Katina man is trading, what the Neil is trading while we're dropping hotlines. Link in bio, Adara.
You know what other stream to watch as well is the Freedom and Wealth podcast. That first episode did come out, it came out on Saturday, and that was a great watch, really entertaining, talking about freedom and wealth and how to obtain both. Also, I accidentally closed up my chart scan because I keep doing that thing where I accidentally wave and everything goes down. But here's the Freedom and Wealth podcast, 735 subscribers. If you want to be one, and if you want to watch the new episode, definitely do that. Shout out to Freedom and shout out to Wealth. Unfortunately, I did accidentally close all my charts, so I'm going to have to quickly reopen those so I can talk about Apple because I'm happy with this.
I can take over for you.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll just quickly talk about this Apple trade before I go because that's actually up on the chart. I have half of this position out. If we stay below VWAP, I'll stay in this. I am aware this was kind of a dicier trade, but I was like, hey, I keep seeing this rejection around that 194.20s, risking to 194.30, Adara. What could it hurt? It did not hurt, which was nice. But we're going to get out the rest here, I think, around this 194s because I am noticing we're coming back up a little bit. bit here. Yeah, Apple. Okay, Apple, that's fine. You wanna keep going up? I'm okay with that. It's cool. No, I'm joking. We'll figure it out. Really just trying to scalp, work on playing ranges, playing areas I like. I was looking at too many stocks earlier, but now I've really honed in my focus on Apple, Microsoft, and to a lesser extent, AMD and Tesla. That being said, if Paramount, if you wanna, chop and turn back to that range, I'll be right there with you. How are you doing?
I'm all right. We got that defend at 180 here, so it didn't actually break 180. I'm talking about MBOT, and that was the level that we had our stop at. Actual hard stop through was sitting actually at 178. Here comes back into 191. We're long 197, so let's see if we can get a curl up through to kind of breaking my rule here. The truth, I don't trade these small cap gappers on a breakout strategy through VWAP, so this is definitely breaking my rule. And I don't do that often, but I guess I'm doing it today. So anyway, long MBOT, looking for a reclaim of 2 and then something in and around 210 or so. If it breaks 180 on a closing basis, that's going to be the end of my trade. This other one here. So GPCR is the one that I was telling you about earlier, 55% in the clear, a bit more of an expensive name here for a trending stock that's up 55 some odd dollars. It's not a small cap gapper either. It is a bigger company, GPCR, whereas it's about, what did I say it was? It was like $2.5 billion market cap, just came into the 10 on the 5, the 10 EMA on the 5, that $52 level. Interesting look for the dip here. Every single retracement subsequent to 940 has bounced off the 10 period on a closing basis. So this has been a very strong name. I don't even know what the reason, oh, here it is. Structure Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company reported top-line data from its phase 2A study of whatever this drug is. What do they do? Weight loss drug candidate. It looks like, is it GLP-1? Let's find out here. Obesity study demonstrated critically meaningful, substantial. Okay. It doesn't say if it's a GLP-1. No. Okay. Well, it is, as expected, GLP-1 RA drug class. Okay, so another GLP-1. We know what Lilly and Novo Nordisk have done. So good look here. Bouncing off the 10. It didn't even quite make it down into the 10. It made it down to the whole dollar around 52. And right back up it goes. GPCR awfully strong on the day. It's about time we loaded this bad boy up on the trading screen and gotten a dip trade off this 10. So let's take off Disney here. And the reason I had Disney on is because big Kyle Burdett was shorting this one off 104 today. And we happen to just go back and forth here. So I took an interesting little trade on it. Let's load up GPCR on the NQ. And I'm going to put in a dip trade for that $52 area there.
Yeah, I mean, this Apple, I'm really proud of. We went from making a questionable trade on this to being able to recover and make trades that made sense on Apple. Right now, though, Apple, if you go above 194.40, you and I are homies right now. I know I just talked to the stock there, but that's what I'm telling you. I'm saying, hey, Apple, if you are going to be below 194.40, then we can chill. That's great. We can have a great old time hanging out, just jumping around these ranges. But if you're going to break above that level, we're not besties anymore. Why am I talking to the stock? I don't know. It's a Monday. Good times. We're going to have some more coffee. And we're just going to look at these markets. Also, it's funny. As I said that, Sharif also grabbed his coffee. So I love that. Good times. Coffee pals. But yeah, Apple, to me, I still think this range may be intact. I think as long, like I said, if we stay below 194.40, I have absolutely zero qualms. I mean, I have the same amount of qualms you'll always have in a trade, mind you, but I don't have a huge amount of qualms about shorting this. I think I should have been faster on this because I've noticed the second we get that rejection with Apple, we reject everything. Apple has been, as Sherry was mentioning, the dead one who? Dead one what? Zombie, huh? Like, Apple is coming back to life. Apple got a jolt of electricity. So nice look there for AAPL. If it wants to be a day trading stock, I will trade it like it is one. So there we go. But I think this Microsoft actually might be, oh, never mind. I got into Apple. So there we are. We're in Apple now. Good times. I want to clarify again, this wasn't like a trade I didn't want to be in. I just didn't think I'd get my level. So that was what the issue was. Microsoft, oh, that's not Microsoft. I put a 5 in there for some reason in that. MS to the F to the T in the place to be. This, to me.
That looks freaking amazing.
That's an amazing short. I'm going to take this again. Thank you, Sharif, for that.
I happen to love that level.
This is the type of.
And do you know that's off pivots too? Those exact, like, look at this. I'm going to put it on here just so that you can see exact. Like literally off.
Oh, that's
it is the
beautiful.
middle ground there on your trade. So I love
Yeah.
that trade, by the way.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get involved if I can because it's not letting me in right now, so it's a little sad. But there we go. Hopefully we can get in. I'd take a smaller position just because I was also involved in the Apple there. So 2 shorts. Shout out to the rapper Too Short, because that was actually an accidental shout out there. But here we go. There we go. Come on, Apple. Come on, Apple. Do your thing, 21. I don't know why I'm yelling at like I'm a dad at the side of, a children's soccer game or something. But here we are. We're going to be getting the rest out here around view up. I am indeed pleased as punch. It's about having confidence, or Sean-fidence, if you will, although I'm not Sean, so but I think that having that conviction is the biggest thing, and I love the Sean-fidence button. One thing that Sean said a while ago on his Twitter that I always quote and I always come back to, and I have on my little notes to myself, my version of a trading journal, because I think it's super key, is in order to make money, you must attempt ideas.
Okay.
And so that was something that Sean said that I think is really, really stuck with me. And I always, because I think if you, well, having the ideas is one thing. Committing to them is quite another. Out of Apple again. Microsoft working out here. I am pleased as punch. Microsoft, if you want to break below 412s, I'll feel a heck of a lot better. But right now, I have no reason to leave this trade. And thank you, Sharif, for helping instill that further confidence by showing me those pivot points. Microsoft, keep going down.
Down.
How are you doing?
Fantastic over here. Long meta at this level. We're looking for a defend of this 477.5. So let's go ahead and put a little beak wetter at the low 80s to take a 30 penny move here on meta. Oh, there we go. We got filled. Let's see if we can wet our beak at the whole dollar at 478. 450 penny winner, and there it is. We take that one as well. This was super simple, not simple trade, but the idea was super simple. This is an obvious crest, an obvious level of resistance. I was sitting here for a while, and the spread was such that I didn't get filled. So finally, I do get filled on this level, and we're nicely in the money over here, but we can't overstay our welcome too long on the monster meta. So be looking for some more profit takers, maybe on the other side of 478. I'll put it at the $0.25 level. If we can get some continuation through there, that would just be aces. So keeping my eye on that. The trade that really isn't kind of going my way, I got to tell you the truth, is MBOT. We're about 6 or 7 pennies out of the money on this one, as it really is below VWAP, and this is breaking my rule. Let's call a spade a spade. I don't often do it, but hey, I did it this time. Anyway, GPCR set up a dip trade for 52, and then look how it was wicking in. The spread is a little wider on this one, about 18 pennies right now. Oh yeah, my mistake there. And then move right back into that $55 area. So we'll see if we can get that 52 dip, and then we'll pop right back up. We'll have to wait and see there. But I'm going to throw it to you, Adair, because Obi's going to come on.
Yes, we do have Obi making a guest appearance. Also, this Microsoft, I'm proud of this. This was a Scalp Nation, Scalp Central, whatever. Shout out to the Sopranos. I'm trying to be Edie Scalpa over here. Shout out as well to Edie Falco. But basically why I did this was I like this short. We were below the 90 MA, and it also turns out pivots. So shout out to Sharif for telling me about that. But I like this 90 MA rejection. I was like, cool, cool, cool. Took that, realized we were bouncing a bit, said, Adair, if you can get 412s, be happy with that. Took 20 pennies. This would have been better had I had more shares, but I was also in that Apple trade, which I was pretty proud of as well. Took about 30 pennies with the remainder of that position. This, I'll continue taking shorts off that 194.40 level if that continues to scream at me like it might be a level. Tesla as well, this 179 has been spicy, but I've had way less of a focus on that than I have with Microsoft and Apple. I feel like the execution for myself with Microsoft and Apple has been way stronger. Apple went from my weakest name of the day to the strongest name of the day right now. Again, who knows if it'll stay like that, but it's really just about having conviction, taking trades you like. I mean, Microsoft, though, if you want to bounce off the 90 EMA now, like, hey, I'll take you long. I have no problem with switching the style up. And if they hate, let them hate. And watch the money pile up. So we're gonna have to see if that works out. Let's see what happens here. Monty G says, Obi, with lots of exclamation points. So someone is excited for our special guest. Obi, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I am good, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Living life. What
How's
have you
it
been
going,
looking
everyone?
at? Pardon?
I have been watching GME.
That's fair.
It is definitely the one to watch today. I think off of the open, some of the stuff in the pre-market as well. We saw that Roaring Kitty kind of posted his P&L update on Reddit over the weekend, and that definitely brought some volume in with the 4 a.m. candle on GME. That was very interesting, and yeah, a pleasant surprise to kind of wake up to. But yeah, it's kind of faded off of the open, and it's starting to consolidate right now. But yeah, what have you been trading?
I mean, I've just been doing some scalps in Microsoft and Apple. That's really kind of been, I've had some other trades, but those to me, like these are the ones that I've kind of feel like the most I've been on my vibe with. So I had this Microsoft. I'm gonna have to get out of this because I was trying to switch to the long and this was not the vibe. I should have stayed short. But yes, perfect. I'm sorry, give me 2 seconds there. Yeah. Now, though, we are going to be taking a moment to thank our lovely sponsors here at American Airs. So American Airs, we are brought to you by American Airs, which is trading in the USA under the symbol AAIRF, in Canada under the symbol WIFI. The company did just announce a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today. OTCQB, AAIRF, CSE, WIFI. Thank you so much to American Airs for sponsoring us today. But yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, American Airs. Yeah, the big thing I've been looking at, I just kind of stumbled out of this Microsoft because I'm going to be honest, kind of panic sold a bit because I was like, oh, do the ad read. Yeah, this would have been a fine trade. I think Microsoft is flipping, so if we keep seeing that bounce, I'll keep getting in here. And then the other main trade I had was just shorting Apple off the 194.
Nice. Yeah, no, we saw that crazy move. Oh, it seems like Sharif may had an order. Out, so it seems like he got filled. I don't know, like I'm not touching his positions here, but he was long. Nice, he got the bottom long right there. I guess I can't touch his mouse here, but I'm not going to take any fills on his account. He'll be back in a few minutes, but yeah, no, that's pretty solid there. He took the long off of the consolidation low, and then pushing. Yeah, you're doing pretty much better.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Well, I was not expecting. Thanks, guys. I love these guys.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, you can. All right, cool.
It's your thing.
So it's been a long time coming. Thanks, guys. I was not expecting that at all. Sharif was just like, oh, I just need 10 minutes. I thought it was like for a phone call or something. But yeah, no, thank you. I did graduate the program as of last Friday. But yeah, it was a long time coming, as you guys know. Almost 2 years here on the floor. I would like to thank everybody for just supporting me on the way. You guys know this it's a great show. It's a great team. It's a great floor as well. We got some solid mentors and managers as well, as you guys know, the big dogs. But yeah, no, it was steady. It was a work in progress. And Sean.
All right, Obi. First of all, congratulations, my guy.
Thank you.
Everybody remembers Obi. A couple months ago, you were crowned the next one. Now we have to find somebody else. Obi has done the work. He's put in the work. And this is what happens when you're dedicated as a trader, smart individual, take risks. I mean, this guy's put in a lot of work sitting in my spot, Sharif's spot, Adair's spot, Neil's spot, and everybody. So, from everybody here at Trader TV Live, I want to thank you, Obi, for your consistent covering for us, your consistent knowledge that you bring to the show. And again, congratulations on the graduation. Hopefully, big things to come for the Padawan. That is Obi. Thank you, Obi.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, this is again. What's the next trade is the question, right? This is just the beginning, potentially beginning of a new chapter. And at the end of the day, it's just going to be a steady kind of journey. Again, we talk about, I remember being on the show the first time, I was like, yeah, trading is definitely a journey, and what a journey it has been. Definitely, look at the boys taking those putts. Yeah, the classic putting mat. It was so funny. Right before the trade, I took a couple of putts and I got like two hole-in-ones, I guess. And I was like, all right, that's the mental I'm going to take to it. But yeah, no, thank you to Sean, thank you to Neil, thank you to Brankles, thank you to Wayne, thank you to Greg as well. I know he's not here anymore, but definitely a lot of wisdom and knowledge that's being dropped. Thank you to Brendo, thank you to Sharif and Adara as well. Again, great environment to be in. But yeah, I don't have much else to say, but. Yes, of course. Yeah, Max sits right beside me. I am very thankful. Yeah, Sharif's like, what about Max? I'm like, yeah, of course, Max. Again, I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful to kind of sit beside another mentor of mine, which is Max, and kind of learning from him as well. Definitely along the way did help quite a bit. And yeah, there's Sharif on his phone. And yeah, thank you guys as well, kind of joining along in the journey over the past almost 2 years, I think. It will be 2 years on the floor in August, so just a couple months shy off of that. But yeah, this is just the beginning. This isn't even my final form. So let's move on to the next trade. And with that, I will pass it back to Sharif. Have a great midday, guys.
Yes, if I may leave you with a pun, though, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, it wasn't a great one.
That was a great one.
Congrats to you. Congrats, though, seriously. Congrats to Obi. Thank you so much, everybody, as well, for celebrating. We have a couple super chats for you as well. Vince bought with a $4.20 super chat. Congrats, Obi. Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Ha! Congrats, Obi. My dude, you're next, Dara. Thank you, Willis Addison. And last but not least, Kyle Burdett, $10 super chat from Big Kyle Burdett. Yeah, you can read this one if you want.
This sure. It's saying, great job. Very happy to have been able to watch you come on the show and grow and help us all to get better. Yeah, for sure, man. It's definitely been great, and I'm glad that you guys have been here. Hopefully, you guys are learning a lot from all the hosts. And you know that Neil and Sean definitely put on some solid trades for you guys to learn off of, and I definitely. Was honored to sit beside both those individuals and kind of learn some of the ways there. So yeah, I am very grateful. But yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Obi, for coming on there. I've learned so much from Obi as well here. So I mean, just spreading all that knowledge. It's been so great to kind of see people grow alongside each other. There's so many great people on this floor. It's always a great opportunity. I learned from everyone back here. So I think it's great that we were able to have that opportunity to see all the guys in the back come and support Obi. Congrats on that graduation there. What a time to be alive. And also, I do love Sharif just casually trolling in the background. What about Max? Because that's what we do here. We're always in character at all times. Sharif just stuck his tongue out. I enjoyed it. Tony Zimbabwe, $9 or $10 super chat. Congrats, Obi. So this was, so many people congratulating Obi there. We're going to give him another round of applause because that was a fantastic time. Obi! And we're so happy to be able to have him on the show. Also, we were getting so in character there that for a second I forgot about the whole surprise. And I was just chatting with Obi about stocks. And he was like, oh, should I get out of Sharif's position on this meta?
Well, hey, we're back in the money, Adara, so that's all right there, right? Because, he was trying to be a good person. We're out of the money. He's trying to take care of my position. The one that can always doing the absolute most in a good way.
Oh, yeah.
And by that, I mean, like, he stays late, he comes early, he does all what needs to be done to put in the hard work, so shout out to him. So I put another beak wetter there on Meta, but it's gonna have to hold this 10 period on the 5 in a closing basis, and there's about 30 seconds left on this candle here. Let me just double check that. No, 10 seconds left on this candle, so if it can hold above the 10 period, then I won't be forced out of this position. We're long 55s, it's printing 72s. We got as high as 25s on that, so it's 75 penny winner, but if it breaks down below the 10, that's the end of this trade, and it has to hold above this crest right here. That was the reason I had a dip trade here to defend that level. Doesn't defend, then the end of the trade is near. Let's keep an eye on MBOT as well. That one is annoying me to no end because it you know, it's really, I'm in this trade against my rules. I don't go long these small cap gappers on a breakout strategy south of the volume weighted average price, and that's exactly where this one is. Alas, it hasn't triggered my out because my out has been below 180, waiting at 178, and it hasn't printed that. So that may be forthcoming, but hasn't come quite yet. Now, a couple of the other trades that we talked about here, we were yelling up a storm when GME broke through the 10 and got into the 20 on the 5. And look where, lo and behold, it found resistance again on the 20 in the same way that AMC had done the exact same thing and is doing the exact same thing. AMC can't really break above this 20-period moving average, and now we're putting in lower highs here. So it could be another round to top for the heavily shorted names after a nice move up there in the pre. But sadly, continuity on this one, a little bit tougher on the day. So we'll continue to watch, see what we get.
Yeah, for a second, I'm not going to lie. When you said I was in this trade against my rules, you're going to say I was in this trade against my will. And I was like, are we good? I had so many questions.
Who's there?
Yeah, I was like,
who's forcing you in this trade?
Who's possessing you, Sharif? But yeah, good times. Also, this Microsoft, I am really proud of this. I just keep taking like 20-cent scalps here, risking up into 40s, getting out at 412.20. So I'm going to keep doing that. Tried a long scalp here that actually would have worked, but then I was like, oh, I see the ad rate. I can't leave Microsoft alone for 2 seconds. I don't know what that voice was. I sound like a gremlin, but I think I felt like a gremlin with that little trade because that was not the vibe. So we're going to have to say no to that Microsoft long. Just keep taking these short pops every time we get to that 9 EMA, which just also happens to be pivots. And I mean, we love pivots over here. And it's funny too, sometimes I'll see a level and I'll be like, oh, I like this level. And then Sharif's like, did you know that's a pivot? And I'm like, no, I didn't, but I like it even more. Because you know what we love? Shout out to the man who was just sitting in that chair, confluence. We love seeing that confluence. We love seeing when multiple things, bless you, come together on a chart. And so I think that's always great. Also, Microsoft is laughing at me for getting out of that short too early. It's like, dropped another 40 pennies. I mean, I'm just pleased as punch we took that profit. On to the next trade, or where's the next trade, as Obi says. And that's something we definitely want to aspire to. And again, congrats to him. Also, bless you over there. AMD, I just typed AM, so that's a moment. Now I typed AMDA, so Dara, if you could just get the ticker right, this would be really fun. AMD, look at this. Coming back to that low of the day. I don't want to get involved in this. This is really not my type of trade. I should have probably waited for that 164 rejection, or not waited, but that would have been more of the trade for me. We're gonna have to wait and see what we do here. AMD presenting you with some opportunities. We kind of keep rejecting at these previous levels. Support and resistance, so let's see what happens. Everyone asking you about BRKA. There are some issues with certain NYSE stocks. They're having some glitches, they're looking into it. That's what happened with BRKA. It did have a little bit of a glitch. So there we go on that. What else is going on here? Tesla. Apparently, some people want to take a look at Tesla here. Show to Comp SRX. Yeah, I mean, Tesla having that little bit of a rejection here just below that 180, which is that previous area, had a little bit of support. Continuing to fall to the downside. Tesla trying to be at the lows of days down, as Sharif said. But how goes that matter?
Killer. Yeah, killer. Stopped out. Nice. For break even on the first part, right back in at the 20 period at 476.50, and we just took like 30, almost $1 there, 75 pennies on that. We got bottom wick at 476.59 or 62s. Okay, my bad, 62s, and then right above we go, almost $1 in the money on this, super quick here on META, and this is the candle that it put right at the 20. So. I mean, it held up beautifully at the 20 earlier, and it's doing the same thing right here. The deeper retracements come into the 20. The more shallow retracements on a trending stock come into the 10. I'm going to keep saying that over and over until I'm wrong. And right now, I'm not wrong. So happy with this trade. Let's see if we can continue to go up on this one. Where are we at right now? So now we're $1 in the money on this meta trade. We are in the sim, guys. I want to make that very clear. I'm not live today. Something is afoot with my ID, and it needs to be updated before I'm allowed live privileges again. Apparently, it has nothing to do with the exam. It is my ID. So we shall fix said ID, hopefully today. Anyway. Beak wetter, another beak wetter set up at 69s. We're printing 42s right now, so let's see if we can get a nice dip and pop off that 20 EMA on the 5-minute and maybe touch that 480 that we've been accumulating for. I'm talking about META here, bunch of topping tail candles at around 1120 to 1135 or so, even after that. Topping tails into that general vicinity of 480. Couldn't break through that. 479 and 3/4 though, actually below 2/3 as well, 479.60 HOD on META. Let's go back and have a look at MBOT. We're still not stopped out. Believe it or not, this thing won't break 178, but it's not doing anything that's profitable for me because I'm long 197 and we're 13 pennies out of the money because we're printing 184s. But, you know, in the way that this one was dancing with the volume weighted average price earlier, now it's dancing with it on the other side, the south side of the volume weighted average price. And that is not good for a breakout trade in my humble estimation. So I will continue to hope, and that's all I got here because the technicals don't side with me. I will hope that this one pops back above the 20 period. This is against my rules, and this is why I don't do things against my rules. Let's look at GPCR. Because that one is a beauty, but alas, we went unfilled over here. GPCR, great trade today, 61%, 61.5%. As I talk about it, we did get really close to getting filled at 52, but it didn't end up coming in. The whole point of this 52 dip was to take a 10 period retracement, but it didn't fill, and so that's no longer valid for me.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, that took me a
Yeah,
second
sorry
there.
about that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, isn't it so frustrating when it's like you can't leave the position, but you also don't want to stay because it's doing nothing like that?
People.
Oh, is that the mustache comments?
Yes, I did actually take a new picture for my ID, and it is with the stash. So it will be a full ID with the stash. That's how much I'm committed to the stash.
Yeah, so I have a question.
Okay.
You said last week the stash was, quote, in its infancy.
It is.
What is your plan for the stash going forward?
I don't know. It's kind of like a work in progress. We're going to see. I have never grown the stash, so I don't know what to expect. Well, I had it with my beard, but I would always trim it to like a level 4 so it wouldn't go haywire, right?
Level 4.
Not like you know what that is. But anyway, I'd trim it so that it wouldn't be like up in my face and stuff. The focus was supposed to be on the beard. Now the focus is going to be on the stash, right?
So you're like fully like having like a whole like landscape going on with this mustache. Like this is like, you know, like what the gardeners or whatever, like that's what's happening here. Like it has like a whole focal point.
I'd like to pretend I'm a little bit better than the grass that I step on every day.
I'm
but,
sorry.
you know, if you want to analogize it in that.
I meant more like,
you know
like,
I'm kidding, right? Don't think that I'm serious.
I'm not like
right?
that.
Like, you know, I'm kidding. You know how I do.
He's a very good actor though, but I do know how you do. That is true. Also, Ramin is dying in the background.
I know, I can hear her. Who can't hear Ram Ram laugh on any given day and anywhere in the world?
Her laugh is so contagious.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Anyway.
Yeah, shout out there. Go long on stash, says Solo Cristo.
Oh,
So I guess,
mutton chops. All right. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Anyway, what do we got here? Big Rob's Pro Stash. All right, Big Rob, I see you. I see you. Day Trader Cut laughing up at me. Well, come on now. You know, we're having a good time up in this show. What else we got? Vinay Moon, keep it clean, man. Let's go. Yes, we do have Neil's lesson coming up soon, so be sure to hang out for that Neil's lesson of the day every day around noon hour, guys. All right, let's have a look at what else is moving here as we talk up a storm. It looks as if AMC broke above the 20 period here on a closing basis. So if you were trying to take a short off the 20 and earlier it held, it looks like now this candle over here right at 12 o'clock puts the kibosh on that idea. So now I'll be looking at the 50 or the $5 area. We know we had a double top there through 5 at around 10:30. It wicked into 504, and then you got closing prints south or at 5, and then we printed lower lows after that. So 492. Below 5 right now, AMC, but the volume is really dropping off here. And that is the end of my MBOT trade. I do get stopped out as it breaks there, that 180 level. So we do get stopped out at 178. So now 1 for 1, good on Meta, not so good here on MBOT. Adara.
Like they're trading two names with M's. It's M and M over here.
Right.
But you know what? Does not start with an M. Is Neil? That was a bad transition. Neil's lesson of the day. Let's go see what Neil has to say over here. Neil Roberts. Woo.
Hey, welcome everybody. It's going to be a fun one today. It's always great, and you just saw the festivities for Obi, and I think, you know, if anyone that's been through the journey understands that trading A is not easy, B can be lonely, and you know, C is obviously really rewarding when you get some kind of a breakthrough. And we get really great comments all the time, like people helping each other, congratulating each other in the chat, which I think is a lot of fun. And what I love is sometimes like the simple advice that I see in the chat. Like maybe we'll be talking about a concept or an idea, and then all of a sudden I just see like one person summarize it. And I'm like, wow, that's just perfect. And you know, it's not something I've heard before is going to be the theme of the lesson, and it was like lose small, win big. And it's easy to say that, but I think one of the things that we as traders often miss are when you're in those bigger opportunities, like the ones that could really go, the ones that had that upsized potential, you know, when they don't work out, you've got to understand to curtail that downside. Now, if you look at something like GameStop today, which is a perfect example of that whole mentality, there is no question that the potential of that stock doing 100 million volume today, gapped up 80% in the pre-market, roaring kitty and all that good stuff. There's no question that had the potential on the long or the short side to be an absolute humongous opportunity. And what you have to be able to do is, A, when you get into these trades, have a concept of where your R&R, risk to reward is going to be. Where's your out going to be? And then from there, you can start moving forward, because you could get really aggressive on the stock, holding for one big break, being long the entire way, but you've got to have yourself an out. And I'm going to double down on that in a second here, because we did a couple of things okay and a couple of things that I wasn't too happy with when it came to GameStop. The things that I think were okay today was any chance that this had of breaking out the top, I think started getting pretty obvious to a lot of people if you were watching in the pre-market. Gapped up, it made a run at about 7 o'clock. Some of the traders just probably barely missed this move coming in early, you know, where it got that 7 o'clock, 40 to like $45, $46. Then it was in pullback mode. There's a clear downtrend since that move at 7 a.m. And after that, it did bounce. And a lot of people like that long off of this support level at about 39. And there's nothing wrong with being in it. You take scalp. Whether you're in it to hold it for a break, there could be $5, $10 worth of upside or even more, and you're risking 1 or 2. You know, whether you're doing that or you're scalping some and holding some, all of those are particularly valid. Now, what you have to be careful for is, we know there's a chance that it upholds. Now, you would have heard me say, I want to be long into it. If it breaks out the top, look for a long at the open, and if it goes into a halt, hold through that halt. If that's going to be $4 or $5 worth of upside, I don't necessarily want to lose 4 or 5 on that trade. So for me, getting the stop out here makes a lot of sense. Like, let it break the bottom, but I don't want to get trapped in a halt trade. The thing about those big moves, it's one thing to hold through a gap. It's another, for a winning trade through a gap, it's another thing to hold a losing trade through a gap. And when a stock has the potential to hold, you want to consider that. So sometimes there are situations, if you're in the money, you don't mind holding through a halt up or down. But if you're just off a support level, don't let it go into that halt off the open. And sometimes what will happen in this situation is they liquidity grab. Maybe it breaks the low by a couple of cents and then rockets back to the upside. You got to be willing to sit through that and just take the L in a situation. If they rinse me out, then that's fine, because you know what's still available? You can try to get back in at 40, you can try to get a 42 break. There's all kinds of ways that you can jump back into that trade while still having your stop out. That allows you to try to lose relatively small to what your potential win can be. And obviously today was not great for the long side of that. The other thing I want to just quickly throw in there, and I had this conversation with the trading floor manager, we were talking about this. I'm not short this halt because I was in the long position. Because I had to cover, like, I stopped the breakout and got right out, making sure we're not holding through the halt. But that little action is the reason why I'm not fast enough to then get on that offer and be short for a potentially easy reopen trade, which gaps you down a couple of dollars. So sometimes there's an opportunity cost with, you know, holding on to a position. I think it was worth it if it went to the upside, but you don't want to hold through a gap. It's one thing to hold it gap up when you're in the money long. It's another thing to hold it gap down. That's a very dangerous way to go. Now, obviously, there's other ways that this can play out. I'm going to give you an example with Novavax here. Like NVAX, in complete hindsight, like let's say you bought this bull flag on NVAX at about $16.50. So you can see when I pull this chart back out, oh, look, $1 lower, you've got a previous resistance and a gap back support. So you could sit there risking $1 on that trade. In complete hindsight, it goes to $18. So that looks absolutely, hey, like if you just took it at if you took it at 16.5, you hold it $1 against you, it goes $1. That can be your play. What I would always caution people against is when you're looking at a trade from a shorter time frame, like this tight consolidation bull flag, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, bounce off VWAP, bull flag, it doesn't really matter what name you want to give it. Giving it some wider stop based on another principle, it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Like if you're willing to hold it through, you can still have a reasonably tight stop to the support level in here, 40, 50 cents, and then just hold a piece up until 18 if you think it's going to make that gap. But if you're going to go all in after it's already moved $2, that you're going to buy near a top, give it $1, and it's got to make that big travel through, that's a difficult way to play because now you're willing to hold through a down gap and it needs to break out the top and go another big parabolic move into the upside for it to win for you. That's a dangerous way to play because your cost for that trade, if it's wrong, is just ridiculously high for your wins. So you've got to be so absurdly accurate in terms of buying that top, giving it that much room to be able to break support from the morning, travel down another 5%, and you're going to hold through that. You got to be winning 70, 80% of those, maybe even more than that if it's going to be a winning trade. So I think when we have these big time movers, it's okay when you're in the money, scalp some out, hold as it gaps higher. There's nothing wrong holding gaps in the money when you're taking some profit out before, but try not to hold a position through a gap against you. Win big and lose small is not always the easiest thing to do. It's all about risk to reward in these situations. I feel like GameStop at the open, it gave you that level. It halted right downside. I wish we could have reversed, but the least you can do in that spot, because if you're long, you're going to lose here, is just don't get stuck through that gap trade. And I've been there before. Like I've actually done that myself, where I try to hold on to a piece thinking, oh, that's not the bottom. And I hold through that gap and you lose unnecessarily. So oftentimes when you have these running stocks or these big potential stocks, the idea that it can go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, 2x, 10x, all that good stuff is what draws you towards it. But that doesn't mean you actually have to risk your entire day, your entire week, your entire month by holding through a big, big gap. Easy enough to hold when it's going in the money for you, when you're going to give it from one big level to another level, but you don't have to do that against you. That's your lesson of the day. Lose small, win big. Do not hold through monster gap levels. If you can identify it and you know it's a big and wide gap, don't let it close on you while you're holding the position. There's going to be a chance to re-enter that trade. And a nimble trader and a disciplined trader is going to be okay with taking their out, taking that lump, and looking for an opportunity to get back in. That's your lesson of the day. If it's so good, you don't need to hold through the gap against you. You're going to be able to find another opportunity to make that trade.
Eloquent, and awesome as always, Neil Roberts, guys, every day around noontime, dropping hotlines on his lesson of the day. Thank you very much, Neil. All right, while Neil was talking, the market did decide that it was enough here trying to pop, guys, chart through the high move, and right back down we go, breaking through that closing print from, I believe that was Friday's closing print there at just below 18.6. We do a bit of a wick shimmy above 18.6 now, all the way down to 18.512. Look for an 18.5 defend. Ironically, that's where pivot points are sitting, right at 18.5. So good move down for the bears today on the market, and that precipitated me to get stopped out for the remaining portion of my meta long at the 20 period. It's dancing now with VWAP. We'll have to see whether the strong name on the day can hold up at these levels. META right at that 475 area. Dara?
Yeah, I just had some spicy chicken, so we might be speaking a little bit more slowly over here for the time being. I was looking at Gap. I had this on my side chart from last week when we had earnings. Also, I want to shout out Manuel Palma, who was talking about earlier about Gap having that bounce off view up. I agree, but now what I'm seeing with Gap is I think maybe we're slowing down a little bit. Maybe the Gap is gapping down from its previous strength. That worked better in my head. The chicken is making me unable to pun. Wow, okay. But so If we break below VWAP, that could be interesting. That could be literally spicy, which is the kind of spice I want. So if that 30-30 rejects, I tried to get involved and Gap was like, no, no, no. So if it gives me the opportunity again, I do want to get short. What I want is that VWAP break. I do want all the smoke and I want all the spice. And as I say that, my mouth is on fire. A nice look there. Also, Apple, like, hey, Apple, if you want to keep giving me these opportunities, like, okay, I see you. Clearly, I got out of the short too early, but I was like, you know what, Adara, take that profit around 80s, go to the washroom, eat spicy chicken, whatever you need to do. That's what I did. And then Apple was like, okay, cool, Adara, I will just drop another casual 30 pennies. I'm like, cool, I understand. No, in all seriousness, though, I'm not going to cry over spilled shares. Really happy with the trade I made regardless. I'm looking at Tesla as well. Anything that gives me these opportunities where we look like we're recovering, that I might be able to short off at some point, that is what I want to do. Right now, I will drink some water and look at some more charts.
No problem. All right, long Amazon at this closing print. So I'm going to give this about 20 pennies worth of risk. This is where we held up last time here on AMZN. So I'm looking for a hold up at this level. This 176 general area 50. We're long 56s, so we're already 10 pennies out of the money. We'll see if we can bounce off this level. It was a previous area, but if it's going to break down below the 30 penny, I already have my stop on the high sides of 29, so it's going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out, and if it does end up curling back up, I will get back in. Meta as well. Also dancing at VWAP a little bit above, a little bit below. There's a bit of a tug of war happening here between buyers and sellers on META, so I could absolutely be persuaded to get back into this name long if it does hold up at these levels. And I'm very cognizant that we're at that 18.5 level or generally close to it, right? So if we're going to hold up at 18.5, then, you know, we could get a bounce on some of these names, but that's all a supposition. You're supposing that we're going to bounce off 18.5. That doesn't always end up happening. We know that 100-point levels are good areas of support and resistance, but they're not absolute. All right, so let's go back into Amazon. We already got stopped out. So this one really broke down below the print from Friday. So down we go on AMZN, and down we go on Meta as well. So we'll take a loss on Amazon there, and Meta breaking down below that 475 area. So now maybe I should start looking short and stop looking for the bounces off key levels on some of these names here as we do get into 18.5 on the future. And in fact, we actually broke 18.5, 18.496 on these levels. So good move down for the bears here, Daryl.
Yeah, as a bear, I will say rawr. We're pretty happy. We're pretty pleased with Punch over here, looking for those shorts. Yeah, the spicy chicken's still hitting me in case people are like, why is Adara speaking more slowly? That is what's going on. Looks beautiful. Is very spicy. For my taste anyway. So Gap looking like it wants to give me that VWAP short. So I'm going to get ready for this around 26s if that lets me have that. Not a huge position. Perfect. Thank you so much to R6FX, member for 19 months. Good day, all. Great show as always. Hey, Bears versus Bulls in the trading team. Sunglass emoji. I'm guessing this is the good day that you are from Australia, so cheers to you in Australia. Hope the weather is nice out there. Hope everything is going well and that you are having a great trading day. Shout out to you. Ponzi Fonzie, thank you for putting this in the chat. Apparently, the NYSE glitch has been fixed, so thank you for letting us know about that. Also, yeah, I guess guards are out, but I guess roaring isn't really what bears do. They growl, so rawr. Growl, I don't know. Yeah, if we break above 40s, I'm getting out of GPS, but hopefully this GPS will help us find that route to the downside because I want this short. Also, I got short Meta, which I really like, and if we break above, yeah, as I say I forget about how bad the spread is on Meta. Wow. Yeah, so if Meta gets into that 575 territory on the buy side, that's where things are going to get kind of dicey for me. I'm realizing this could very well go against me, but you have to have confidence. You have to have confidence. Well, you can't be all Sean, but you have to have confidence and confidence to go after what you want. Willis Addison, $2 super chat addressed to one Neil Roberts saying, bars. So I guess he enjoyed that lesson of the day. Shout out, as always, to Neil and the lesson of the day. We love that over here on Trader TV Live. Yeah, Meta, if you want to keep staying low, I would love that. But thank you all here for joining us. And there's another way you can join us as well on Sharif's afternoon segment in which mustaches will not be discussed. Fair warning.
Guys, every day between 2 to 2:20, we're going to be doing the names. We're going to be talking about the names that you want us to talk about. So if you're big on these sort of meme stocks and low float names or heavily shorted names, go ahead and throw it there in the chat. So you're going to go in the chat, you're going to type in exclamation point, the word join, and then a space here between the word and the dollar sign, and put in the ticker that you want. And then we'll have Neil and Sean cover it for you every day between 2 to 2:20. And if they traded it, they'll tell you all about their trades. If they did not, they will give you the levels anyway. So make sure to join make sure to vote every day, I should say. You have until 1:50, so still a little bit of time, an hour and a half left for you guys. All right. GPCR is really going here, guys. It's gonna break 60 bucks. I set up several dip trades on this name. None of them got filled. And it wasn't because of the spread. It's just too strong and I'm too frugal. It just won't fill me at these levels. And I don't like any of the levels to which it's coming down to. They don't meet my technical standards and I don't see them. So I can't guess willy-nilly at these where this one is going to bottom out. Everywhere I've looked, kind of, whether the whole dollar level off a moving average, it really hasn't given me the opportunity, but it's up 75% now. And again, like I just said, knocking the whole dollar level there. GPCR, strong name. And we did mention the float on this one. I believe it is a little bit larger GPCR. It's almost 10%. Yeah, 9.82%. So this one could get going if it really, if we really get a squeeze with some of these names here. Microsoft is just unabated to, I don't know, the gates of hell. Like, wow, big move down here for Softy, going almost 10 bucks here. Top today was 417 1/3 in the pre, and now we're knocking the door of 408. We actually got into 408.95. Great. Adair had a great trade on this earlier through the peak there, all the way back down through the break of the low at 411 1/4. So great look there for the soft one. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get here. I think I'm going to go long Meta at this level. It is holding up at the volume weighted average price. We did get cut up on this one for a little bit of a piece as it did break below the 20. We're getting a bunch of topping tail candles. I'm just going to pack my patience with this one. I don't have to get in super quick, but it's showing me its propensity to want to hold up at VWAP. You know, you don't get strict holds like you can see there. It wicked into the 50 and then right back up, I think, into that 475.5. So I'm gonna pack my patience here, see exactly what we get on MET. I don't feel I need to chase it. Jay Lee, it's important to note TQQQ is down more than $2 from 64 this morning. Yes, and by way of comparison, Jay, here's what I can show you. So the NQ, I have two columns here. That's the change percentage, and that's change percentage since open. Those are supposed to be different. I don't know why they're the same. That's weird. You can see here on the ES they're different. So did we actually open right at Friday's closing print? That's interesting. Okay, so that's probably why it did that. What I was going to show, Jay, was the percentage from 4 a.m. and the percentage from 9:30 to kind of show whether we were buying, whether we were selling off during the trading day. So, yeah, that's my look there. Let's have a look at some of the other small cap gappers, GME and AMC. Yeah, they're not doing a whole bunch here. Still locked in that trend, rejecting off the 20 and the 10. What MBOT is completely not tradable as a long for me, but using the breakout method, but it is finding some support here with the levels that it printed at around 8 a.m. So finding a bit of support at 1 1/3. And ALBT, we mentioned this one to you earlier. It was kind of a 30-penny name, broke through $1. Now really having trouble staying consistent to the high side, trying to hold above 80 pennies at these levels. What else we got going on? What else? GME, NVIDIA has been interesting today. I was watching this one on Blue Ocean last night. It was up like, I think almost $50 from the closing print on Friday. Hasn't done a whole lot today. Expected a bit more with the release of a new GPU and a new AI chip with this Rubin AI chip. But it seems to have today on the day a bit of a top at that 1140. Can't really hold above there on a closing basis there.
I do think it's kind of funny they named it Reuben because like there's a sandwich called a Reuben, right?
Yeah.
And we also know that Jensen took the chips out of the oven, which is just funny word association. I think, I don't know, that there's no point to that comment. I don't know. Also, Gap. That GPS found its way to the downside, so I was pleased as punch. Took out, I added to the position first at 30s, then I took out a third there at 19s. So if we're gonna take out another third here just below 10s, and then we're gonna have a piece for a dream, which is like, who doesn't like pieces or dreams? Not me always, actually, but I'm trying to diversify my trading style. And that's what's happening. Gap, if you keep being all topsy-turvy and curling to the downside, I'll stay pleased as punch. Also, I'm at the point where I'm considering calling my memoir Meta, What is Wrong with You? The story of my life, because this stock is so frustrating. I still think this could be a short off that 475, but I'm not comfortable taking it because I think, honestly, at this point, if I took it, I would not be able to say in good faith that this was not a revenge trade. I don't think it necessarily would be, but I just think you can't take a trade, you know, all willy-nilly like that. I can't just take it just because the other trade didn't work out on it. Now, mind you, do I still think Meta is going to reject 475s? Oh, yeah, sure. But I want to make sure I have way more confidence and confluence than I currently have. Right now, like I said, the confluence is not there. As I say that, Meta drops a cool 25 pennies. I'm like, okay, Meta. GPS is like moving all the way up here. Like, wow, these instincts have not been the vibe. Like I said, if we stay below 40s, I am staying in GPS. My GPS is going to continue to tell me where to stay in this name. Unfortunately, that Meta and maybe this gap move, I'm going to be giving up some of the gains from earlier today, but it's not about P&L. It's about progress and learning. And that, to me, is what I'm trying to focus on. I'm still up on the day, mind you. We did have some trades that worked earlier, so I'm trying to really focus on it as like an individual trade-by-trade basis and less being hard on myself because of one trade. Although, man, this Meta is going to... We might have some regret about Meta and not getting back in Meta. Whew. Like, you know what I mean? I did what I had to do. Like I said, I did still think it was a good trade, but it's like, why did I not get in? Because I got burned the first time? I don't know if that's a strategy. I think in my attempts to avoid a revenge trade, I actually stopped myself from an opportunity that would have made sense. So I'm gonna have to reflect on that and reflect on some of those regretta that I have about Meta. But right now, I'm gonna have to say, forget you to Meta. We're gonna have to forget about it. And I'm gonna stop rhyming now. And the gap did reject that 30, 40, so we're gonna have to go back to the mall and let this trade continue. How are you doing?
All right, let's start the lesson of the day, and it could not be a more appropriate lesson because we're talking about the names that squeeze, the short squeeze names. And today we just happened to walk into the office and lo and behold, GME was up big, AMC was up big, and all the other low floated names are in focus, or heavily shorted names, I should say. So this lesson dives into early momentum chasing, but with a twist, targeting highly shorted stocks with a potential for a short squeeze. Buckle up, because this strategy is high risk, but also high reward. So the fundamentals of a short squeeze are as follows. Imagine a stock where a significant portion of the shares, which is termed the short interest, are held by investors who borrowed them, betting the price will go down. Those investors we call short sellers. If the price unexpectedly surges, the short sellers who borrowed the stocks to take it short will scramble to buy back the shares to return them to their rightful owner, further fueling the price increase. If you hadn't noticed here, the way that the shorts get out is they buy back the shares. So when you buy back the shares, the price goes up. In addition to them buying back the shares, you also have the regular longs that are punching long as well. So you get double the fun. Okay, that's kind of how the short squeeze works. So there it is illustrated graphically. You break through this area over here, and I guess this area up here has a whole bunch of people short. And so once it gets into this target area, the shorts start covering. They start covering, and the price keeps going up and up and up. Early momentum chasing in shorted stocks. So here, your early momentum chasers, they aim to identify highly shorted stocks experiencing an initial price increase. The hope is to jump in before the short squeeze intensifies, profiting as the price explodes due to the forced buying by the short sellers. So what I kind of told you guys first time around is when I got here in the morning, I heard all the traders back there talking about all the names that are heavily shorted. And the point is to know which names have a high short interest so that when things start moving and the short squeeze start happening in the names like GameStop and AMC, you can look at the other ones that you already have as a list predetermined. You know that Carvana is heavily shorted. You know Faraday Futures is heavily shorted. I think Mullen as well. The point being really to have a grasp and to have an eye on the heavily shorted names, so when they do move, you're not scrambling to look for names, okay? And so that's what this is suggesting. Early chasers aim to identify highly shorted names. And if you have those ones, then you won't be scrambling there at the end. So the thrill of the short squeeze, the potential rewards can be phenomenal, okay? Capturing a short squeeze early can lead to massive returns as the price skyrockets, but that's a big if. So let's talk about some of the darker issues. The darker side of the short squeeze. There's a bunch of false alarms that happen. Not all price increases in shorted stocks lead to short squeezes. The momentum might fizzle out, for example, leaving early entrants holding the bag. That's what we mean by bag holding. And there's also a great degree of intense volatility. Short squeezes are inherently volatile by nature, so prices can swing wildly, making it challenging to predict the right entry and exit points. And there's a whole bunch of psychological warfare that happens here. The emotional fervor that's involved surrounding a potential short squeeze can absolutely cloud your judgment and have you feeling all sorts of FOMO. And that really is not good for sound technical trading. You want to be basing it on, kind of disinterested, unemotional observer. A lot easier said than done, believe me. So some strategies for the squeeze chaser, and we'll be talking about those all week long today, just kind of giving you a quick 411. So short interest monitoring, that's kind of what I alluded to earlier. Track the short interest of potential stocks. It pays to have a list of heavily shorted names so that you can refer to them once these bad boys start moving. So a high short interest combined with a price increase is definitely a potential recipe for a squeeze. But you should also, be attuned to the social media and the news, right? You want to stay updated on company news and social media chatter that might have the effect of triggering a short squeeze. Positive developments or increased retail investor interest are all good signs. And you should really use technical analysis with these guys with a degree of caution, right? While technical indicators can help identify breakouts, overly relying on them during a short squeeze can prove difficult due to the emotional nature of these trades. They don't really move with a kind of a technical twist. And stop loss orders really are important here. I mean, you can go so far as to call them mandatory, but they really are important. Set tight stop loss orders depending on your risk strategy, of course, to limit potential losses. If the momentum fizzles, short squeeze can reverse course quite quickly. If you don't have hard stops, you can use mental stops. If you don't use mental stops, then you should be using smaller share size so that if it does go against you, you don't blow up your account, guys. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that there, Sharif. Because, one thing I learned as well is they do not give a hoot about whatever technicals you like, these like GameStops and AMCs. I remember I had that once where I was like, when I was trying to short GME back in the day, this is the day that I got stopped or shut down because I was like, the technicals look nice on this. Yeah, GME did not care. GME was like, cool, Adara, great. I'm going to go back up. So that's how these things go. But I do want to shout out the super chat from Willis Addison, $2 super chat, loaded Ulta, $400, July 7th expiry, calls at 391, light bulb emoji, risky, post earnings report. Yeah, let's take a look at Ulta Beauty. Oh, this is on the NQ, and see how beautiful that looks. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. Thank you so much for your support for the show and for your lovely super chat. Okay, Ulta, not Ulta being rangy on the intraday chart. Okay, I see you, Ulta. I also see the volume below 600,000, so I would not be trading this intraday. But given that this is an options play, we'll take a look at that daily chart and see how this is looking. Oh, okay. It's not a pushback in the share moment, but I do like it. That 403 area, if we could bounce above that, that would be a great look. We did come to this 375 that we had here for earnings, and since then we kind of have had higher lows, so I don't mind this look at all. I think if we break above that 403s, that'd be a great look. Shout out to you, Willis Addison, and that trade What a look there. I see you are getting some express deliveries in your Amazon trade.
I know, but I don't get any express deliveries because I suck. I live in Uptown, apparently.
Oh, Midtown.
Shout out to the Katina man. All right, we went long on the Zon for, again, not really simple reasons, but because it was telling us this is a good area of support. That's where we have the IB low. We were technically in red territory on the day when I took this trade. 176.44 is the closing print on Friday. Alas, we dip into 176 and then the buyers step up bigly, right? Moving that almost a buck higher there into 176.80. We're riding this wave. I did fat finger accidentally here in the 60s. I added to my position rather than wetting my beak. So you see an add here, and then I took it out again right there super quick. So we're nicely in the money here, about 30 pennies or so in Amazon, looking for a nicer move up. I would say, you know, this 177 would be a decent target, but if it does come into my entry, it doesn't seem like it's the day for the long, so I won't overstay my welcome on any longs today. I've already kind of paid the price with that. The other trade that I keep looking at here is the soft one. All right, so we saw Adaro with that sick short on MSFT, and it's presenting you with another possible opportunity here. So the deeper retracements have gone into the 20. There's only one retracement that went into the 20 here on Microsoft. That was at 1030 and 1040, and they did wick, not close. They wicked above the 20. The closing prints all below the 20 period exponential on the 5. And then the majority of the retracements, as you can see, have been hugging that 10 period moving average. So we're there right now. 410.5 on MSFT off that 408.92 low. I don't know what I was about to say. I'd rather a 20 period retracement, but I don't think the market cares what I'd rather. I see it breaking through the 10 here, so I'm assuming, you know, if it continues to go, I'll be waiting at that 411, between 411 to 411 and a quarter for a 20 period short on Microsoft. That's my look there. You also have good price action resistance there as well. So the 20 periods at 411 and a fifth, but look at this double bottom that we put in at 11 and 11.05, right at 411 and a quarter. So not only is the 20 pointing there, but you also have price action resistance at that level on MSFT. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the short there on the soft one for that level. But when printing here on the Zon, so we'll take a bit more out of the Zon there as it moves up into the 80s on AMZN, but it is now time to go to the soft one, Microsoft, and put set short MSFT at 4. I'm going to put 411. I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive with it because if it does come into 411, I want the short. I realize that the 20 period and the resistance, the price action, is at 411 and a fifth to 411 and a quarter. But Microsoft may not come into those levels. And like it looks like it may not even come right now. It looks like it might be rejecting off the 10. That's how weak the soft one is on the day. We had a wick above the 10, and then it's coming right back down. So if it comes back off the 10, then I won't get triggered. So let's go ahead and put 411. I'm going to put 05 because I'm born in the 5th month, and I like that. So we're putting 411.05 for the short on MSFT to defend the 20 period and price action resistance. Let's flip back to Amazon over here. So we got printed at the 80s. It's dancing in the high 60s right now. Nothing to tell you about there. Just looking at some of my other tickers that I keep on the side chart. GPCR is still unreal, guys. Unbelievable move, Ram to the high side on GPCR today. It's broken the 10 period maybe 4 times on the 5-minute chart today since 9:40 onwards. I've tried to take multiple dip trades off this. None of them have been triggered. I'm assuming 54 looks like an awesome level over here. There, you do have price action support over here on it. You have over here as well. So GPCR, my only concern is I put the 54 dip and then the bottom drops off. It's not a small cap gapper, but it's not one that you can make the comparison to like a large cap kind of Meg 7 type name. No, the bottom could drop off at any time on this. It could be being traded intraday, right? So I have no idea exactly who's involved in this and who isn't. So yeah, waiting at 411.05 on Softy, long Amazon at this level at 40s.
Yeah, I'm in the Cybertruck. And it happened. I'm sounding like this is a sad trade. Like, I already took 2/3 out with profit. It is what it is. I'm not like, wah over it. But it just didn't, sometimes when it doesn't give you the move you kind of want or expect. It's kind of what I had with this Tesla here. I wanted that big, beautiful whoop, whoosh, below that 176. And instead, Tesla is kind of bobbing at the water. It's like a buoy. It's like, 176. 176. I'm like, okay, well, Tesla, you could not do that, but that's fine. If we break above 35s, we're going to have to get out. So bye-bye, Cybertruck. That is a little bit unfortunate. Basically now, we did actually make some profit on that still from that we did take out 2/3 in the money. But yeah, that was just not the trade I wanted. I think sometimes it's like trades can be good or bad, and they can also just be hand wavy, right? It didn't go quite how you wanted it to. But I want to shout out Sharif, who's totally in the zone over there with those profit takers. Great look. What is everyone else looking at? Because I want to see what some people are taking looks at here. Also, I don't know if I talked about this trade, so I'm briefly going to go over my gap trade.
Nice.
Because I was pleased as punch about it. The plan with this was really scalpy. I had levels I like. I wanted to actually break below 30s, and the gap was like, you're not getting that at Era. So once I realized that, I said, okay, we got to switch the style up. Basically, we get to 30s, I'd add to the position, I take out 10 pennies in the money, we get back, I'd add, rinse, repeat, etc. If we broke below 40s, I was going to get out. We didn't do that. The reason I ended up getting out here instead of waiting for a further move is I just realized we were seeing slightly higher lows. We were going to get that VWAP bounce. I said, Adara, you'd rather take profit than not. I was trying to think of something else there, so we had to get out. That's why I got out. There we go. Let's take a look at BNAI here. Scott Edwards mentioning BNAI and Clean Sparks. So BNAI, that was that one Strafe was in last week, Ben, that brand engagement network. I remember that. Let's take a look at that BNAI. Ooh, I like this look. Look at this little chop and churn bounce we had at 5.10. Coming in, not in perfect confluence, but pretty close to that previous area of resistance that we had at $5. I think that's a really interesting look there. Also, BNAI here, 5.6 million shares in volume, so not at all a bad look here. Let's see what else is going on.
Can I just read one thing super
do.
quick? Because people were asking about what was going on with Berkshire's stock. So Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB, and BRKA both got halted today. They were down as much as 1.1%, appeared largely unaffected by the error. So there was an error today on the New York Stock Exchange, a technical issue with industry-wide price bands published by the CTA-SIP triggered halts in a number of stocks listed on the NYSE Group Exchange this morning. A New York Stock Exchange statement read. So what ended up happening was the morning showed incorrect stock prices or volatility halts on several stocks. We already knew that with the NYSE. That's why Sean and Neil were talking about the issues with the tickers there on anything NYSE related, but specific to Berkshire. It looks like it was specific to Berkshire and Chipotle stock. That's being reported here right now, guys, coming out of Yahoo Finance. So keep that in mind for whoever was asking me earlier about that. All right, so it looks like Softy doesn't want to come up into that 411 area and will reject off that 10-period moving average yet again. Funny enough, Amazon's not doing that. Amazon's on the way up here, so we'll sit at 88s for my Asians there, who 88s, good number in the Asian culture, baby. Are we going to get filled? Showing 87s, 88s, and we do get 88s. All right, so we do get that 88 number on the Zon, and here come the high 90s. We're going to print there as well. I'm in the sim today, guys. This is all fake money as I'm locked out of my live account due to an expired ID issue. But yeah, we're going to trade these the same way we would trade our live account. And by the way, I want to tell you that we have a new segment for those who don't know, who haven't joined us in the past couple of weeks. We now talk about the tickers you want to talk about from 2 to 2:20 on the afternoon rundown. So make sure you get into the chat every day you're with us and you enter that prompt in. You hit !join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. You want to talk about GME, or do you even want to talk about MBOT, so I can tell you, or the guys can tell you how badly I traded that one today, MBOT. Whatever your inclination is, go have your say in the chat, or we will not talk about it, or maybe we will, but it'll be because of other people, not you. So yeah, looking for that Amazon long to continue here. Disappointed in myself and not at least taking a little bit of a position at that 410.50 on Softy as it comes right back down again. No 20 period retracement on the soft one today. It looks like it's going to be mostly 10s here or there. The weakness in Microsoft is palpable, and I'm apoplectic about it.
I love that word. Oh my gosh, that reminds me of that scene. You haven't seen The Office, right?
No.
It reminds me of that scene in The Office where they have, like, this girl, she's trying to play Scrabble and everyone else trying to cheer her on because, like, if she wins Scrabble, she gets to pick the movie she watches or whatever. And so the word is, like, apoplexy. They're like, apoplexy is what I'll have. And she's like, oh, and she spells ape.
What?
Yeah, she's like...
What is she, an AMC investor? What's going on?
Right, but every time I hear apoplexy or apoplectic, I think about that scene in The Office where this poor girl loses her Scrabble game because does not know what apoplexy is and spells ape. So shout out to The Office. Also Meta. Oh, it's just apoplectic. It's when you're upset if you're not.
I love how you ask her. I'm the one that said it.
That is true.
And whatever, bro.
But yeah, this 475 Meta short, and you have better tabs on because this keeps rejecting. I'm not going to be taking any trades right this second because I'm getting tired, and when I am tired, I do not trade very well. I just kind of punch and then get out immediately. It's not a good time. Case in point, Apple. Adara, you had no reason to leave this trade. Why did you? Look at this. This was a perfectly fine short. So tisk Adara. But right now, oh.
Dead.
Did you slap a fly or did you have a good trade or both?
I had a good trade.
Yay.
No.
Oh, you slapped a fly? I'm sorry. See, we're going to chug some coffee. But I want to take a look at SAIC for convicted here. Hopefully you have some conviction in your trades. I'm saying that will SAIC be able to make this back at earnings? Whew. They report tonight. I mean, I got to tell you, this is... Or did they report this morning here? This SAIC is certainly not the best trade of the world here. Like, look at this. We took out any lows. I think this SAIC, they'd have to do quite a lot to get back to this level here. I'd be watching to see what we do at 122s because 122 was that kind of that previous low here. But I mean, to say this one fell off would be to put it kind of lightly. Did they report yet, or they
international sure trading lower after the company reported Q1 financials? Yep, you're right.
So yeah, science application is applying itself to the downside over here. It's not a great look. Also, Kyle Burnett mentioning Disney. Thank you for bringing up this one. I have not taken much of a look at the House of Mouse today, so let's see how Mickey and Minnie are doing on this. Oh, it's a beautiful range. Thank you, Kyle Burnett, for pointing this one out. We have a clear bottom here of 120.50, which to play off of, I am going to be putting this on yield side chart. Like I said, right now, I will not be taking any trades because I am tired and I can tell I'm just punching to punch, which is not how you want to be in your trades. So we'll be chugging some of this beautiful espresso and looking at some charts.
Is it a me espresso? All right, it's all good.
Oh, right, that song by Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, yeah, it's not.
There, I love how you paused there for a second. It was a little bit of a glitch. But yeah, Amazon, guys, coming down. Rejection here on the 50. I can't really tell what moving average it is. It looks like it's at 177 level. So if this comes into 49s, that's it. We're 4 pennies away from getting stopped out. We were able to wet our beak all the way up into that mid 176.90-ish. We weren't able to get any 177 prints. It didn't actually make its way all the way up into 177. But yeah, the weakness on some of these Mag 7 names subsequent to the bell is quite obvious. I mean, we had a wicked recovery Friday. I couldn't even believe my eyes when I looked at the charts last night to see how we traded Friday afternoon. We basically erased the entire midday show when we were basically down to the right, down to the right, down to the right, recovered the entire way. And we're having a similar day to that today. I mean, 18,755. is the top, and now 18,467. So we're almost 300 points of range. I believe on Friday it was 500, so we're close. We'll see if we can continue to move down here, and then if we do, whether we get bought right back up on the more liquid time of day. Scarjo Rabbit. So funny. He's like, Sharif doesn't slap flies, he uses chopsticks. So I'd be like, where's that from? Isn't that from Karate Kid? And he's like, any kung fu movie will show it. Okay, I remember Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi.
Was he trying to catch a fly with chopsticks?
Honestly, Cobra Kai ruined my brain, so all I know is like the Cobra Kai
I'm
level
pretty
that
sure he
used.
did that in the original,
I'm
like
sure
the 80s one.
Yeah, or he had Daniel try to do it. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. He did. It's beginner's luck. Fabian, have you ever done that? Did you ever catch a fly with chopsticks? Oh, okay. That's okay. He did it with a Ram. 1320 Wolf, Amazon is on the 50-minute range program. Let's have a look at what 1320 Wolf is. He actually asked me earlier to have a look at some of these Mag 7 names through the lens of the 15-minute chart. So let's have a look at Amazon since we're involved in it right now, what the look is there on the 15. So what are you seeing? Okay, so what I see here, and I happen to very much agree with you, 1320 Wolf, the 50 period on the 15 acting as a level of support and now resistance for the closing prints. So what you'll see is that red solid line doesn't look like it's holding up or below that level, but when you look at these wicks, all the closing prints print north of that 15 that 50 EMA on the 15-minute chart, and then over here, we're breaking it above it on a wicking basis, and then each and every closing print lower than the 50 period EMA on the 15. So I happen to agree with what he said, or they said, I don't know if it's female or male, 1320 Wolf, shout out to you. I do agree, and I happen to really like that level. So thanks for pointing that out, because that will definitely influence how I see this trade going forward. I also see the lower highs there. Shout out to 1320 Wolf, baby. Puffs out chest. I like that. Ostentatious Productions. Have you seen Super Troopers? You have that look. I haven't seen Super Troopers. Have you?
I know, it's the kind of mustachioed,
gotta do
muscular
it
look,
now.
is I believe the aesthetic of that.
Okay.
So I think that it is, I would say it's a compliment, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You weren't sure about, okay, I see there. What is this, an 80s movie? What is this?
2001.
2020, oh my God, why did it look so like American South in the 80s? Yeah, 2020, 2001, okay. Cool, I'll have to watch this, but I've never seen it. Interesting look there. Top VOIP, BTU looks ready for the next leg up. Let's have a look at that. JF Trader says that's correct. Let's have a look at, though, BTU for top VOIP, BTU. Oh, great look there on the day for Peabody Energy.
It's a really random ticker for Peabody.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, great look today. Great look over the last few days. Here's the daily on BTU. Nice support at that $21-ish, $22-ish area. Now breaking through this this peak that we put in last time, just south of 25 bucks, 25.75 today. HOD. The trade here, well, it looks as if it's really consolidating now and the volume is really dropping off, starting to hug that VWAP. There does seem to be some support off that 25 1/3, but really, I got to tell you the truth. This one, the range is really tightening up and the volume is dropping off. If you're going to trade this, I would say wait for a bit more of a liquid time because right now it seems to be a little bit dead. Let's have a look at whatever everyone else is talking about. Eclectic Passions. I was on a date at Sushi Shop years ago and did the catch a fly with a with a baguette once. Total beginner luck. That's pretty cool, man. Interesting story. I've never tried that on a date. I don't think I'd try that on a date. I think it might influence how the other person sees me a little bit. So yeah, I don't really like to hold off on what just because of what other people think of me. But say that again, Adair. I mean, Ramra.
She was,
Okay, well, she doesn't want to repeat it. Go ahead.
She's still laughing.
Oh, wow. Well, she wants to know if you ate the baguette after catching the fly with it. It's not my question. It's her question. What are you looking at, Tara?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at AMD short, and AMD was like, cool story, bro. I will not give you that opportunity. Goes down a cool 30 plus pennies. So shout out to AMD, as Sharif sometimes calls it. That one moving to the downside. MSFT still looking like a nice little short here. You know what? I'm going to have this set up for 10.05s because why not? I think there is something here. I do like it. I have had decent, I don't want to say luck because I'm part of the trades I took with this name, but I've had decent success with this name today. So I'm going to stick with that. If we break above here into 410.30, so we're going to risk about 25 pennies. That's when I'm going to have to cut the cord. But yeah, just really trying to scalp today. I'm not saving for like these giant moves. I'm really just trying to take smaller trades. Case in point, this Tesla trade, which I have to say really proud of, took 15 pennies, ended up getting out near the top of that movement, then we dropped off quite a little bit here. So really just trying to take scalps, short-term scalps based on things that I like and see. Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Sharif, check message is important. I will let him know. He's just getting some water right now. So when he returns, I will let him know. But thank you so much to Big Kyle Burdett for the super chat. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I am a little bit more tired, and I find that when I need that more espresso in my life, that is when I feel like the trading gets a little bit more suspect. So trying not to take too many trades as of right now. This AMD though, AMD and Microsoft both doing a thing where they kind of have some setups that suggest bullishness, but overall they do kind of look more like they're gonna be shorts. So case in point with Microsoft, we had this pause here around 410. We did have some wicks to the downside, but generally we're curling down. AMD, I would say an even more bamboozling example. Look at this 160, just shy of 162s. We have all these wicks down here, and then we continue to go to the downside, right? So I think that's a nice little look here on AMD. But you know what's also a great look is having both freedom and wealth. And do you know where you can get that and get some advice about that? That's right, our podcast. It's called Freedom and Wealth. And it will be Brendan and it will be Sean every Saturday morning, dropping hot lines. Right now we have 743 subscribers. So if you want to be one of the subscribers to this podcast, as you can see, I am subscribed over here. Definitely check it out. Also, Kyle Burnett has a super chat for you saying that check message is important.
Oh yeah, I already got it, and it's already being loaded up right now. Okay. I mean, you can't send a picture like that and expect it not to be posted. So Big Kyle, playing on the theme that we were just talking about right now, the whole, what was that movie called again?
Super Troopers?
Super Troopers. Okay, so get ready for this. This is interesting here. I'm just trying to figure out how to load my messages. There we go. So Big Kyle always sending me the charts, always sending me interesting stuff here, and this is no less interesting. Big Kyle and Sharif sporting our stashes. I don't know if I look like this mustachioed gentleman over here, but he seems like a good dude. This is Big Kyle. I guess when he was a little bit younger, shout out to him. I like the hair, dude. You got to grow back out the hair, but I do absolutely love the stash on you, Big Kyle. Grow that bad boy back, baby. All in favor of the Big Kyle stash. Throw up ones in the chat. Shout out to him, guys. All right, let's look at what else is moving here, guys, because it's a trading show. Meta, great call by Adair earlier. I wasn't sure how this one was going to go, and now this one just broke down, making a new local low there through that 473. It is finding a bit of a bounce, though, through 473, but yeah, lower highs, lower lows on Meta, essentially since that 1120 print. That was the best it could do, and then you had a bunch of topping tail candles there come through that 479.5. Couldn't get to 480, but that doesn't mean Meta won't accumulate into that 480 level over the next few days. It had a tougher week last week, META. So did Microsoft. So keep, we don't have to say they're going to continue to go down, but just keep an eye on them this week. I did get stopped out of my Amazon trade for the remaining amount as it came right into my level, and no further than that. So we got stopped out of that. On AMZN, keeping an eye on both those bad boys. Now, not like this is my go-to move here, but NVIDIA seems like a range trade and a half.
Oh my God.
So here we go, 1125, 1128 to the downside, and a little bit like more than 1135, maybe 1136-ish to the high side. It's been in that range for almost an hour, started at around 12:10, and it doesn't reach the top or the bottom every single time, but there is something to the idea that NVIDIA is in a bit of a range trade today. Very sideways, no breakout, no breakdown, moved heavily yesterday overnight on Blue Ocean, and you'll see that here depicted by the big gap up. So that is where we closed out on Friday, 11:02, and then the 4 a.m. print was 11:30, and it was trading above that yesterday. So it must have come down from last night on Blue Ocean. I was watching this monster at around 10 o'clock or so yesterday. Yeah, not much else for me to discuss here. What else is being talked about in the chat? Shout out to Big Cal. Yeah, everybody wants to see that Big Cal stash. They're all throwing up ones in the chat. Shout out to him. What else we got? Dam wants us to look at GME. Let's have a look at GameStop. Is it moving again? What is it up to? Okay, so GameStop, what's going on there, Katina Man? He's in GameStop. The Katina Man is still in game. He's long 28s on GME, and it just, as you can see there, made a move through 30s, dancing with 30 right now, a little bit above, a little bit below. Now reclaiming the 20 period here on the 5, still south of the 250. VWAP on GameStop around 33.60 or so. Big move up overnight because of the Roaring Kitty news, in case you haven't heard, disclosing a monster position in it. Now it's really left to be determined, is it his money or is it other people's money? OPM. As my very good friend Neil liked to say it this morning.
It reminds me of that Dom Kennedy song, OPM, other people's money and we like. Yeah, I've very.
Never heard that.
Oh, it's this
Pretty
rapper
cool.
Dom Kennedy. He's like pretty solid. It's from like 2008, I think. But anyway, shout out to that, but also on other people's money. But yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that Roaring Kitty. All we know is he is indeed roaring. And the thing is too is like, he did pretty well with the whole initial GME pump, right? So who knows if it's left over from that, if it's residual from that.
Can you imagine he printed that much off that? Wow.
It's ridiculous. And it's just because, as he says, he liked the stock. That's what's crazy, is it literally just started from, and it goes back to what Sean always says about conviction. He had conviction and he took the trade and people ended up catching on to it. Like, it's just such a crazy story, I think, for that reason. But yeah, so I don't know, it's a crazy look there. But shout out to Sean right now. And his confidence in that GameStop trade.
Oh, yeah.
He's clapping his hands. He's doing things. Shout out to him. Right now, though, I can't really give Microsoft a shout out. I got to be real with you because it's curling back up into 410s.
Uh-oh.
I want to see. I mean, I'm fine. I'm chilling in this trade, but if we break, I am a little bit out of the money. We're like 20 pennies out of the money here. If we stay below 410s, I'll add to this because I intentionally kept a small position with the goal of adding. I want us below the 9 EMA. If we're above that 9 EMA, it's going to be not fine EMA. And we're going to have to, get out of this trade. I couldn't think of another rhyme. That'll be the goal here. Just staying below. I think we did have this weird bounce off 409.50s. Could have scalped out of this a little bit earlier, but that wasn't the plan. I really did want a little bit lower, so I'm not going to cry over spilt shares or whatever on this trade. I'm trying to trade less P&L and more just based on progress and learning. Also, I am very shocked that my only profitable, okay, to be fair, sorry, we did okay in this first part of this position on Tesla. I don't know if my only profitable trade on Tesla was this brief long. That was a weird time. I don't know. But shout out to TSLA. Kyle Burdett saying as well that Tesla is making these moves to the downside. Also, thank you, Sebastian, for mentioning my singing. I don't know if I'm just singing for fun. You know what I mean? I appreciate that. But I just like to sing for some good times. John Zizmansky saying, pardon?
At least one of us can sing.
I don't know about that, but thank you. John Zizmansky saying instead of frowny faces, we should say stash instead. It's pretty like stash faces. I don't know.
That's funny.
But I just kind of got a kick out of that. Also, if you want to see a certain mustachioed man to my right talk about some stocks on the green screen coming up in just 52 minutes, there's a way for you to do that. And it is by going in the chat right now. Think of a ticker. Think very hard. Think of your favorite ticker that you want to see. And go in that chat right now and go ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. Is that ticker GME? Put GME. Is that ticker Microsoft? MSFT. Tesla, TSLA. We know tickers. We know what they are. Pick your ticker. Go right in that chat right now up until 150. And you can see, yes, you can see your lucky ticker if you get enough votes.
Here it is, Rimmer.
There we go.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why it deleted. I usually have this thing up, and make sure, guys, that you have a space between these two. Okay, so you have to hit the join and then the space and then the $sign, and then you put in the ticker and put in whatever name you want. The more votes a name gets, the higher up on the list obviously it goes. We cover the top 5 per day. So go in, influence other people in the chat to vote your way, baby, if you want to have your name covered. And that, you know, you're gonna have to persuade people, so get your powers of persuasion ready. Join, space, $sign, and then the ticker every day up until 150. You have 40 more minutes to vote. And then between 2 and 2:20, the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, they're going to give you their look on the trade. If they traded it, they'll tell you exactly what they did, what they were looking for, how they did it, and etc. All the deets that your heart desires, baby. All right, Amazon coming all the way back down again. This has been, it's interesting here because I took it long and we're profitable long, but to me, it looks like a stellar short. And most of the names on the Mag 7 look that way too, to be honest with you. And here's why. Lower high, and yeah, you guessed it, lower high. Now, this lower high here, I wouldn't have taken short here. There were no reasons for me on the 5 to be looking at this level, but as an individual in the chat there, I think it was 1320 Wolf, showed me to look at. He's like, look at the 15-minute on Amazon, and then it makes so much more sense. It's been a 50-period deal here, both as support and then as resistance on AMZN. All the closing prints, either north or south of that 15 or that 50 period on the 15-minute chart. Essentially right now it's trading, the 50 period is at 176.80. Essentially 176 3/4 or thereabouts. But Amazon coming all the way back down into the low end of the range again to test 176. Each and every dip below 176 today has bounced. You can see that. I mean, 715, you dip below 176, you bounced. The institutional prints, we don't put too much weight into those, but they also bounced off that level. The IB low right there, and we talked about that. The first hour of trading, the high and the low, you should chart the implied balance high and low. Go back to last week's lesson for that. Was also right at 176. In fact, the low there was 175.97, and we're right there right now. So, is this an interesting area to go long to play the range on a day? It's down 0.25%. It's not down by that much. There's no negative catalyst for it. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to give it a bit of room for a possible 50-period retracement. That's my best case scenario. If I take this long, I could get a buck off it. You know, if that. So we'll see there, Adair.
Yes, we will indeed see there. Also, Microsoft, thank you. I'm just gonna smile because I'm happy with Microsoft. So basically, I was getting a little bit nervous in this position because we kept saying below 410s, but I said, Adara, add a little bit. You do like this trade. What are you scared of? Like losing a little bit of sense? You can also make a few cents, Adara. So make the decision that needs to be made. I'm accidentally doing the Nicole Kidman clap here. But make the decision you need to make. So I didn't add to the position. I said if we stay below 410, we're gonna be chilling like a villain. Indeed we were. We got our half at 55. We got the rest out at 45s. Pleased as darn punch. I know pleased as dang punch is what Sharif said, so I should have said that. But happy with this trade. Initially, Apple was my top P&L name, and then Microsoft said, hold my laptop. And so thank you, Microsoft. This one is the top P&L name right now. Also, thank you for telling me that this was actually the pivot point on this 90 MA as well, because that was crazy. I had no idea. I was taking it off the 90 MA rejection. But yeah, happy with how Microsoft has gone so far today. That's been the main name I'm trading. Tesla, this is just, I hope no one's E-long this name right now. Because, yeah, this is a pretty difficult. This is not a must-see chart for the long, I gotta say right now. But also tune in with Tesla next week, June 13th. Those Tesla bulls are gearing up for that shareholder meeting next week, June 13th. As I mentioned this a lot, I frequently visit Tesla bull Twitter because I am very entertained, and I honestly think it's quite fascinating how much the Tesla bulls are so down for Elon and everything he has to do. And they're like, you know, like hungry, excited little rabbits. Pardon?
Fanboys?
They're fanboys. Yeah, that's true. A lot of them are women, actually, so I'm going to say fangirls. Fan people.
Yeah.
Fanpools. I don't know. Fans. So all of these Tesla fans, best of cyber luck to them as we head into that meeting on June 13th, because they want Elon Musk's pay package to be ratified.
Yes.
Also, we do have our lesson of the day coming up, so I'm going to gear up for that. But how is your Amazon going?
We just got long 176.01. This is going to have to hold above the $0.25 area, so risking 25 pennies to make a buck. I'm looking for a retracement of sorts, possibly into that 177. We'll see if we can get a couple of beak wetters along the way on AMZN. It was, again, this 176 area has been a level of support all day. That's what the trade is predicated upon. I'm going to give it a bit of room. It is a $180 name. So, if I put a stop right below 176, I'm just asking for trouble, right? So you're going to have to give this room. So I also want to mention, that. So the long on Amazon off 176. And I also want to mention, because Adair was bringing up the shareholder meeting for Tesla, do not forget, this time next week is WWDC. And if you are long Apple, like I have been since August, I'm almost going on a year on this monster. I don't think I've ever held anything that long on a trade basis, obviously. If you're long Apple, then you need to be all ears and eyes and whatever other sensory organs you have, they better be ready, because that's the AI story here, right? Now, there's obviously the September launch event where we could get more nuanced details about what AI features are going to be included in the iPhone 16, but this is important. There hasn't been an iPhone upgrade supercycle since 2015 when they launched the larger screens. If there's going to be a super cycle, one assumes that it may be, or it should be, because of an AI-driven catalyst. At least that's my assumption. So I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be listening very intently. In fact, I'm part of their developer program, even though I don't code. The point of being there is to get the betas for their iOS releases. And so I get the emails that come with the developer thing. And they were basically going on their laundry list of different items that they're going to be discussing during the event. So I was excited to see what they had listed. I'm excited right now as a shareholder, and I'm excited in this sim trade that I'm in on AMZN right now, as we're 30 some odd pennies in the money, and that 176 level held to a dang T. Again, it is a level of support today on Amazon, like it or not.
Yeah, I was saying, I am a little bit disappointed that I ended up being off. I'm going to be off on June 10th, so I will miss the developers conference, but I know that Sharif and new graduate Obi are going to kill it, give you all that applesauce. Oh my gosh, that was not an intentional pun. They're going to give you everything you need to know. I will be paying attention to that conference from afar, and I'm excited to come back. But yeah, I will be gone on Friday and Monday, so we're going to see Obi back on this year's desk with
You're
the
gonna
mustache.
have a great old time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I know I'm the type of person where I always, I like the markets. I'm going to miss these markets, but
I'm not going to say where you're going, because we don't want all the fanboys showing up there. But I got an interesting video I got to send you for that location. You're going to really like
You
it.
mentioned something about that location, so I need to check that out. So thank you for telling me. But yeah, I'm going to a bit of a rural spot to hang out. So appreciate that. Exciting times. Also, thank you so much to Michelle Hebert for the chat member for 23 months. Hey guys, just wanted to say DFF has not sold. He has 100. I don't know who DFV is, and I'm assuming this is GameStop.
Neil's talking to you.
Roaring Kitty's ready name. Oh, that's what. Okay, now I know what that stands for. Thank you, Neil, for
thanks,
that.
Neil.
He has 120,000 June 21st $20 calls, and the volume on those is just over 6,000 today. Guy is hodling. Yeah, right now, I mean, GME. This is a nice actual. Oh, this actually could not be a bad look, because look at these higher lows we've had and this flat top. I don't want to make an assumption about a flat top break on GameStop, especially because, as you'll see in the lesson we're about to do, technicals are not always valid on these short squeeze plays, but man, is this a nice look for GameStop. I don't know if these games are going to stop in games. But yeah, thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. I appreciate that. I am excited for said trip, but also I'm excited to say Pamp It. And I'm excited to we always say Pamp It, excited to get to this lesson of the day, the short squeeze, which is pretty apt and actually not something we planned. Like, this was a planned lesson from last week, and then it turns out the short squeeze came today, and Sharif and I were like, huh, look at that.
I know.
Who'd have thunk it?
I really
this
was.
This was not intentional. Like, Sharif sent me this lesson last night, so shout out to Sharif, appreciate that. And let's talk about the short squeeze, because I said the short squeeze, but the short squeeze. We're going to be talking about this all week. This is going to be about early momentum chasing, but it's going to be a bit of a twist because it's specifically highlighting and targeting these heavily shorted stocks with the potential for a short squeeze. And you're going to want to buckle up.
Buckle
the
up.
strategy's high risk, but oh, can it be high reward? Don't know why I said it like that. Let's talk about the fundamentals first. So picture a stock where a significant portion of shares or the short interest are held by investors who borrowed them, betting the price will go down. Short sellers, maybe the stock is AMC, maybe the stock is GME, maybe it's Carvana. But if the price unexpectedly surges, then short sellers are going to scramble to buy back these shares to return them, further increasing the price. That is a short squeeze. Here's one example I found online that I think is kind of cool. It just shows you've got the price going up, then you've got your normal trading zone, and then that short squeeze breakout beyond that previous price action, right? Then you've got what it calls a short squeeze zone. That's when you're going to see a parabolic escalation. You have margin call covering. You have buyers getting involved. It's pandemonium. It's madness. And then eventually it sees a top. Let's talk about some of that early momentum chasing in that short squeeze zone as identified by that previous image that I found online. So early momentum chasers are going to be looking to identify highly shorted stocks experiencing an initial price increase. I want to shout out Sharif for mentioning this earlier. It can be helpful if you have like a list of stocks that are heavily shorted. So you're like ready to go like, hey, could this stock run?
The traders on the floor gave me that idea because they were all like literally listing when I got in this morning.
Oh, I saw that SunPower too.
Yeah, they were like, oh, this one's heavily shorted, this one have. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But also, if you want to go above and beyond, you could always go in our join, because I saw that. We could do that now if you want, the join, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I saw that. So if you want to talk about a specific stock or have Sharif cover it, there's something we can do.
Yes, Ram, throw that in there, baby, because in about 40 minutes, we're starting that new segment from 2 to 2:20, where you guys have your say every day. You just got to go in the chat and then enter the following trigger or whatever prompt, exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker. If you want to talk about these memes that are moving today, GME and AMC, go ahead and throw that up. If you want to talk about NVIDIA and their new processor, or AMD and their 3 new processors, they're going all the way out to 2027 with the MI450. Geez Louise. So planning up a storm for the future there at Dara. So go ahead and have your say right now.
Yeah, that's it. You can plan for the future, so you have your say right now. In 30 minutes, that voting will close. Let's talk about we're talking about early momentum, so you want to identify these highly shorted stocks so you can be prepared for when they run. And the hope is going to be that you're being able to jump in before the squeeze intensifies so that you'll be able to profit as the price explodes due to forced buying by short sellers. So you want to be there right before that momentum kicks in. What about the dark side of the squeeze? Because it's not all sunshine and rainbows and GameStops, because sometimes the game does have to stop. So the dark side of the squeeze can include false alarms, because not all prices increases in shorted stocks do lead to these big squeezes, or lead to short squeezes. The momentum might fizzle out, which can leave early entrants holding the bag. What about intense volatility? Because short squeezes are inherently volatile, right? So prices can swing rapidly, wildly, with a viciousness, and this can make it challenging to predict the perfect entry and exit points. Psychological warfare is, I think, maybe it sounds a little bit intense, but that can definitely be the case in these short, heavily squeezy kind of names, because that emotional fervor and intensity surrounding a potential short squeeze can cloud your judgment. So investors might buy an inflated price, fearing they will miss out. So let's talk about some strategies for people who are looking to chase these short squeezes. Monitor short interest. So you might want to track the short interest of potential stocks. A high short interest combined with a price increase is a potential recipe for a squeeze. News and social media savvy is important as well. You want to stay up to date on company news and social media chatter that could signal potential short squeeze in companies like GME, Beyond Meat, Carvana, Affirm, anything like that. Also, these names around earnings as well can have a bit of a short squeeze type of moment.
Bless you.
Get excited, bless you, and people want to short. So keep an eye for anything involving these names.
Amp it.
GME reporting next week as well.
Jeez.
So that could get a little bit spicy, and those games might start right back up again if they ever indeed stop, which they often don't.
True.
But let's talk about technical analysis with caution, right? So technical indicators can indeed help to identify breakouts, but you do not want to overly rely on them during a short squeeze, because these events can defy technical analysis due to their emotional nature. I don't know why I said that in that voice, but hey, it's a short squeeze. It's a little bit dramatic. Let's talk as well about stop loss orders because they should be mentally mandatory or at least heavily considered. You want to set tight stop loss orders to limit potential losses if the momentum does fizzle. Making short squeezes can veer off course rather quickly. So to conclude, early momentum chasing in shorted stocks can be exhilarating. It can be breathtaking. It can be the equivalent of an Oscar win. However, it's a high risk strategy, so you always want to make sure that you are going long research and going long risk management and going long alternative investment strategies before you go long a heavily shorted name. Also, can we talk about those gorgeous beak waters on Amazon?
Yeah, I mean,
that's a gorgeous illusion.
They're at this 176 level held, but I'm equally as confident that we're going to get a rejection pretty soon because that has been the case all day on the Zon. The high there, 178.80. That's the IB high. Then we put a classic rounded top with topping tail candles. That's everything you want to see. The topping tail candles, the incrementally lower highs and lower lows, the rounded top. I mean, this is just a beautiful setup that I didn't have eyes on. That's just my mistake there. But anyway, I did have eyes on this 176 level, so I took that rather than taking the short. And to be honest with you, I really want to get better at that because today was the day for the short and I kept forcing the long. I'm not down by that much in the sim, but the fact that I keep forcing the long on a day when I should go short is a problem I need to kind of get better with. That's just my thing. I'm not really looking at anybody else who, I'm not trying to hint at anybody or anybody in the chat or anything. I'm just talking about myself. I need to be better with, be like, hey, today's short day. Just look for different setups. I'm always inclined to look for support rather than to look for resistance. That's my thing. Anyway, so I'm anticipating a rejection off the 50 here because we did get a rejection off the 50 initially. But as 1320 Wolf astutely pointed out earlier, this has been a 15-minute chart trade with the 50 acting as resistance and support. And so if I look where the 50 is hanging out on the 15, it is hanging out at 80. So I will de-risk almost everything. I have two more outs on this, and I'm in the sim, okay? By the way, I'm going to sit at 77s because that's a lucky number. And I'm going to put there, wait for 77s, and then I'm going to have one more out if I get triggered here at 77s. And it looks like it might cross. We'll see if we get the cross. 77 on the ask. It's got to cross a little bit. 78 showing up. Now, if I do get triggered at 78, I'm going to leave a piece for the dream or get stopped out. Take your pick. But this has been a 50 period on the 15 trade. I will not be convinced otherwise. Other than obviously taking the rounded top short because that was a great look as well. And it's a better look on the 5 than it is on the 15. You can kind of see all the topping tail candles, the shorts really overwhelming the longs incrementally, and then you get this candle here to make the new low, and then you saw what happened there. So great look. All right, we got printed. Fantastic at 77s all the way up into 84s. So now I have one more out on AMZN. I ain't getting rid of it. We're going to hold this one maybe into 177.25. That's where the WAP is at. VWAP at 177.25 in and around that area. So good look. Now let me tell you, the Mag 7s here, it looks like the winds of change may be coming on some of them. All right, and the reason is you have a 50 period retracement on the 5 on the Zon. You have a 20 period retracement for the first time today since essentially 1030 on the soft one. Look at that, 410.5 incoming. It's touching the 50, as you can see right there. You also had Apple break above the 50, the 20, and the 10, but still south of VWAP at that 193, 194-ish area. So some curls, some Mag 7 names curling up here. You also have Goggles coming into the 50. You have the Fuge coming into the 20. So, and reclaiming that 18.5 area. So some stuff starting to curl here, guys. Be aware that, we did it on Friday. I'm not saying we're going to do it today, but that recovery on Friday really had me, double taking. I really see that on the chart. And I was charting it last night because you guys know I'm not here in the afternoon. So I was really surprised by that. Anyway, Apple almost at the volume weighted average price. Amazon is going to break 177s here, so we're almost $1 in the money on this last leg. I have one more out on the Zon. It's almost at 177. Coffee Trader, that's a great name, by the way. You look like Super Mario. You should wear the hat. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? You get me 2,000 likes today, I'll wear the hat. Put it that way. You get 2,000 likes for the stream, I will wear whatever, well, whatever. I will wear the Mario hat. Did you see the video or the segment that Luca and I did in Big Bird and Cookie Monster?
Oh, I did see you showed me some of
did?
this.
Did
Yeah,
I? Okay,
think you
okay.
showed me like a picture of it.
Yeah, that's because we got 8,500 likes. It's a record for the show.
Were you Big Bird or Cookie Monster?
I was Big Bird. Okay. And I had like the whole thing on, and like the beak was coming down and impairing my vision. I couldn't punch, right? So then we had to like wedge in the beak at the top. So then, it didn't look like a bird at that point.
Did you wet your beak?
I did wet my beak. I don't know if I was positive or negative that day, but that's actually a good question. Yeah, so you guys get me 2,000 likes. I'll wear whatever hat you guys want. All right, Elon, hi Sharif. Agreed this morning was a short session, but watch out, afternoon could reverse as markets trick with our emotions all the time. Oh, don't they ever, Elon? No question about that. All right, people yelling about GameStop. Is it doing something
It's
here?
gorgeous. I tried to get involved and GameStop said no. Yeah.
GameStop said no?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me in.
Well, that's not very polite.
Right? I think it's kind of disrespectful, but like whatever. GameStop wanted to stop me from getting involved. But yeah, this 31 breakout, I wanted to get involved at 30s. GameStop, I think, got to like 30-10s, and I said, you know what, Adara, focus on your unsuccessful IWM short instead. Why don't you? No, I'm joking. All jokes aside, I didn't like the IWM trade I managed fine. That's not an issue. I'm not going to talk about that right now because we're going to talk about GameStop. I know we just said technicals don't always play a role, but sometimes they do. I said I like that flat top breakout on GameStop, which is why I wanted to get involved. And GameStop said, yes, Adara, there is a flat top break, just not for you. Dramatic finger pointing. And I said, okay, GameStop, look at that.
Are you okay with that?
Oh, I can wear a stash. I have to find a stash. Or I'll draw on a stash.
We'll get you one. The company paid for our costumes,
Really?
obviously. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I can get a fake mustache.
You'd wear one for 3 hours? You're a good sport.
I did competitive dance. We used to wear a lot of weird stuff in competitive dance.
Fair.
Like I've had like my hair, I've had pipe cleaners in my hair. I've had like, we had to do like a full on like heart lips. Like I've done like everything. We actually did do a mustache once.
Did you actually?
We did it with makeup and not with
No.
facial hair. But yeah, so I would do that for sure.
Okay, well, where are we at here? Well, we're going to have to find out. We're talking up a storm about we'll do this, we'll do that, and we don't even know what we're at in terms of likes. So let's find out over here. Let's bring it up and have a look at the stream. So where are we at here? I didn't even like our own stream today. We're only at 500 likes. Yeah, we're not even gonna have a discussion till 1,000 likes, guys. Come on, let's get that like counter up. Adara's gonna wear a stash, guys, and I'm gonna wear a Mario hat. So that's all I can say about that. If that ain't trolling that, I don't know what it is. So keep an eye on that. Guys, softies going here and the entire market's starting to go. Let's be real about it. We just finished talking up a storm about the winds of change coming on these Mag 7 names, and they are. A lot of curling up over here on the 5-minute charts on whatever name you're looking at. Even the rangy one today. NVDA off that 1125 bottom, now breaking through 1138 on its way possibly into 1140. The dead one is right at the volume-weighted average price, recovering off that 193 dip. Here comes 194 on Apple. A lot of buying coming in, a lot of aggression on Apple as it breaks through VWAP. Amazon and Meta both retracing into the volume-weighted average price. Softy coming into the 50. And Goggles is not that far from going green on the day. It just needs another 12 or 13 pennies for that break-even point. Good midday recovery here as we have about half an hour left on the show, which is going to result me, or basically requiring me to tell you this. You have another 18 minutes to vote for your favorite tickers. So if you want the big kahunas to discuss GME and AMC, and we all know why, go in the chat right now. Have your say every day between 11 to 150. You can vote, and then 2 to 220. We cover the names that you want. Go ahead and type in whatever ticker you want. I'm just kind of giving you an example there with GME, but it's dealer's choice there. Apple at 194, guys. Lots of strength coming in on the dead one today as it breaks through the volume-weighted average price. Look for this area here. This is where Adara was shorting to no end on Apple. 194.40s, 194.50s. Be cognizant of that area. It is actually Pivot's resistance level to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give a shout out to Ramin because she said this one a while ago, saying at one point Sharif had the mustache, was wearing red, I was wearing green. We have Trend to Ticker, the trading turtle, and the apes are going off. So Ramin said, "This is you guys, right?" So she just said this again in the chat, said recreate. So yeah, we really should recreate this. Shout out to Ramin if we do get this off to wear green to match with that. Also, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett for this super chat. $5 super chat. If you're at work, you can get videos of said competitive dance asking for a friend. That was over 10 years ago. Like, that was a good while ago. But yeah, did do competitive dance for many moons, wore a lot of very embarrassing costumes in my time.
Is there any possibility whatsoever that a certain amount of likes would cause the video to make its way onto the show?
I'd have to find the video.
Oh, okay.
This was like before the time of digital videos.
Okay,
like
gotcha.
You had the DVDs, which are in Winnipeg, Lord knows where. But yeah, there were some really fun themed dances.
Love it.
In our time there. Shout out to that. Zach, yeah, I want to look at Brush. I forget, someone was asking for BRSH. I apologize. I don't remember who it was in the chat. I got to tell you, I'm not seeing a lot right now in Brush. I think we did brush against VWAP here at 12, almost 13 cents, but we rejected, right? Since then, we've had lower highs, lower lows. I gotta say, Brush does have 12.8 million in volume, but I'm not really seeing a lot of patterns here. Not seeing a fantastic look. I will say this daily chart, as far as small cap gappers or penny stocks go, is not the worst thing I've seen by any means, but that's also not really a compliment. Of course, we've been a lot higher, right? So brushing a lot of its previous victories to the side. Right now, it seems like we are really struggling with that. These lower highs, we'll get these pops, but every high is lower. 50 cents, 35 cents, 30 cents, 28 cents. Now we're seeing 25 cents. So I got to say, we are seeing a little bit of a move to the downside on Brush. But you know we're not seeing a move down on? Mark the Realtor, 305. Nope. Shout out to, I'm assuming Miami there. Shout out to you. 199 super chat. GME. Red button. Rocket ship. Rocket ship. Rocket ship. Two exclamation point emojis. I'm trying to explain use that emoji conversation there. But let's take a look at Gimme and see. Yeah, this one has certainly been giving the longs what they want. If we bounce off 31, I might take this. Ooh. I'm just going to make this face. Because I like that 30 bounce. That 31 was a flat top. So if we bounce off 31s, 31, can you do something for me?
Oh, yeah. Well, GME is still south of the VWAP.
That's
so
true.
33.5-ish is where I see VWAP on GME. But look what AMP just did. AMC coming right into volume weighted average price, hanging out at 512, 513, getting a topping tail candle through it and right back down. Yeah, so we'll wait. I mean, personally, you could take this long off a clear bottom over here, and it looks like 4 1/3 was that general area bottom, 470, 4 1/3, or 2/3, excuse me, not a third. But yeah, I mean, I'd be looking to short off here, to be honest with you, unless really, well, hold on, the volume really started picking up here. So 115, incrementally, we've had now 4 candles in a row with positive volume. This one still a little negative. We'll see, because it started to curl up here a little bit. You always keep an eye on the volume for confirmation. Yeah, that 5 hold too should also be interesting. Now that you've cleared 5 to the high side, you then come back down into that 5 general area and hold. AMC will wait. But good look here for both them. Midday recovering. Still, I think they definitely need a bit more to get me interested here. The one that I really did not trade at all today because it just wouldn't let me in is this GPCR. Unreal move. Unreal. This thing was $33.56, $34, excuse me, on Friday. It is now $60. This is a multi-billion-dollar company. This is not a small cap gapper. And it has had one hell of a day. Again, if you're wondering why this is moving, I believe it was an obesity pill. This is going to come in the form of a pill. Everybody complains about these GLP-1s being an injectable form, no oral one as of yet. This company looking to change all that. GPCR, Structure Therapeutics, $2.75 billion market cap. The float on it is large. It's about 106 million shares. I told you guys earlier that the short float which jives with today's lesson, is about 10%, just south of 10% at 9.82. So this one's really been the trade that I missed. I'm going to have my eyes tomorrow on this one to see whether or not it can have a second day continuation play. But yeah, great recovery there. Let's have a look at the market. Are we still continuing to the high side on the market? Well, Amazon just broke VWAP at that 177.25, and we're long 176.01. Yeah, I'm just holding on to it. I'm just going to hold on to it. But I do expect resistance here, Adara, at the volume-weighted average price. If I don't get resistance at VWAP, I know I'll encounter it at 178 because you had umpteen amount of topping tail candles into that 178 level at around 1130. So Amazon, a good recovery off the bottom, but I do expect some resistance up here.
Can I shout out your Amazon trade? Because that's amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's that certainly definitely going in the right Bezos on that trade. Or the right Wazos, I guess would be the better way of doing that pun. Apple is like tantalizing to me.
Ooh.
Apple is actually like the forbidden apple. This is the apple it's doing. It's like sitting there in the Garden of Eden being like, hey. But I don't want to take this yet. This area that I kept shorting around 194.40s, to me that is the area on Apple. I don't want to short it. To be clear, I say that I did short at VWAP as well earlier, but that was below VWAP. Right now we actually are above VWAP. Now VWAP is not always going to be level, but it was for Apple earlier today. We do have these failed wicks into 194. Oh, Tara. I don't want to short just yet. I want to see a little bit more confluence. Man, I am a little disappointed that I didn't take those GME trades, but I'm also not forcing myself into this because revenge trades are generally not a good idea. A revenge trade on GME feels like a very, very bad idea indeed. But basically what I wanted with GME initially was that $30 long. GME laughed in my face. Then I wanted 31. So I think, I wanted 31.15s. GME gets to 31.20s, and then it's goes back to 30. I don't like that. No, that dolphin laugh I did.
Whoa.
And then it goes to 32.
Like it.
So
I'd call that the machine gun laugh.
Oh yeah, I guess like that. Oh yeah. But yeah, this GME. Some people are mentioning that this 32.85 has kind of been the level for GME. This 31.85 actually got a little spicy. I'll watch again for a 31 bounce, but I have, like I said, zero interest in hopping into GME without confidence. I'll trade GME, mind you, but you have to have something you really, really want. And right now, I do not. So that's why I'm staying out of that. Sorry guys, I haven't taken any trades in a while. I'm really waiting to see something set up that I really like. This Tesla though. Oh, this Tesla. Should have taken the 176 rejection because I was obsessed with that earlier. I didn't, yada, yada, yada. I still think Tesla's curling back up. If Tesla bounces at 175.35, no, 175.75, I will get involved. But it looks like there's a soccer update.
I love how you set it up. So this happened. So this is all over. Well, it surprised absolutely nobody. Kylian Mbappe says au revoir Paris and hola Madrid. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was quite labored, but everybody and their mother's third dog's cousin knew that this trade, or not trade, this signing was going down. It's widely expected to be announced before the Euros. I think this is the biggest signing for them since Cristiano Ronaldo, and I think he'll have that's kind of a statement. I think he might have a similar impact to Real Madrid as Cristiano Ronaldo. I think he is that talented. This guy is the real deal. I think he didn't get what he wanted in Paris with, some of the signings being a little bit suspicious there. We're not going to go into it, but Kylian Mbappe, a la Madrid, and Los Blancos are going to be very, very happy that this dude is going to be, I wonder what shirt he's going to wear. He's probably going to wear number 10, I'm just assuming. But Kylian Mbappe, widely expected that this is going to be announced this week before the Euros. And I believe June 1st was the actual, or May 31st was the actual termination of his contract with Paris Saint-Germain. So it now opens up legally for him to be signed by the Catalan team. Or they're not Catalan, sorry. They're by Madrid. So we'll keep eyes on that. The 15th champions, yes, definitely he will be as good as Karim Benzema. I'm not saying Benzema. I think he'll be better than Benzema for sure. I think Karim Benzema is a hell of a player, obviously, no question about that. But I just feel like, he's a bit better than him. Does he trade, says Carlos Dar? I don't know. Maybe he does. But yeah, big news there. All right, the other big news, AMZN really going here, guys. Now 177.25. It's breaking through the WAP at the volume weighted average price. Look for that 178 level. That's where we had a lot of trouble, a lot of topping tail candles coming in there, and the rounded top started developing at 178. So if we squeeze here through the volume weighted average price, look for resistance at 178 level. We're along 176.01, and I only have one more out left, so I'm gonna let this go. I am in the sim today, guys. Want to repeat that again. I am not live. There was an issue with my ID. Hopefully you'll be live tomorrow.
Yes. Also, I am in Apple. I liked the 194 rejection. La-di-da. And as I say that, we're pushing back past this level I don't like. So we're gonna have to say bye-bye to Apple. I did have a bite of the forbidden apple, and Apple was like, yeah, that's what you get. And now it's coming back to the area I like, so it's all good. Still up on the day. Really proud of the trading I've been doing lately. It's been a nice start to the month of June. Apologies, I didn't take too many. I say I didn't take that many trades today, but I did have quite a few fills. But I think it has been a little bit of a scalpier kind of day, because that's what I've been trying to work towards. That's where I feel like I trade the best is when I scalp. So that's what I'm working on, is just pure scalpage. I made up a word. But, so that's what happened here with Apple. I don't have any more reads on this. Am I still positive? Yes, I'm still positive in Apple. Microsoft, though, ended up actually being my trade of the day, which was kind of surprising to me. But Microsoft. Oh my God. I'm talking like it's like a misbehaving child. Look at this, coming back to this level.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And VWAP is now almost intersecting with that level. That bottom end area, look
right.
at that. It's pretty close.
Oh, Sharif. I don't want to rush into this, or I keep making these weird mournful sounds. I have no interest in rushing into this trade, but because I also think it, much like Apple, looks like going to pop above here. Oh man, this is a great look, but I really don't want to rush and give up those gains. Let's talk about GME though, because gimme sometimes gets if you're involved in GME. Look at this 31 bounce. I didn't take the 31 bounce because I was like, oh, it's GME. Oh. Tried to get involved earlier, wouldn't let me. I'm like, okay, GME clearly was the place to be. So that's my bad on that. The thing is, too, is like part of me is like, oh, Adara, you should have just had conviction. But if I don't have that much conviction in a trade, I shouldn't be taking it either. And GME, I think I just need like literally like a sign being like, oh, eureka, in order to have enough confidence to take that trade. So that's what you got to do. Ate too much, say you are the apple of my eye. Yeah, Apple was the apple of my eye with certain levels earlier today. Not right now, though. Also, I want to shout out IWM. Allison Mulcahy was mentioning IWM having its first green hourly candle. This was one trade I forgot to mention earlier, and I forgot to mention it because GME came and reared its little head, so I was like, okay. But yeah, I lost 20 pennies on this. I did manage it how I wanted to manage it. I like the short because we did have this kind of wick here into this 203.80 that we rejected. I said, okay, Adara, try the short. We got to 203.80, I got out. La-di-da-di-da. If we can push above that 204, that's going to be a great look to me because 204 was clear chop and turn resistance earlier. So if we can break above that level, I think that is where the longs say hi in IWM. They say hi, WM. So yeah, that's that trade. It wasn't an IW massacre by any means, but it also wasn't, IW marvelous either. So you got to be aware of that. But you know what is marvelous? Is Sharif's Amazon trade. And if you want to see Sharif and Neil and Sean talk about certain tickers, you only have a couple more minutes to do this right now.
Well said, Adara.
Go in the chat and do that.
Yeah, you got 3 more minutes. The voting shuts off every day. 150 Ram. They got to go in. They got to go into the chat, and they got to hit the following prompt. You're going to hit exclamation point, the word join, space, then the $sign, and throw in whatever ticker your heart desires. If you want to talk about the solar names that have been making a move lately, check out FSLR, showing Brendo that chart this morning. If you want to talk about the heavily shorted names, the GameStops, the Faradays, the Mullins, the AMCs, throw that in. If you want to talk about the Mag 7, you want to hear what NVIDIA is up to, throw that in. Throw in whatever your heart desires every day from 11 to 150. You can have your vote. And then the big kahunas come on from 2 to 220, and they talk about the levels. They talk about their trades, if they took any on that, and they give you the 411 exactly what they think. So go ahead and join that. I'm already seeing some love there for the Cybertruck and AMD. People want to hear all about that. And can you Blame them. And no, Aaron Scott Matthews, I see what you're doing there. I see you. There's no ticker.
That is not a ticker. Nor a stat.
I actually tried it just to make sure it wasn't a ticker. No, it's not. I'll tell you after, Neil. But yeah, that is the look. All right, guys, let's look up these Mag 7 names really quick here because some of them are at key areas of resistance. And I think Dara astutely pointed out the 194 dance that the dead one is putting in right now, just a skosh above the volume weighted average price. 194, that whole dollar level, obviously acting as a local area of resistance, owing to the 4 topping tail candles that it's putting in at those levels. And then before, once it gave way to 194, it did the same thing. Once we broke 194 at 11:45 and started, trading from the south side of it, from below 194, we were doing the same topping tail candles that we're doing right now. So 194, for whatever reason, acting as a local area of resistance here on AAPL. A bit of a range happening now between a little bit above 194 and the volume weighted average price. So we'll see what the Cybertruck can do. Now, I think my Amazon trade got into that 177 and a third. It's coming down now into a fifth. I'm just going to hold this and see where it goes. And Meta as well, reclaiming the volume weighted average price at 475 by some distance. In fact, it almost made it up into 476 and a fifth. So a nice move up through that whole dollar level, but it's also putting in some topping tail candles right now as the selling pressure comes in. We mentioned this one earlier. We were talking about Google, south of the volume weighted average price, south of the Friday closing print at 172.50. That's all over. Google's above VWAP, above the volume weighted average price. But I would say to you, again, for whatever reason over here, we have this consolidation area top just south of 173. I would say in the 172 high 90s to low 80s. There's a bit of a range there where we couldn't break there in the morning from around 10:30 all the way to 12 when we gave up that area aggressively. So we're right back at that area again in kind of the same way we are with Apple at 194. Let's see if we can move up above this consolidation area top over here on goggles. GOOGL. Meta's heading up here. It looks as if a lot of other stuff coming right back down, NVIDIA included. Not the case on META. It's continuing to show greener candles as it dances with that 2%. It was well over 2% at the highs there when it was knocking the door of 480. $4 below that right now. So it could be well over 2% if we are to finish with some strength. The final trade that I have on the day is this AMZN, and it was a 176 dip, and we're going to hold this one until we're off the show in about 9 minutes or so. What is everybody else talking about over here in the chat? Gorev, do you see Dell as a long of these on these levels? Cup and handle, question mark, or do you think it's a rejection at VWAP for short to the lows of the day? So I'm assuming you're talking about an intraday trade because you're talking about the day. So let's have a look at DELL here on the 5-minute chart. So Dell's been a bit of a sell lately ever since earnings, and I didn't mean that to rhyme, but here's what I see, Gorev. I see a 50-period resistance level on DELL on the 5-minute chart. I mean, how can you not see that? We topping tail through that, you get the wick through it, and then right back down you go. You close below the 50. And then the entirety of the afternoon has been a rejection off the 50. So I'm inclined to want to base my trade off the 50 on the 5, however it comes, whether it's a long or short. Today, it seems that the short's more in play. To go green, it's got to get right into that 140 area, about 139 2/3. That was the closing print on Friday. I am cognizant of these higher lows that has been putting in since 1050, bottomed out there for that 128.60 low. We're in 133 territory. However, it's been lower highs and lower lows with a compression pattern and a downward move. Usually to me, that means a bit bearish. So I'm packing my patience. I like Dell as a long-term play. I'm not involved in it, but intraday, I don't see a cup and handle, Gorev. I see a down move and then a resistance here at the 50. All right, Amazon right back up, baby, into that $0.50 level. So I was calling kaputs on this trade, but a bit of dancing still. 177.5, right back down into that quarter though, Adara. A lot of bamboozlement here as we coming to the final stretch on how to trade.
Yeah, this has been quite the day. I can't even believe we're already at the final stretch. We call this Tesla Stressla for a reason, and man, was, you know, a little bit depressed after this initial Tesla trade. You might be like, Adara, why? Well, okay. So we got long 85s, places punch, whatever. Then we break into 65s, I leave, as planned. I turn back around, this thing is back up above 176. How did this happen? I don't know, it's how Tesla goes. But I went long again because I did notice we were still holding that level. I think, okay, there we go, this is what I needed. I wanna see this into 76.10s because I know we can get there. We have gotten there. Took a smaller position the second time around. I still have confidence in the trade, and I needed to get out where I got out, right? But I also, you know, if you see a trade you like, you have to have the confidence to take it again. You cannot let yourself be shaken out or shaken up by the fact that a previous trade did not go according to plan, because that is what I did on Meta. That initial short, the timing was just not great. I wanted to short it again over here, and I didn't because I was like, oh dear, it didn't go well initially. You can't trade like that. I do want to shout out Neil's lesson of the day because he's talked about this before in lessons of the day. There is no problem with taking a trade on a name that didn't work out before, didn't pan out initially. As long as you have a plan, as long as you're not revenge trading it, and you do have a plan for it, and you're going into that trade with a plan in mind, then I think that's absolutely fine. It did scalp out Tesla here, 15 penny winner, not like the trade of anyone's life by any means, but I'm really proud of what I did with these names. I am up on the day to start June, so I'm pleased as punch with that. This is, I think, my second best day since going live, maybe. So good times with that. I'm really just trying to get more confident. And I think the biggest thing is I feel like sometimes I'll be less confident if I have a trade that doesn't work in the name, like once bitten, twice shy. But you can't do that with trading. Each trade, each execution is going to vary drastically. And you have to have the confidence and the whole picture to come together. I appreciate that, Comp SRX. Definitely, guys, hit the like if you do want to see Sharif and I dress up as apparently Mario and Luigi. Or
where are we at with
he'll
likes?
wear a Mario hat, and I will wear green and a mustache. So we want those likes. Also, shout out to Trenda, and shout out to AMC Apes, and shout out to that really funny little photo.
I will wear a Trenda hat if there's one, Ram. Yeah, I will. I wore a Big Bird hat, Adara, so I mean, once you wear a Big Bird hat, like the gloves are off.
The gloves
you know what I mean?
Because you're literally wetting your beak.
Well, there you go.
Although certainly you did not stop wetting your beak on Amazon. What a trade!
I know.
Congrats on that trade.
But can I tell you the truth? I think we're topping out here, Adara, as I'm starting to see a whole bunch of selling come in on these Mag 7 names, at least temporarily, and now we're getting some topping tail candles through that or north of that VWAP area. So you kind of feel like, you know, there's a bit of a tug of war happening here between buyers and sellers on some of these Mag 7 names, as a lot of them have retraced into key areas of technical resistance. I would say the same thing for Microsoft, the same thing for Google, the same thing for Apple. They're all into that volume weighted average price general area and are curling back a little bit off it now. Tesla kind of the exception here, where it was just too weak. It couldn't make it back into that 179-ish area at VWAP, but look what it's doing with the 20 period. The same thing that the others are doing with VWAP. It's finding resistance at that 176.25, you know, with multiple kind of candles of indecision here, these doji candles, but, you know, looking to curl down again. TSLA, no specific headline today for Tesla, but it finds itself down 1 1/5. Really, is it the weakest of the Mag 7 names? Let's just look real quick over here. Yeah, no, yeah, it is. It is the weakest of the Mag 7 names, 1 1/4. I would say, you know, Netflix, I don't include that in the Mag 7, but, you know, it's definitely one of the ones I keep my eye on. 1.8% in negatory land for Netflix is there as we come on the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I can't believe we're almost done.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off and set up at the big desk and leave you for the last 2 minutes to kill the show.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right.
We will see Sharif on a green screen, and he will be there. And unfortunately, he will not be turning the mustache, but he will still have the mustache existing. So you can see that there. Shout out as well to Neil, who was really trying to make Join Mustache happen last week, so that was pretty funny. But yeah, so right now, a lot of these names curling. Microsoft curling down here. Like I said, I didn't want to take that because I didn't want it to be just like a trade completely based on previous levels. Now I think Microsoft is bouncing. This is a gorgeous kind of range here. You've got that 411.50 into that 412.30. I think that's a gorgeous look. Not one I wanted to take because, as I always say, I only trade during the midday period. After the midday, I do have other tests. I do. So purely trade during the midday. I want to take a look at Paramount, though, because it's Paramount that we do not forget. about this potential deal with Paramount and Skydance Media. We know that Sherry Redstone really wanted Skydance, and we know a lot of the Paramount shareholders initially were like, no, we want Apollo and Sony, but it looks like they're looking to buy, from what I saw, Skydance looking to buy Paramount $15 a share. So that's certainly a big premium. Definitely not a bad look. I'm sure those shareholders are maybe a little bit more pleased as punch than they initially were. Also, wow, this Apple. I had to get out where I got out. I'm not going to lose sleep over this, but man, this short didn't end up coming to fruition. I'm not grumpy about it. It is what it is. You have to trade how you trade. I did have a pretty small amount I was risking there, so it's all good. I also want to talk about this because I know I have seen someone, saying in the chat, oh, I didn't give Tesla that much risk. I usually don't give Apple that much risk. I find my trades are a little bit more effective if I risk very little because, and I have kind of a tighter risk reward principle because otherwise I feel like I panic sell or I hold for way too long. And so that's how I've kind of dealt with that is I risk 10, 20 cents and I'm trying to make, 20 to 40 cents. That's kind of the trades I have to make. I feel like that ends up being successful to me. So I just want to address that because I am aware I have kind of a ridiculously tight risk to reward ratio. 30 minutes left. I cannot believe this. GME here bouncing off the 31s. Wow, 31 can do something for GME. Didn't want to rush into these trades, but I want to shout out to Sean because I'm pretty sure he is still involved in GME. Only 15 minutes left. I hope you guys had a great week. Seconds, that's what I meant. Sorry, thank you for me saying, I keep saying minutes and I do mean seconds. Only a couple seconds left here. Hope you guys had a great Monday to kick off this new trading week. I will see you guys tomorrow on a whole new How to Trade, same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, we have Sharif on the green screen.
Welcome, guys, to the segment where you choose what we talk about every day. You'll be able to vote from 11 to 150 for the tickers, the top 5 that you want the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, to discuss every day between 2 to 220. So make sure you're getting your vote in. Otherwise, you're not going to have your say. Let's have a look at what the futures are doing. Definitely off those lows. We were watching that 18.5 break on the NQ. 450 right now is where we're on the triple Q, so we'll see if the recovery can continue. It was a big move down after opening up nicely up this morning. All right, the number 1 ticker requested by you guys, and really no surprise here, GameStop moving up big overnight as Roaring Kitty reveals his huge position in the name, and that had everybody talking this morning, and the big kahunas were all on it. What's the look, guys, on GME?
So by now, I'm going to make the assumption that everybody knows what happened, over Roaring Kitty, DFV, whatever you want, Keith Gill, all of the, real name Keith Gill and all the different aliases. The massive position, and not just the actual shares, but the call buying as well with, I want to say it was the 21st expiry of those $20 calls I believe he had. So look, at the end of the day, that was the big news. There is a new piece of information because Andrew Left has placed a short bet apparently on GME. Wow. So I guess you got a little bit of a battle in there. Andrew Left of Citron with a short bet. And I don't know where that bet got put in, whether that's today, maybe it was before. I'm not sure exactly when, but you don't always get to find out. When you get these short sell reports or these short sellers, usually you don't end up finding out exactly where they're in. At least every now and then, you'd know pretty much. Sometimes you can get an idea based on the chart, but I think in this case, who knows? That said, it's been a weak day for GameStop. Up 34%, it's hard to say that. But it gapped up and then immediately broke that gap and then filled it in, at least a decent portion of it right at the open. So you were gapped up big into the 39, 40 range. There were some decent scalp trading opportunities in there. Probably didn't do that enough, trying to hold for bigger winners. And ended up being, I say, not just the downfall, but a mistake, because it gave you just be in and out, dollar, with a tight stop at the bottom. This is not a short. I was covering a long position before the thing halted, and then I tried one more off the reopen at 35, and then we started waiting for the 30 level to hold. It's got a double bottom at 28, but you're still 28 to 32 has been the range. It's definitely waking up, but I would say this, as much as GameStop is waking up, it's about $4 off of the bottom. And you look over at the cohorts, you've had a little bit of a wake in AMC back into VWAP, and then a similar thing got me back into BlackBerry. any weakness in GameStop, and I'm already in this one off of VWAP, and I think it's an opportunity to short the other two. The story was a GameStop story. Whether or not Andrew Left put this short in or not, the same situation is still here. I mean, shorts need to cover. You need to break out this 32 level. There was a couple of wicks above it. But if you start seeing a bid over 32 and then a break of this 34 level, then the real fireworks could start this afternoon. But those are two big levels GameStop has to chew through. And as I said, I'd short the other two if I see weakness at those levels as opposed to GameStop. I wanted to treat GameStop as a stock I was going long, and BlackBerry or AMC, which didn't happen in AMC, as the stocks that I want to go short in on any reaction base.
All right, we're still long right now, 250 in the money on GameStop, so this is going to be a good trade for us. We still have that same trade from the morning. It came back in, and I was actually bidding. Well, actually, I should be bidding it right now. Yeah, 27.65. How low did we get there? I was bidding 27.50, I guess. Yeah, so right there. So it's 27.75. Like, I'm bidding still right here from the morning this order. So 27.65. The lowest we got was 27.75. So we did miss a reload, but look how good this looks on the chart. I mean, I feel like we're trying to get higher. I still think a VWAP test is likely. I shouldn't say likely. That's what I'm looking for. We could have just got out at 32 for $3 or so, but let's just wait to see what does happen. We're long at 28.50. I mean, I like the stock here at these levels. We talked about it before I knew anything about Roaring Kitty. We talked about how much we liked it down here at 20 bucks, enough to make it the trade of the week. And if you were able to get some of that this morning, you would have been out of the money, because the only trade of the week is to buy any of the dips right now, which would be right where we're long. So yeah, I feel like we got it at a good spot here. I'd love to be able to hold this all week, but unfortunately, this will have to come out before the end of the day. Let's see if we get a last second run up here near EOD. So I really like GameStop, and it's on the sticky note. It was kind of an obvious trade there, but it'll be my worst P&L name because we don't have any winners. I mean, just straight downside, boom, 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 boom. Like I said, no winners here for GME unless I take it right now. We have a winner now. It's 250 in the money, but I'm going to wait to see if we can get a little bit higher than where we are right now. That's GameStop, and it has been a pretty boring stock today, needless to say.
All right, guys, next on the list is Tesla, down 1%. No real significant headline for this one, but there was this headline. So back in March, JP Morgan had their tech conference, and Elon was one of the attendees, and it looks as if him and Jamie Dimon made up at that time, ending the decade-long, feud between the guys. Obviously not market moving and didn't really seem to affect Tesla stock, at least positively, guys. What was your look on Tesla?
All right. Tesla is, we talked about this earlier. It's going to be a big trade, and it's going to be your number one trade today. Just longs. I mean, longs early. We put it on the sticky note that we really liked 180. We did prefer dip buys. We wrote down 174 if that had come in. I mean, we had closed on Friday. We had a huge move up at the end of the day right there to close at 178. But before then, we'd bounced around 175 with that very bottom being 174. Without having that crystal ball and knowing what was coming here for Tesla, look how good that was again. I wasn't just sitting here again. Like I can't just be here throughout the whole time. I got to go out, have a little bit of a walk around. But that was 174.50. We should. If you're part of Sticky Note Nation, you have to be long down there. We weren't. We're sitting here. We'll wait again. But that's a great long for Tesla. It's going to be your PL1. We did drop out once it came back into pre-market lows. So we did try to buy 179 before getting out. That's our only losing trade. Right into there, right when it came. And it would have worked. But there's a huge drop in right into that level. Oh, man, sometimes going around and clearing your head, you miss these trades. But right there, 174.50, no-brainer long. Congratulations if you got it. Shout out to everybody that's part of Sticky Note Nation. This should be your number one stock today.
Yeah, it did actually reject the same high as last week as well, which is interesting on Tesla, 182, 70 or so. So I feel like that's a bit of a missed opportunity. The bottom for me was 173. I was going to stop any long on a dip into 173 even, so it needed to be much closer. We talked about this in the morning. I felt like it had to get down there, and every single day last week, you really got all the way either breaking 174 by a few cents or breaking it in gusto with 173 as your bottom, and you're still right there. So the stock is really respecting this 50 period and this nice sideways action that you're seeing off these lows. That said, it's making lower highs into that same bottom. At some point, you're going to run into, like, either it's going to break out this local top at 183, maybe the 185, or we're just going to end up taking that 170 to the bottom. So if we get there this afternoon, I like 173. We didn't quite get there today, but you are seeing some pressure on this bounce in Tesla, because I can't remember the last time I saw Tesla with the same support level at a 50 period like this for this long. So you got to figure this is going to get really spicy if we actually test the 170 level. Not there yet today, but it did come pretty close. No execution for myself. It just didn't quite get close enough to the 73 for me.
Big news coming out overnight with NVIDIA and with AMD as well, but we'll start with NVIDIA first. A new GPU, an AI-specific GPU being developed here by the name of Rubin. That's only 3 months after the launch of Blackwell, which is expected to deliver and ship later this year. So yeah, it moved up nicely yesterday. I was watching it on Blue Ocean, but today, kind of sideways, guys. I don't know. Did you guys trade NVIDIA?
I had a trade in NVIDIA. I mean, I also, AMD's right after. Yeah, we got NVIDIA and AMD.
Yeah,
I guess
AMD's going to be a good
yeah,
one.
not much of a surprise there. But no, I did have a trade in NVIDIA.
AMD was good.
It just, I didn't find anything after that. So like it did a breakout at the open, and I was looking for dips either into 11 or 11.25 off the open. So you're going to pretty much see there was nothing but a breakout through the pre-market highs right away. There was no monster dip here to be had. So it got to resistance, pulled back in. At that point, I just looked at that initial range. So, there's your 930 top. It dipped back in, it held it. So I went into the long, scalped to the high with a stop underneath, and made that one trade. I was looking to hold the rest for a move into 11.5. 11.55 has been the top, but it just never happened. And if I had been looking short, we always talk about this. Like sometimes if you have I was looking short at 11.50. You guys probably know that from last week. We're taking shorts if it fail breaks 11.50. So I thought it was strong enough to get there. It ends up putting in this 11.40 as like a triple top. At this point, it looks a little bullish into this. It would be easy to say, yeah, well, you can just short that now. But the market's negative on the day. At the lower high level, this is above VWAP and looking pretty strong. So I don't like the idea of shorting it off of the morning range. If anything, I'd like to catch this one if it can start breaking out above that morning high. No guarantee that it happens, but NVIDIA is in the relatively strong bucket today. So yeah, it was kind of it wasn't a big trade. At the end of the day, it was a winning trade, but the bigger trade, I suppose, should have been a down at 11.25. You go dip buy hunting on that. That's your better shot, but I'm not shorting it this afternoon.
Look, Sam, you said it right here. The boss of all bosses is NVIDIA. Yeah, we should have probably just been trading NVIDIA. Look, I have to say, I don't know how many viewers we have here, and she doesn't know this, but there's only 3 positive traders on the floor today, and Adara is one of them. So I just got to say, as far as trying to pass around, you can clap, Patrick. You don't have to worry about that. Don't worry about what people tell you. There it is, a nice move down for Amazon right now. But no, seriously, I just want to say big shout out to Adara. Right there. So we anointed Obi as the chosen one, and now we'll do that with Adara. So congratulations, Adara. Keep it going right there. I was looking over. I thought maybe you traded NVDL, but you had not. All right. So right now we're going to talk about AMD soon, but right there, NVIDIA. Yeah, this is the boss, man. I mean, you don't even have to go anywhere near anything else. If you just traded this either to the long or to the short, lots of opportunities here today. 11.40, great trade right there, and then the bottom down here at 11.30. So I mean, there's been a lot of trading to go with NVIDIA. You just had to believe in whatever position that you did have on. And very choppy early, then there's the break. So if you're looking for a break, you had it. You had a great trade break, and then to be able to buy the dip at 11.20, 11.25, 11.30 have been levels we've talked about. So, good dip zones there. Obviously, the way it's an $1,100 stock, you're gonna have to give it a little bit of room. But NVIDIA right now, nice play all day, whether or not you were long or short. Take the 11.40, take the 11.20, $20 worth of room in the middle right there. And again, shout out to partner in crime on the Market Recap Show, Miss Adara.
All right, number 4 on the list here, advanced micro devices releasing, as NVIDIA did overnight, a huge swath of GPUs going all the way into 2027 for AI. Not really the response you would have anticipated, down 2.8% here on the release of these GPUs, guys. I heard a lot about AMD on the morning show. What was the look?
I didn't try. Like, I had one trade in AMD. I liked it to a long trade. We'll get to some. The market's actually moving into the downside here, so I'm short Micron, and we'll get to that one in a little bit. But look, I like the 167 level. At least I was patient about it. That's about the best we can do because I could have shorted it. I'm not one for reversing like usually like here, but when you look back, it's like that could have been a reverse. I went to ARM, I went to Micron instead. But it bounced at that one level. I took 2 shots at it, not 1. So this and GameStop are my 2 worst stocks. I shouldn't look. I got rinsed on a buyout today. That's my worst stock. But in terms of momentum trading, stuff that we do in front of you, like those are my 2 worst ones. It is what it is. And I knew AMD was going to be there at that level. What I liked about it was how ridiculously strong it had been on Friday. That was one of those things. It was a crazy move. The thing I'm short now, outside of Google, was just VWAP on Micron. So Micron at VWAP, we had it for lower highs, but then it did this wick at VWAP, and I caught it right back through exactly $127 essentially back in. We'll see if it can hold on to this 125 that's been the bottom. But the chips are starting to come back down. They all look relatively weak.
Oh, yeah.
With the exception of NVIDIA, I would say. Like NVIDIA is pretty much the strongest one. But they're all starting to come in. Google as well. But, I got a 172 about to fill.
All right, here we go, guys. And we're starting to make some money now. We just talked about going short on everything. And, yeah, it's... Today was the day. I know Neil mentioned not reversing. I think we both had. He had the 167. We went 168 long and lost, and then just banged it to the downside. Unfortunately, we did have the short at 168. Our best cover is just 164.50. Yeah, there's a little chicken dinner winner for you there, Sharif. Yeah, just great trading there on AMD. You had to have sort of the wherewithal to reverse that. That was a good trade back in through. So nice move down for AMD today. This stock just has been an amazing vehicle to trade when you get it the right way. On Friday, it completely ran us over to the short side. Now today, it is the short. So good move back in, to have held that great. But we did have that huge follow right here. All the way down. So we went from 167 down to 164 in a matter of like 20 minutes. So the move back there, we just got out once it broke 164.50, which turned out to be okay. We could have reshorted up there again. So I'm not hating on my out there, just hating maybe on the potential non-reload right now. Let's see how low we can get here on the TQs as we're shorting the futures. Just a bunch of covers in there. Let's see if we can get back into 61.50, 61.60 or so. For the futures. It looks like GameStop pulling back in as well. Just a nice move off of 32. So, I mean, maybe 32 is the most that it's going to get to right there. So, yeah, we'll look. Yeah, GME short looks like that's the right one there so far here today. If you've been short GME, you're probably having a month. So, nice job on Amazon coming back in. We'll talk about Dell right now.
That's right, Sean. Dell last on the list, and another tough day for Dell. It's been really down and to the right since it reported earnings last week. 5 2/3 right now is a little bit deeper, almost 6%. This analyst coming out with an 87% accuracy rate, basically seeing 26% upside from where Dell is currently trading here. We know that they really have been riding that AI data center story. Jensen pointing out to Michael Dell by hand at the NVIDIA conference there a few months ago. So good luck for Dell this year, but tougher on the day. Did you guys look at Dell?
Did not.
No, well, actually, the only time I looked at Dell, we just got to be honest about it. I didn't trade Dell today. There was a question this morning. Someone had actually asked about Dell. I pulled it up and just gave a few thoughts on it. But that was on the old long-term, like, would I be buying the dip? And we always talk about this post earnings, like, does it find a bottom? Can it hold a support level? This morning, the answer had been no, because it broke Friday's bottom. But then look at this. It broke Friday's low, and immediately bounced off 130 after that. So there's okay, above 130. You got underneath 130 to 128.5, and then regained that 130 level with a 131 bottom. So if you look at it on the daily, this would be a test of the 50 period at 130. You get a close today above 130 if, it's an if. I'm only short right now, so I mean, I guess I can't say that I'm betting the market's going up today, but if it does hold the 50 period today, holds another double bottom tomorrow, I'm going to be looking for longs. I just want to see it hold the same level a couple of days in a row. I think you could loosely say it maybe did today. I'm not completely convinced. And with the market looking weak, I don't know that that's the timing just yet. But we always talk about, these potential gap fills back. Whether or not it fills back into 170 in the short term, if it holds 130 another day, there's room into this 147. Like, that's $15 worth of room. I think you can start looking for that if it can hold one more day at 130. Things have hopefully calmed down a bit here for Dell. Part of the story is going to be just how strong the stock was, but it's respected the 50 period for over a year now. It wouldn't surprise me one more day here, start looking for some longs on Dell. Just not today.
So right there, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for getting Streamlabs open. Again, we just took down 5,000 points. So thank you for that, and that's fun. Go join that hashtag spin. We won 1,000 and then 5,000. So good little run there for us. All right, so yeah, Dell. I mean, I like Dell. I think that some of their talk there, again, it's just they had a good quarter. It was too hyped up already. So Dell had a huge run up. Definitely, talking all about the servers, talking about NVIDIA and just some of the connections there. But back in, it says 3 days, so I think you could probably buy Dell. So it's at the 50 period moving average. It's already sort of given it all. I mean, I don't want to say it all back. I mean, it's only, where it's back to? 2 weeks ago. So I don't want to panic here and be like, oh my God, there's a big, huge problem with Dell. It's just their quarter was not as good as everyone had thought it would be. So nice move to the downside there for Dell. And I think a 50 period buy makes sense. I think the super cycle for the iPhone is in, and I think super cycles for computers are in as well. So I would be buying Dell, and tonight you're going to get another name coming through, HPE. I don't know if it's tonight or soon, but you're going to have Hewlett-Packard coming through tonight as well to have a quick look at that. So we'll see if that comes through. And yeah, we got CrowdStrike this week, a couple of good ones there.
GitLab's tonight.
Oh yeah, GitLab's a short. Right here, look at all of this right now. Nice win there by Micro. So people now hitting the chat up for that as well. And that about runs down the rundown right now. And I guess that's it. So,
Speaking of runs,
yep.
Novavax is still running. We talked about this morning about how, look, whether or not you want to give, it's not a fundamental reason just because Roaring Kitty owns the stock or has bought calls that it's going to go to the upside. Fundamental, fundamentals in terms of a squeeze play was like NVAX, right? So NVAX got that deal with Sanofi, essentially. And at the end of the day, it's a high short float type of name. And you're actually breaking some levels to the upside. You already made one big move. You had a nice consolidation with another break. It's 30-something% short, so it's still pretty solid. Now, I'm not in it right now. I went to hold for the break, and it did not hold the break when I was in, and that was on the daily. It kind of trailed it back out. It failed that break. It's just going to jump out of there on that level, and it's still trading higher. There's a chance this could take out a fresh high today, up 20%. So of the squeeze names, this one definitely showing some signs of strength. There's this ALBT Avalon Global, which is going ham. It halted just as we were coming back on, actually doing our rundown, opened back up well over $1. It's up 350%. So Avalon, just going to double check with you guys. The short float's not the story here. It's a 5 million float. It's done 115 million in volume. So suffice to say, the float is getting churned over a few times here. I mean, the halt price is $1.12. I suppose if it does a dip into that level, there could be some kind of a dip. I won't be chasing it, but anything doing 23 times its float is going to be spicy. That's how you get these 370% up. But it's chasing to buy tops on something like this. I am backing a BlackBerry off of VWAP, which has been every single time there's any sign of resistance or weakness on GameStop, short BlackBerry. It's been VWAP pretty much the entire day. We'll see if it gets back to the low. And then the only other thing that I'm in that I didn't mention, because I talked about Micron, or we're going over the chips, was VWAP here on Google. So Alphabet was strong like a lot of other things in the morning, and then after the morning, it just started rejecting lower highs under 73, underneath VWAP. So we're short this at VWAP, just let it get into that curl. You see that one reversal candle, then we went short in here, 72.5. We're able to get some 72s, but it's trying to make a lower high as we speak. So there's a heck of a lot moving right now. Still feel like NVIDIA, like it just bounced off VWAP. If something's taken out the top today and that isn't a squeeze name or that isn't the short float name, it is setting up like it's going to be NVIDIA. Super strong name today. Relatively speaking, I mean 3.8% for NVIDIA, that's been pretty good lately.
What's up to Brad here? I mean, I wish I could tell you. I wish either one of us could tell you what the hell's going on with this market today. Like I said, it's been a pretty red day, you know, for a lot of the traders here today. And I think it's just because it really hasn't given, I mean, earlier on, it's such a choppy morning there, and I feel like you could lose if you tried that long there in the futures, and then it drips down, and then the short really printed, but then it's doing that thing again where you're thinking short, and then it's just like, nah, we're gonna be flat. So if you started to go hard short down there, which we had lost some money going short, obviously. We'll talk about all our positions as well, but that's a tough one because 18,500, like, the 18.8 level that we're talking about here on the NASDAQ, and again, a big shout out to Obi who had graduated on Friday, so that was a big one. I'm sure he'll talk about that more when he's on the show next, but 18.8, so there it is on the futures. Like, this really, to me, is the level. I mean, not only now we have the 200 period, but at the end of the day, I feel like we need to get above this. There's just been the last 4 or 5 days, like a lot of sort of nice cover on Friday, but before then, down, like look where we were going. Like that cover on Friday that I think was just spurned by year end. I talked about that, or month end. Boom to the downside, and then really a nice rally back as NVIDIA did hold that 1080 or whatever it was down at the bottom. AMD held 160, Tesla, I think that was that 174 or something. We just had a lot of key levels being held there. Apple 190, and then a nice battle back, and then we get, this is the thing, this morning we basically get to that 18,800. So this is why I'm trying to go short. Like, I'm not trying to pick the ultimate tops or bottoms here. It's just like we miss that short now. Let's see if a little retracement back, and then we start to head back down. I mean, that wick bottom at 18.4, we could still get back into that. Like, right now we're 18,560. So Brad, like a long-winded answer to your question here, it's like, I mean, I'm trying to go short. We were long early, and this is where I was saying like a trap sort of in the middle of the day, because you let the TQs and the NASDAQ fall right into your lap, you know, and then you start to buy it up because it's down pretty low, and we had sort of talked about some levels. I have to zoom it out to show you, but right here, $61, $62, trying to buy these dips right into there on the 20 period for the NASDAQ, you know, hold levels, and then it just goes, nope, we'll dip down, and then we'll start to go back to the upside right now. So I think this is going to be continue to be a game of try to be patient, try to hold on to what you have, and then just see if that Friday recovery is as ridiculous as I think it was, and if it just continues to go upside today. So that's sort of what I'm looking at here. The market has recovered nicely today. You know, it could have been way down. It was up. Nice move down to 18. Like, look at that, 18.4. So you're up 130 points now from that bottom. I still think we can go lower, and if we're wrong on it, we're wrong on it, and I will once again take the L on these shorts. But we're short on Amazon right now. We're short on the TQQs. Much more comfortable shorting the market than I am on Amazon, because Amazon's actually green today. But yeah, rubber band today, it seems like. I think all you guys in the chat are pretty right about that.
Speaking of rubber band, there's one thing I don't think we mentioned in the morning show was Bitcoin rejecting the 70K level. And hindsight being 2020, I'm going to pull up a chart of Mara in a second, and you'll understand why I'm saying hindsight being 2020. Like, you get a rejection of 70,000, lower highs, and that trend down. We had a little bit of a pop. It tried to go as well. And you look at what happened in specifically Mara here. This is a 15-minute chart. At the open, like this is a 15-minute candle, 20 to 21.5. Like, look at the big break that it attempted off last week's highs, and then the reversal was just insane. Anytime a breakout like that on a monster candle fails the top, generally speaking, I love that reversal play. But on a game, we always talk about the opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of looking at GameStop and its cohorts is maybe there's a couple of things that you leave to the sidelines. And I know for myself, it was not even looking at Coinbase today, not really even looking at Mara, but that lower high after it rejected the top, you just kept on going lower and lower. And it's red on the day. I mean, the market's trying to bounce, but it's not really bouncing at all. It's still looking pretty nasty for them. Speaking of the aforementioned GME, it is still trying to hold some higher lows in here.
Let's go.
So it is, like, it's making a run. That 32 level, I think, still comes into play. Like, here's once, twice. Like, every time I was long going into it, I just kept getting out. And ultimately, like, it's not working. And since it topped the last time, it's been putting in some lower highs. So I think it needs to take 32 and a quarter, and then you got the 34 level. If it breaks this, and I'm not already out of BlackBerry, I'm just going to punch out of BlackBerry if this takes out 32 and a quarter. But the only thing that we're playing right now are shorts Google, shorts Micron. Those are the two things I'm looking for. We didn't get VWAP in here for any kind of a reload on Google, and sort of similarly with Micron. It came really close to getting the fill, but I just went ahead and canceled it as it dropped at 126.80. So I might just move a little bit further down here on Micron. It's all about just find that level, find the stocks that you like. If you want to short weak stocks and you got good levels, that's what you should do if you're at a resistance. If you're looking for longs, I don't want to punch anything at those highs, so I'm not going to do it. But looking for the short on still the same two names. We start busting out VWAP and I'll change my tune.
All right, here we go. Yeah, let's just continue to watch out for these chip names for sure. But here comes GameStop. We're at 31.70 now. I mean, we've seen this move up, and away for us a couple times right now. I mean, if we could take 31.70, I mean, we're now $3 in the money, just a little bit higher than this, and we'll get going one more time into this trade. So, actually, you know what? Scratch it. Why do we have to get out? We don't need to do anything. All right, so 34 is my call. So let's go 33. Let's go 33.50. See if we can make, like I said, it hasn't been a great day, so let's see if we can make it a little bit better right now. But we just did get a bunch of covers on Amazon, so things are happening for us. So that's a blowout, but honestly, it's because we're able to get that high wick there, we were able to get it all the way back in. That was pretty good. And then because we got blown out right there, we were going to go get a coffee. Shout out to Randy and everybody. And then all of a sudden, boom to the downside, 177.40. We're able to capture some profits there off of 177.30. These are 176, 177. So that's 30, 40 cents. We'll redo that again down here right now as that's starting to fade out a little bit. Hopefully it fades out a little bit more. And we did the same thing here as the TQs fall all the way down into 61.90. And it just happened again there. So we should understand sort of the risk to reward. I do have lower bids, but I mean, maybe we don't get there. 61, I'm going to cancel the 61.80 right now. And on Amazon, I had 177.05 or so. Wow, what a surprise. That's right where that 200 period is. So we'll still sit there and see if we can bid that out. But again, we actually have a decent amount of shares here. So it is going to suck if it does go back up to the upside, which is why I'm kind of like thinking, you know, we have some shorts, and meanwhile, GME is ripping, so we're $3 in the money on this one, and then meanwhile, 12 cents in the money here, and 5 cents out here. So again, managing 3 positions, I'm able to do it. It's no problem. Let's just, hopefully the market can fall back in now. As you can see, no longs. It's just long GME.
Pretty sideways. BlackBerry
is what it is. You've already discussed that. And then Google and Micron. So let me know if there's anything in the chat. You guys.
There's a halt on this other stock.
ALBT, yeah, some people.
Yeah, it halted down now. It's still above the initial halt price that it just had when it broke out. So it's still in play that it could bounce off this 110 area, or maybe even the $1 area as it opens in like 2 or 3 minutes or so. So it's a tap of 113 theoretical auction price. So it's looking like it would indicate opening right around here. So essentially flat. If it bounces off a buck, I mean, that's a trade I don't mind. Get into VWAP in there, look at like a 95 stop, but I don't know where it's going to open until it does. Otherwise, I'm still looking at the halt price. If it can hold on to that, looking at something off the 110, 113 area would be the first look. Again, do not want to be buying highs on stocks like this in the afternoon. I think if you can catch a dip, then you can at least try to risk 5 or 6 cents. And then if it bounces back into the high of the day, you've got yourself some kind of a risk to reward. When you buy at that top, good luck. Recently, that's not been the way to go. I saw that Ponzi Fonzie, Larry Allen. Look, I'm not a Cowboys fan, but Larry Allen was maybe, like, I mean, a lot of people would call him the GOAT on the line there. He passed away, so great Cowboy, legendary player, mad respect. I mean, you know, they beat up on the Bills pretty badly in there, so, you know, rest in peace. I mean, he's one of the greatest to ever do it. We can acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, you just got to be able to move forward. That's what it's all about here. I do see in the chat, there's been some talk about Shopify. Now, first off, I don't know specifically what the deal was with Shopify's, like this candle and Shopify. But what it does look to me, at least, like when you have that kind of like V-shaped recovery back into the same high, that's pretty bullish. Shopify never broke that $60 level today. But this false bottom break to immediately reverse the move, like the biggest move of the day happens just randomly at 12 o'clock on nothing, and then it just starts screaming higher. If this can take out 59.5, you might even say forget about the $60 level, but look at the rounded bottom this is making. So it was looking like it was going to be red for the first time in a week and a half, and all it does is grind back into this top. So this looks like a stock which is relatively strong. A, compared to the market, but B, just in a general sense off of this consolidation area. So higher lows all the way through. Maybe it breaks out 59.5 today. I don't know what the catalyst is going to be today for this stock or even to get it through the 60 level, but that's exactly the kind of reversal that tells you somebody likes to buy this thing every time it's dipped. Like look at the reversal put in last week. Look at every single, look at the reversal on Friday. Every time it finds a support level, look how good that 57.5 has been. Somebody's buying this thing down here. So the 60 break will speak for itself, but I think some dip buys, maybe off this 58.5 level tomorrow, are going to be warranted on Shopify. That's just my 2 cents. And I've seen a few questions about it. It has been pretty strong.
Yeah, Shopify, again, my trade of the week 2 weeks ago, buying that $57, $58 level to try to break higher. Trade of the week this week, GME. We're getting out of some Amazon, so we'll be like, hell yeah on that one. And GameStop is $3 in the money, so let's see if we can get a nice little pullback in the market to close. And today we have GitLab. I don't like the stock. Obviously, you heard me say bad report coming in for them. And why would I say a good one was coming in? We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight down days, breaking lower right now. Software as a service and all this kind of stuff not going that well. I wonder about AI's play here with GitLab. I know it is also an AI play, so we'll wait to see what. Oh, am I just missing those 05s on Amazon? It's at 07 right now. Are you kidding me? I had an 05 bid. Let's see if that comes through right now. But there comes GitLab. Expected move tonight. We don't have too many names going tonight. I think we should have Michael Noss on, I believe, there. So there, I think so. Find out what names. Yeah, find out what names he wants to talk about there from our last couple of weeks. We'll review what he gave us last week and then see if he is winning or losing on those recommendations or some of those ideas. But there's GitLab right there. Last time down 21%. Expected move 17%. So we also have the other one, Bark. I was just looking for big names. BarkBox down here again. We saw Chewy barking the other day, so potentially there could be something there with BarkBox. But other than that, there's absolutely nothing. The only names with B's behind them are names we never even heard of. Canon Holdings, Science Applications Limited.
Canon.
Yeah, Canon. Shout out to Canon, our good friend Canon. And then Health Equity, as well as GitLab.
You're not excited for Health Equity?
I'm not excited for any of them.
Well,
I do like GitLab, though. I'm somewhat excited for that.
GitLab was a great short off of that. They had a security breach a couple of weeks ago.
They did.
Yeah, and it's been a great short off of that both that day and since then. So it might be too early for them to comment too much on the ramifications, but it'll be interesting to see at least on their call what they have to say about that security breach, because they got smoked and it flat bottom break on the daily. Like the chart doesn't look very good. As a matter of fact, it looks pretty darn nasty. Trader Nick, CrowdStrike is tomorrow night, I want to say. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I have it here on Trade Ideas, and I'm not just sort of making it up. Like I see June 4th post market for CrowdStrike down 2% today, but we do have CrowdStrike this week. It's just not tonight. It is June 4th, tomorrow night. That will be a big one. Cybersecurity, always going to be a big one. 27 goes. I'm jumping out of Micron. That one, we just got a reload at 80s, 84, whatever, 80s. If it breaks out here, I'm just going to jump out. We're still in Google. That's looking okay. Got eyes on that GME. And then that ALBT stock opened back up. Didn't really get down underneath that halt up price and then immediately caught a bid. So it's starting to come back down. Looks like we might get a test of this 110 area in here. If it can show some bounce, I'd like to grab it above 15, give it a stop underneath that halt up price of 113 and see if we can't catch a little dip by action here on ALBT. It is back open after a couple of minutes, but unless you took the opening print, you weren't getting the long off that previous halt level. Only the opening print gave you that.
Let's have a look at all the big stocks here moving around today. We're in a good winner right now, man. Amazon is starting to go. So we're 25 cents in the money on shares. All right. NVIDIA, 3.5. I mean, you're 100% right, Sam. I mean, this name just keeps on trucking along. That's for sure. Meta. I mean, I just checked my account. And I mean, I have to be happy with what's happening for the shares I have. Eli Lilly, again, another dip buy opportunity that we made at 713 or something. That was another one of the trades of the week going through for Eli Lilly. That's up 1.46% at all-time highs. Again, by the way, Walmart downside, don't like that name too much up here. But Costco, kind of floating around, Amazon 0.5, Merck. I really like this sector. We've been talking about XBI and XLV and then IBB and some of the different technology sector ETFs, and I really like that spot right now. I do not like the banks as much. We've sort of talked about some of the Canadian bank troubles that have been happening, and then TD Bank got pumped again in the face, I think. I don't know.
They did. It was
so
more issues.
Those guys can't get their stuff sorted out. The minute our friend started working there, I knew that was a put. All right, BAC, JP, probably not true. He's been there for 10 years or more. All right, Wells Fargo. What is this one here? BX, Blackstone. So we have some nice moves to the downside. I mean, other than the chip names here with NVIDIA, I mean, AMD down, Broadcom down, Intel down, Texas Instruments down. They're all down. I mean, it's just a matter of trying to find which ones are up. And I mean, it's just NVIDIA, and that goes to Sam's point. What is this name? Boeing. What's Boeing?
No, I was going to say Boeing and Caterpillar and
yeah, so Boeing's
having a bad day.
Boeing's having a great day, but G's having a bad day.
GE and like.
Oh, right into here. Yeah. So, yeah, there's some bad days around, and I just think it's like lipstick on a pig today. We talked about that over and over again, as that's why I'm trying to short the market. There's not too many green names. I mean, Apple's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, obviously, and we can review that name if we wanted to as well. That's still up 0.5, so that's doing a lot of lifting, and then NVIDIA is doing the other bit there too as well. I mean, that's why we just reviewed those names. Healthcare, Meta, Lilly, NVIDIA, Apple. I mean, there's not a whole heck of a lot other than maybe some of the randos that are out there right now. But here we go. Let's see if we can get some nice moves down here for Amazon. Hopefully we print a little south of 177 and hold. That's the thing. The market's doing a heck of a lot of nothing. The fact that we're trying to make some money here is actually nice that we've been able to catch some of this top and bottom. But if we break out, I mean, honestly, do you just want to sit in this thing? It's not a Friday afternoon. We don't have that end of the month run up that we're expecting. I'm just sort of hoping that we can float back to where we were, but maybe not. I mean, now you're above the 50-period moving average. That's why we're starting to get lighter and lighter on some of these positions. And GameStop, we're still being stubborn, man. I mean, we're staying $3 in the face. Again, we were right here at 31.70, so we could have got that out, but we didn't take it. Let's see if it can come back in our favor soon. That is my friend and yours, GameStop.
It's not everybody's friend today. I think like
it's nobody. I mean, everybody's.
It's
right
almost
on it,
nobody's
sure.
friend. That said, like
green on it?
No, I'm down on it. Yeah. The only saving grace is, and this was true the last time, the last first day. Like when Rory and Kitty tweeted, and there was that first day of trade. My best meme stock that day was BlackBerry, and it was a short. And then again today is the same thing. Like we trade GameStop and we do better on BlackBerry, which I was really just holding for a short, and it never even gave like that big pop to fade into. I am in that ALBT now. I'm giving it to underneath the halt price. That was 113. So there's our bounce. We said we look for the reopen. I guess if I put an opening order, you could have got limit open and taken it and already had a scalp trade, but I wasn't buying it off the reopen. I just waited for it to bounce there. If it cannot hold 112, then I'm just jumping out. I'm long at 18s. So I said 5-10 cents worth of risk. If it gets back into the high, I've already scalped a bunch out and trying to hold to a break of the high of the day. So that's what we're going to try to do there. GME's starting to hold 31s a little bit. And the longer that happens, I mean, I got back into BlackBerry. It's not really going. If this starts breaking out, I'm probably just punching out flat on BlackBerry. That just simply means, like, look at it go sideways. Like, there's a volume spike when GameStop went up. So I'm like, oh, okay, good. GameStop spikes up and comes back under VWAP. I'll short that. That's what worked earlier. But since that move, it's just not doing anything. It went like a cent or two in the money, and it's a lot of sideways action. So if it's not going to go, then we don't need to be in it at all. Checking back, and we're starting to get a move up here. So here comes NVIDIA. It might take out this top on NVIDIA, 1142. Okay, let's check that. Sorry, 1143.88. So 1144 is going to be the high of the day on NVIDIA I think it's got a decent chance to go. Although I did hear in my ear that CCL just did. I mean, CCL, I'm not really sure what's going on with CCL. Up 5% today and just broke out the top on big volume.
Come on.
Okay, that looks interesting to me. Like, this is definitely a break and run over recent highs, at least 1570. I'm not sure what the story is, but it's certainly going.
Yeah, CCL, I saw that was a nice big move there. We just reshorted the Qs. I mean, we said we were going to play top to bottom, so there it is right there. It is another one, as we're not moving around too much.
Another one.
But it came into the high of the day. We sat there, we took the fill, and then we just took a bunch of outs there in the 20s again. So it's not like, again, we're short at 62.30s. We just got filled there. Some at 19s. I think we might have got even a little bit lower there. Sorry, 20s and 23s is what we wound up getting. So not 19s at all. So that's what's happening right there. International Paper's getting another bid under it apparently. So I have to watch out for IP. We'll have to wait to see if there's anything going on with that one as well. So a nice little move up there for International Papier. All right now GameStop. We'll see about this one. 31 bucks. Still in this, CCL. Let me have a quick look here because we want to always trade names that are moving around. So again, this name, I don't know about cruising or anything like that, but it's cruising right now. Breaking 1560, potential short float squeeze maybe to the upside there for CCL. I don't know. I mean, the travel has been so hot for so long, but again, this name has been doing nothing pretty much all year. We started the year up here at 1750 or so. Nice move down to 14, which is great. A couple double bottoms, and now you're just in the middle, sort of where we've been. This is probably like the mean price of the year so far, like in and around 1550 or so. So, a little bit of time above, a little bit of time below there. We'll have to wait to see.
What I don't like about this, actually, I looked at a weekly chart of the stock. I kind of don't like it on the weekly. Like it's a double top at 20 on the weekly with lower highs since there. I saw someone in the chat say it's really expensive. It is from a PE perspective, I suppose. There's no question that it is. But as a day trade, it looks momentum good. But look at it after the lower highs now hugging the 50 period on the weekly chart. Like if it doesn't start closing above 16 bucks, I don't know how good it's going to be, but that 16 level is kind of what is challenging today. So on a momentum basis, it looks okay. I would just feel better if there was news as to why it's looking so strong, relatively speaking. Again, I have nothing to tell you in terms of why this thing is so strong, but I could always be missing something. I got no issues with that. That International Paper has been in deal speculation for a while, just so you guys know. There's like at least a couple of initial bids for this name. It's not really moving much or making fresh highs. I know daily chart doesn't want to work there, but it's not really making fresh highs past some of the first deal announcement highs. So it's not really breaking out even if there is a new deal, and the volume looks relatively light on that name. So I'm going to call that a bit of a nothing burger. Went for it on ALBT, so we risked 5 or 6 cents in there. It could not hold that halt price, so I'll back away from it unless it bounces off VWAP or $1. That's where I'd take another shot. On this name, we reloaded Micron. We have not reloaded Google. And Google, it just got into VWAP when we got Micron. So we might get a chance at this again on Alphabet.
So look, again, a big congratulations to Adara joining Josh and Justin. We have 3 green traders here today, and let's try to get this momentum going longer now. I'm trying to join these guys, but honestly, if this market does not fall down, then we are going to not be joining anybody except for myself in despair, because this market is trying to go back upside now. Is it? I mean, it's doing nothing. So we'll have to wait to see 18,620, 18,600. We'll see what winds up happening right now to us coming out. Again, these aren't the right markets. I'd rather have them doing these kind of moves where we have these wicked bottoms like that to the point where we know the levels and we are willing to put an extreme amount of risk into levels that we like. And that 174 right there for Tesla. I mean, the reason why Tesla's your P&L number 1 today is because we believed in 180. And when it broke it, we took it. And it's on the sticky note, the 180 long. So obviously we punch that through and take that without any problems whatsoever. Okay? It's when it came back in right there, the dip buy then becomes important. So we look at our screen here and we're like, where do we want to dip buy? And we love the 174. And that's exactly what it came down into. So again, sometimes you're going to miss trades. I think now we just have to be patient again and try to wait for it. Although the market might not give us anything. You have to sort of play the game when the market makes these moves down. And when a name comes into a level that you like if AMD ever came into, and we could double check it. I mean, we saw that bounce the other day at 160 right there for AMD. So today, where did it come into? 161. So again, probably a great spot to take the shot. If you're not willing to take a dollar shot on AMD, take stage left. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? So right there, another great level coming in for AMD. 160, you had to be here. Look at that. There's that bottom tick. 160 bottom to run $8 into the close on Friday. So I think that you want to be able to take shots where shots are necessary, not just randomly at random levels. And right now, with these futures kind of just hovering around, I'm thinking to myself like, okay, well, if the futures are going to go down, that's great. If they're going to go up, that's great. We're going to get stopped out. It's just like there's no real productive movements happening right now in the futures. We'll wait for more economic numbers coming through this week, and I think it's just going to be one of those things. I mean, look at GameStop. You want to talk about something that's really taking a nap right now. It's taking a cat nap. This is where I'd hit that roaring. That's where I'd hit that roaring kitty thing.
Well, we don't have it, so
I know.
Joke drum.
Yeah, exactly.
But we have a couple of things in there.
Yeah, we have a couple of things in there.
We have the AMC one for some reason.
Yeah, we have that one too. Well, we'll get them all. These guys super busy.
No, 100%.
Fabian and Ramin there working way too.
Oh, and great, it was.
I love the golf claps, man.
It's a fantastic job on the, the new pod did a great job. And if you haven't listened to it, check out, Freedom and Wealth. Let me throw it up there. Might as well. If I'm going to say it, we can.
I mean, if they can make me look good.
But if we can, I don't know if we have.
Give them a damn raise.
Anyways, look, the podcast went absolutely great. It dropped Freedom and Wealth on Saturday, but it doesn't really matter. The topic is really just, it's just discussing, the opportunity for everybody, regardless of your level of financial knowledge or where you might be in terms of your career. You could be young, you could be, the middle age, doesn't really matter. It's just really about what the characteristics, I don't want to spoil too much, and the kind of things.
Spoil it.
Okay, fine, yeah, the characteristics of finding success. The things that you need to think about when you're starting, say, a side hustle, whether it's trading or not. The mentality that's going to be needed for it. Some of the pitfalls that you're going to find there for you from a mental standpoint. I think we talk about this in terms of the nuts and bolts of trading. Here's your level, getting in, getting out. That's very different from, hey, if you're a person that's about to put down that first $5,000 on an account or $1,000 on an account, what are some of the mental challenges that you're going to go through, and what do you have to expect for that, or any new venture in general? So I think it was a fantastic first episode. To be sure.
All right, look, the only reason, a lot of you are here to learn, but when you're going to learn, you're going to want to try to put up some numbers, which is why I'm sitting here. Top 10 traders from Friday. $82,000 somebody made in the Canadian market. Somebody made $41,000 in this. This is at Real Trading. Trading Amsterdam, BOVESPA, TSX, LSE, Madrid, Milan, and New York. You guys wonder why it was exciting here on Friday. So let's just sound the alarm again. Shout out to Real Trading for making this possible. Look at all of these numbers that were put up on Friday. 81, 40, 30. These are years. For many traders, not many traders, these are 5 years for many traders. These are numbers that many traders never even, 98% of traders can't see these numbers for sure. We've already talked about that. 38, 38, 30, 25, 25. Look at this, Canada, it's all over the place. 24, 24, 22. Look at these last two, Amex and NASDAQ. Big numbers being put up. So I'm going to say a big congratulations to my guy, Obi, as well. But a big congratulations, yeah, right there. You clap that out too.
Obi.
Right there, big claps for everybody as well. As Obi had mentioned that it was 2 years to get there. And, congratulations to Obi. He's there now. And in order to graduate, as we talk, you need to make $2,000, and that's during your whole career. So you guys want to talk about positive traders or not? 2 years, $2,000. So you got to focus, stay in your grind. That's $100 a month. Okay, so you got to stay there. You got to grind it out, and then hopefully be able to pay out as we move forward. So a big shout out and a big congratulations to Obi for holding out, grinding it out. Now he'll get a little more risk, and then we'll talk to Obi again when he's on the show. And
he's back on. Well, I mean, he'll be back on Friday. Is Adara's going to take a little time for herself, which I think is like the first time she's going on a trip since she's been in. So Obi's going to be in for Adara, so he'll be able to talk about his journey to be sure. But if you look at those numbers, a lot of the names on that list, or at least the numbers on the list, to keep it anonymous, trading multiple markets, looking for different opportunities. That's a cool thing about real trading. Is like you saw the Canadian market in there. I saw BOVESPA on one of those names. That's the Brazilian market.
Yeah.
For like 99% of you.
Closes, right?
Like, because it was the end of it's the end of the month, right? So when you have MSCI rebalancing, well, MSCI, there's a lot of, whoops, I don't want to be long. Micron, get out.
We showed you all the volume that was there on the imbalances.
So it wasn't just US. It was also Toronto. There was also Brazil had imbalances as well, and lots of big opportunities.
Here we go.
So just very quickly, you might have seen that I was for a split second long in Micron. No, I got out. I had the wrong number in there, so again, I was long for a brief second. I'll reload it at VWAP if we get a chance, but did not want to be long that name. You're starting to see a bit of a move down as GameStop might be losing that 31 level. I have bids on BlackBerry, so not too worried about that. Do not get the reload on Alphabet yet, but it's not falling as much as the other things. So, a little bit of caution here, but then when I look at it compared to the NASDAQ, not much of a difference. So it's kind of just doing what the NASDAQ is doing. NASDAQ gets into resistance at 18.6, it pulls resistance at VWAP. So I should be more concerned if we're breaking out the 18.6 level, but the short certainly paying for now on just about everything. And as I said, if GameStop loses it in the other direction, I have bids into the low of the day on BlackBerry. It's just about risk to reward. At the end of the day, BlackBerry did this the last time, where if it never threatens breaking resistance, just taking little scalp shots certainly works. Even NVIDIA, which was certainly strong, starting to pull back into VWAP on its own. So you're starting to get some weakness over here in the market. That's where the money's get made. I got out of Micron. We took the scalp trade, but we're going to hang on to Google.
All right. Yeah, we got a good one on Amazon there. We still think the market can get lower here, so we're going to wait to see if that happens. Right now, no, that's the problem. What's up to? I can answer some questions about prop trading if you guys want. I've been here 24 years or so we should be able to do that. And I've worked not only on the floor, but as a manager, as an owner. I've hired thousands of traders, talked to very, very many of them, obviously, as they go. So I don't have a problem. We eat what we kill, so there's absolutely no hourly wage for a prop trader. So someone's asking about that in there right there, which is why I'm always saying to people, and we'll talk about this again on the podcast, which is so important that everybody listens to it literally ASAP, because I'm trying to be real to everybody just here on the show, and even more so on the podcast, because we want to make sure that, the audience that we're talking to is similarly interested in the topics. So if you guys want to know about day trading, I'm here to answer any questions or any questions about anything really right now. So where can you join this group and share my numbers? You can't. Unfortunately, you can go. If anybody's around, you could join Real Trading right now. Real Trading, trade smart, not hard. And that was that whole point of why I showed those numbers. You saw monster numbers there come through. Someone took advantage of something they saw and they rang the register on that. So again, congratulations to everybody that did that. That's a trading strategy. Absolutely murdered it. So that's great. You can also join us. You can join today by simply hitting join today. Real Trading, the #1 prop trading firm nationwide. Worldwide. But unfortunately, I say not nationwide because you are unable to join Real Trading in the lovely country of the United States of America. So you're unable to do that, but right there, due to current and legal regulatory requirements, United States citizens or residents are currently unable to open a trading floor with us. But if you are outside of the lovely United States, then you may join Real Trading and do it ASAP. And then, Mr. Zimbabwe, you can be part of those numbers. But again, I'll believe you. You put whatever number you want on here, and we will talk about that because, as you can clearly see, and we talk about this all the time, and someone even asked what people's shutdowns are. It's just a matter of what kind of performance you've been putting up based on your shutdown. So if you're making a certain amount of money per day, you will get most likely 1.5 times, maybe 2 times that risk. So if you're making $100 a day, you'll probably get, and again, I don't want to speak about all the different offices because I actually since starting the show, which is why the show was started, I've stepped away from, opening up offices and helping people on that side, because now we're just doing the show. So I don't know exactly the rules, but generally speaking, it's about 1.5, 2 times, maybe 2.5 times the amount of risk. So if a trader like myself can make $50 a day, then the shutdown would be $150 or so. So that's roughly where it is, and that's how it works. So, and again, that's why it's very important that once you hit that $2,000, which I know a lot of you said that that's light work and everything like that, and you are, light work is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, it's whatever you guys put out there is, to each their own. Some people will be happy making, well, first of all, if you're gonna trade at a prop firm, you only get paid a percentage of what you make. So if you think about it, right around here in Canada, and I talk about this with the guys out the back here all the time, you really have to think, is it worth it? It's $15, $16, $17 an hour to work at McDonald's here. So if you talk about that and you're working for 8 hours a day, you're making $100 and change. Obviously, you got to pay taxes. You got to pay taxes if you make money here anyways. So you're making $100 a day working at McDonald's. So if you're going to get paid 50% on a prop floor, then that means you need to make $200 a day. $200 a day times 20 days is $4 grand. To graduate, you need to make $2 grand over your career. So to have a living wage, you need to make $4 grand in a month. So that's $200 a day trading on a prop floor, because you're not going to get all of it. So that's living wage kind of talk. So that's the goals that you have to make. You have to set those goals. And for some people, like we had heard already, takes months, takes years. Right? Some people can't do it. Some people can do it. I feel like 80% probably at real trading. I don't know the exact numbers. But, I used to think if you hire 20 and you get 2 or 3, you're doing pretty good as far as a graduate. So that's why I try to throw out some of these numbers. And again, you're not going to find anybody talk more real about this than me, to the point where when I used to talk like this, they used to say, stop being so real. So I'm here on the show to tell you all about that, and there it is right there. Thank you, Dan McIsaac, Mr. Long Shorts, and all of that. So, any questions like that, I am here for you, and we also here for GameStop, which again is not moving. So let's get back to trading a little bit there. I hope that made some sense to a lot of you. And again, there we go. Yeah, numbers do not lie. That is right. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. Shout out to Lil Wayne. All right, there it is. GameStop again, not doing a whole heck of a lot, but there we go. So good job there. And you would pay me, Rivian Millionaire, to have a discussion with me. Join the podcast, as we'll have good discussions weekly and here on the show.
Exactly.
That's what the market recap show's for.
Well, we'll say this about real trading. So every trading floor is kind of like independently owned. Like obviously, like right now, like there's offices all across. Like Luis has his own office. He can decide to have a different standard for how he does, how he wants to have traders. Like there is a bit of a difference. That's what it happens to be on the Toronto floor. Like everywhere's a little bit different. So I don't want to tell you that, okay, so the graduation is this, you got to make the 2,000. Someone goes to Luis's office in Barcelona and says, well, this is what I was told. No, he can decide to run it how he wants. Ultimately, you're trading from capital. They are going to have the risk management in terms of like your shutdown levels. It is based on a table and what you make and what you earn. But in terms of like graduating and traders getting paid when you get that percentage, here it is that too. But it could be, I don't know what it is. I actually don't know specifically what Luis does. But that is something that he can change if he wants. So it is, it's one of those things where it's not easy to do. I can tell you from experience, a lot of the traders that I've seen, it's not even just about when they graduate, it's about when they get to that point where, okay, like you get past just graduating, you get to a point of making a living wage, and then can you ride the ups and downs once you've reached that point? And that is like a separate challenge, I think, for a lot of people, because you get a lot of graduates that might be in that, like, 1 out of, or I think 10 you said, where you might graduate, but that's not even the same as then being there like 5 years later, still making a wage. Like I think that's a totally different number as well. So just a couple of things here. Google's about to break this VWAP, and I did get a reload. So we reloaded this one off VWAP. It looks like it's about to break out. GameStop's still doing absolutely nothing. But you know what? It is 3 o'clock on a Monday.
Watch out, Amazon.
Which means we've got Danielle Shea, and we're excited to talk to her because we want to talk some NVIDIA. We want to talk some options. Oh my goodness, Roaring Kitty and and what they did. But let's talk. Look, first off, Danielle, it's great to see you. As
it's
usual.
great to see you guys.
But I kind of out of the corner of my eye, I'm like, you got another great outfit on there. But home of the free because of the brave. I appreciate that one, to be sure. But you don't have one of your sweaters on, which I was hoping for a new one. But you don't have
No,
one.
this is a new one.
Oh, it is?
This
Okay.
my new 4th of July. It's home of the free because of the brave and the bulls.
I
You
didn't.
can see the whole thing, but
There you go. Because of the Bulls. I love it. I wasn't sure. Like, I'm looking at it like, oh, it's probably, it's just fantastic, but it's not one of your new ones. I'm still looking for my free one there, Danielle. Great look. The Bulls, I mean, they haven't been winning today. There's no question about that. And I'm going to lay a good portion of the blame for that on Microsoft. And so talk to us about Microsoft, because every time we come on here, I want you to say good things about Microsoft, but you give us the truth, which is what you should do. So what's the deal here? Because clearly Microsoft doesn't care that we're supposed to still be in a bull market.
well, I think that's the biggest problem with the buy the dip right now, because I've been watching the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ pulled back directly into the 50 simple and bounced. So that's perfect. That's what I like to see to start buying the dip. But I mean, here's the problem. If you look at Microsoft, I mean, Microsoft really isn't participating in that whatsoever. You've got Microsoft down 1%. And here's the thing is I always have to pay attention to the 50 simple on the daily chart. It's a critical support zone. And when you have a stock that has shifted, and then that's going to be the yellow line on my chart, by the way, when you have a stock that has shifted and has broken through that value on high volume 2 days in a row and is now stuck below it, I mean, it's not a good sign, Typically, you want to see that stock holding up above that level. You want to see a bounce. You want to see a wick on the bottom, and you want to see buyers come in. But that's not what's happening here. So that's why the NASDAQ buy the dip is just a little suspect for me.
So you mentioned that 50 period simple. And I think what's interesting about that is if I did not have the 50 simple on the daily chart of Microsoft, then what this might look like to me, at least before, well, okay, fine. Like now we're all of a sudden breaking 411, but before that, it would have looked like a bit of a rejection underneath 410 and then a higher low. So if not for that simple moving average, I might see a buying opportunity in front of the 410 level. And I think it's something I look at it a lot of times. I don't like it either. I think everyone just sort of has to have their own metrics of what they like, what they don't like. I love the 200 period moving average. If there's a stock I want to buy on dips, then a lot of times I'll look at that 200 simple myself. But look, everyone says sell in May and go away. And it's one of those, I don't really prescribe too much to the whole seasonal for it. Obviously, you can make a case here, like you've talked about it in terms of momentum, looking at the charts. Do you care at all about the seasonality of that? We just got into June. Things aren't looking super fantastic for a name you like here, Microsoft, and a couple of things are also pulling back. Do you care at all about the seasonality? You just sort of stick to your guns and your technicals, or maybe it's like a factor that might help you like shorts or make you a little bit more tepid. Does it matter at all that we're past May?
Oh, absolutely. Seasonality is really important for me. And especially as you get into June, what can happen? Kids are getting out of school. People are going on vacation. The market can be a little bit slower. We're just not really seeing as much action. And so, like you said, the 200 simple, I mean, that's a great value. And if you break through the 50, yeah, I'll definitely target the 200. But my problem with Microsoft is, I mean, that's going to be all the way down at 380. So, I mean, I hope we don't fall that far, but here's the thing about Microsoft as well, is that if you look at Microsoft seasonality going into July, that is actually one of my favorite trades that I do, like quarter over quarter, because once you get into July, you have another earnings season coming up. So I think May and especially June, as you get into the end of the month, it can be a little bit slow, but what I like to do is I like to look at Microsoft about 21 bars before that earnings report in July. And so that time frame is going to start about June 27th, okay? So if we're going to chop around in Microsoft from now until around then, which would be a little boring, right? But that would create some consolidation that we could potentially trade for a breakout into that July earnings report. So that's kind of what I'm thinking right here. But if we keep falling below the 50 simple, we're just going to have to watch for this support zone right here between 390 and 395. See if that holds. And if it doesn't, then the next zone is going to be 380.
All right, Ms. Danielle Shea. Hi, my name is Sean. Nice to meet you. Hopefully you're doing well.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing great.
Good, good. All right. We have some questions from the chat. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so you're an expert at this kind of stuff. All right, Ian Respeto says, can we please show the screen here? Yeah, thank you. Who is over? Oh, Ramin. Ramin's the best. Can I ask Danielle about CrowdStrike and what her thoughts are for earnings tomorrow? So I'll give you a second to load it up there, Danielle. We have CrowdStrike really getting faded out, just 3 negative days in a row here. Not a candle that I like that happened on the 24th or 28th, whatever day this was right there, where we sort of poked our head above this 350 area. And since then, we've really had a hard time coming back down. RSI pretty low down here at 38 and change. I like best of breed names. We talk about that all the time. CrowdStrike and PanW appear to be just that. The worry for me, not that this PE means anything. I don't even know if it's right. 800? That seems a little bit high. But CrowdStrike right here reporting tomorrow night, June the 4th. Do you have any positions on as far as CrowdStrike or anything potentially that tickles your fancy with this one?
So I haven't placed any positions on CrowdStrike yet, but this one's definitely on my radar. If you look at my chart right here, I mean, this will give you the earnings data over the course of the last 12 quarters. So essentially we have a stock that, I mean, it's beat EPS estimates 12 quarters in a row, right? And so, I mean, that's great. That's fantastic. And then we have a situation where last quarter, fantastic beat, gapped up 21%. But what happened was that was the high, and, you know, it gave back that move, and it's been pretty sloshy since then.
Right.
If you look back at the previous quarters, you'll see that it's a little bit mixed. You know, half of the time it's up, half the time it's down, but I would say it's a little bit more up than down after earnings. Here's the thing. I like CrowdStrike. I think it's a good company. I think it's a great company to hold shares in. And I think I'm going to be cautiously bullish on this earnings report because they do tend to beat, because they did really well last quarter. And I think, you know, because they've pulled back before the report, it makes it a lot easier to make a bullish trade. I wouldn't want to do it if we were all the way, you know, up at a new high. But I mean, I think like selling some put credit spreads down at 300. Maybe if we fall a little bit more into tomorrow, you could probably sell them around here. It has a 10% expected move this quarter. So you can see that, you know, sometimes it'll move more than that. But for the most part, it's been like 3%. I've had a couple different 3% moves. So you could try to do something neutral in the options market. But I'm cautiously optimistic about this one.
And Danielle, of course, you know this, and I'm just going to tell everybody in the chat, they can find these earnings reports live on the Market Recap Show. All right, here comes Amazon making a move a little downside right here quickly. Danielle, sorry about that, just 1 second. Amazon making a move down as we pull back. Now the future's trying to break below the 50-period moving average. Look, we've been shorting upside right now on Amazon. I mean, obviously we'll bid the 200-period down here at 177 and see if we can get out. Danielle, I don't trade like you on this one. 68 fills on Amazon today. All right, one more. We'll have a few more names coming your way right now. All right, you and I talk about this all the time, and you were on. I think it was right. NVIDIA. We had those earnings report. It was a great show. It was one of the best ones we've ever had. And now NVIDIA just keeps on climbing higher and higher and higher. What do we do with NVIDIA? I think you're like a lot of us looking to try to dip by this name. Where do you see any opportunity here? I mean, I can sort of say this gap right here of 1060, 1080 isn't too bad, but that was just here on Friday. To me, I think there's more damage coming for NVIDIA. Possibly 950, 960 would be an area where I may put a bid. How does this look to you? I mean, obviously, we're just chasing something here at this point, as NVIDIA may close at all-time highs even today.
So when you look at NVIDIA, I mean, the main thing that I'm focused on is the fact that you have to have the shares, you know, by the end of this week to partake in the split, right? Which is going to be on the 10th. And so I was trying to make just a little bit more of an aggressively bullish bet here because I was kind of hoping that people were going to continue to pile into the stock because they want the shares before the split. And then here's the thing is that, you know that there's a lot of people that really want to buy this stock, but it's way too expensive. And so it's possible that those people are going to come in next week and buy it as well. So I know it's a little crazy. I know it's a little bit aggressive, but I mean,
Right.
here's the thing. I see this $1,200 price target and it's like, why not have an options trade with a target at 1,200? It's a key psychological value. There's a lot of high open interest. It's within the expected move. So I'm still trading this thing to the upside. Yes, I know it's definitely probably going to do like an SMCI at some point. I know you called that one to the short side and you traded it. But I'm still trying to hang on to the upside potential on this one.
I mean, I think if you're going to put money to work, it's probably a good spot with NVIDIA. I mean, people in the chat are like, just trade the king. You know, why not? Why not just hold on to that? All right. If not for my family, maybe yours. I don't know. Like, my family's trying to prop up the price of Lululemon here just by simply buying as much as they can. But I don't know if that means anything for the stock price. Lululemon here, Danielle, if you come over to the daily chart, Ramin, right now, we had that high of 500, 520, and it's really been getting clobbered. We didn't have a great report from Under Armour, but we did see some good recoveries from Gap, which has athleisure with Athleta brand. We saw some nice bounce backs in the Gap stores as well. And then we talked about Foot Locker getting a little bit of a bid off of a better quarter. So Lululemon right now, it's, to me, I mean, we're all the way back into some levels of support into 290, 280 with report on Friday. And I know you and I have talked about it, but the chat really wants to know, what is your thought on Lululemon?
So my thought on this one is, they could surprise. There's always that potential. You'll see some of those moves like with Apple, but I mean, this chart pattern is just absolutely destructive. We have such a high inflationary environment right now. People are saving money any way they can, and avoiding buying the $70, $80 yoga pants is probably something that's pretty common right now. But more than anything, it's just this chart pattern. When I look at a chart pattern like this, where you had a stock that had just gone to previous high, and then it shifts below the 50 simple, then it breaks below the 200 simple on high volume, continues careening lower the entire quarter after a 13% gap down. I mean, that is just absolute destruction. So for something like this, it'd be pretty hard for me to want to trade that to the upside just because of that pattern. Because here's the thing is that if it breaks below $300 a share where you have all of this support, I mean, like you said, there's price support there. So you could try it if it does well after earnings, but if that support zone breaks, that stock is going to get even more destroyed than it already has. So I would rather bet on the short side or at least wait until after earnings. And if you get another gap down after earnings, you could ride that wave pretty easily for the next couple days potentially, or a couple weeks. And if you, again, get a surprise, then you could probably trade it up into 350. But that's definitely one to watch. It's on my radar, and I think we've got some earnings destruction coming.
Well said, Danielle. And look, obviously, retail has been not shy to have some volatile earnings moves. We're talking about like Foot Locker and some of the others that have already gone through. We got a good question here, and I know anyone can find your page to learn a little about the basics of options. But we had a good super chat here from one of our viewers, Kyle Burdett, in the house. Danielle, what happens to options contracts when the stock splits? Do strikes get adjusted?
They do get adjusted, and it can be challenging if you buy options contracts before a split because they're going to split by the value of the split. And so if you have some random numbers in your options contracts, you can end up with options contracts that don't have any volume. And so I've definitely tried before, like especially with the NVIDIA split and like the Tesla split, where I'll buy options contracts and hold them through the split. But I'll tell you that it's not easy because what happens is that the volume drops out of those and you have to wait until volume starts coming in to the new contracts at the new value. And so you can get kind of screwed if you buy options that don't end up having a lot of volume, because the spreads can become very wide and it can really mess up your trade and it can make it hard to get out. So if you're going to hold any options through the split, just make sure that you're picking key psychological values that are going to divide easily by 10. And because in the options market, generally the key psychological value targets are the ones that are going to have the most volume and the most open interest. So, 1200, 1000, 800, something like that.
Look, it's a fantastic answer. Thank you so much for answering that. Of course, being our options specialist, because you come on the show to educate everybody. And around NVIDIA's split, clearly it's going to be an interesting topic. I know, obviously, we're going to have viewers that are going to be trading around the event, so I think that's absolutely invaluable. Just before we get you out of here, Danielle, thank you for coming on and joining us, because it's always a pleasure to have you here. Is there anything you want to leave us with? Obviously, we're near the end of earnings season. Like anything you're looking at we didn't get a chance to talk to, or just maybe where they can find you as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel. I would love some requests for videos. I've been working on a trade review series where I've been going over just all the different trades that I do. And I was thinking about making some videos about the NVIDIA split, and I don't know, I'm not really sure what else. So I love all of your questions and comments. I'll definitely go through the chat and see if I have any ideas that I can use to make some videos on my YouTube channel, Trader Danielle. But other than that, I'm primarily focused on NVIDIA right now. CrowdStrike earnings is coming up. I'll probably trade Lululemon. If not before, then I'll probably trade it after. Another one that I'm looking at is going to be Broadcom. So I think Broadcom can move really well with NVIDIA, and Broadcom is going to have earnings that's coming up next week. So that's another one, especially as we get later into the week, and next week we can talk about too, because this has been a very strong stock, and just nice, gorgeous little pattern. It doesn't get as much attention as NVIDIA does, but that's why it can be a great stock to trade. So that's about all I have for right now, but I'm always up to hear any of your ideas.
Well, I think if you keep an eye on that chat, because I've seen a few, there's a few comments that even came in there for a couple of ideas that you could do or talk about. So it's always a pleasure having you on, Danielle. I know you're going to be back for the the market recap show this week. Obviously,
yes,
check that out.
I will.
It'll be on Thursday, so it'll be a heck of a lot of fun. Whether there's big earnings or not, there's always something you can learn. And Broadcom next week, they should do a split, obviously. But Danielle Shea, check her out on the X Machine, of course, and check out her YouTube page as well. A great friend of the show. Appreciate you, Danielle.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Another fantastic one. I didn't remember Broadcom, to be honest with you, next week. Although when you're day trading, that's one of those stocks. It's like, can you please just split so day traders will actually bother looking at it? It certainly falls into that category. Like NVIDIA is at least tradable when it's expensive. Tesla was tradable before it splits, but some of these others like Broadcom, sometimes SMCI, not the best. So while all this was happening, GameStop just lost to 30 again. Where is it?
Yup.
There we go. So it came back to the 30 level. I went for a bounce play off of 30, and then it broke back down underneath. So looks like GameStop still sleepy. The 30 level not doing any justice for anybody. Very slow grind back in. I did scalp trade Alphabet as well off of VWAP. The market's actually breaking a little bit here. So this is still underneath VWAP and holding, but when I look at what's going on in the NASDAQ, I feel like this could be the last salvo. Like if we break out this top, we're just jumping out and not reloading as you're starting to break higher in the overall future. So a little bit of a push. I am expecting that you might see some decent sized numbers. It's the first of the month. Almost no chance that you get that much movement at the close on Friday and then have nothing for imbalances. So I could expect a name or two here that could be decent on the imbalance locator. We'll get the early look in about 8 minutes. But for now, let's head to the desk with Adair.
This part of the show brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under the symbol AAIRF and in Canada under the symbol WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge tech solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today. OTCQB, AAIRF, CSE, WIFI.
All right, yeah, go check that out. All right, so unfortunately, Amazon, I mean, it goes up and then it comes right back down. So we take it out there at 50, but then it crashes into 30 again, which is all good, I guess. I mean, what are you supposed to do? We're able to take advantage there of the NASDAQ, and we said this over and over and over again. Like, I really feel that, like, sometimes at the end of the day, you guys have seen, like, I mean, sure, we had AMD. AMD was running on Friday, no doubt about that. So that was a monster move up there, and we actually would rather trade the futures because kind of like reasons like this. I mean, Amazon shuts down and then comes right back in, you know. So that's pretty dangerous there, but now Amazon's gonna go, that's okay. If maybe we can flush in this, that would be all good. We just talked about GameStop losing 30, it did, but it bounced off 29.50. So it's already 3:30.
NVIDIA HOD.
Yeah, NVIDIA, there he goes. I mean, shout out to Sam and everybody there that's talking about NVIDIA and just trade the strongest name. Damn you, Amazon, as you come all the way back. That's okay. We'll see if we can make some money here on the TQs and see if that will push back in just a little bit here as well. We just got some more shares up there at 47, 48, now bringing it back into 40s. Bidding 36s and then a lot lower than that. That's 26 right there. So actually let's put a bid down in and around 26 and see if we get filled somewhere around there as we got a decent position on. And then GameStop was the other one that I was talking about. Not doing, I almost want to get back into that Amazon, but not doing too much here, GameStop. It did drop out. So I think 31.50 now. I'll cancel my 33.50 and now just say, all right, you know, we can't be in this forever. And that was talking about prop trading. We have to be flat at the end of every day. So that's going to be part of the reason why we're getting out. Otherwise, I still think the market has a lot more downside room than where we are right now, not just in GameStop, but in the market in general. But again, not being able to hold it overnight is a problem here. So not a problem, that's just the way it works. All right, so I want to check out Apple. I mean, again, great look by Danielle saying, why not just buy NVIDIA right here, right now? I mean, I think that heading into the split, it is going to be a name that's going to be well talked about. And maybe that's where a lot of money's moving out from one into the other. AMD down 2.5% right now, and look what NVIDIA is doing, right? NVIDIA is the complete opposite, double opposite. So from down 3% to up 4.5%, I mean, that's a difference of 7% right there for favored NVIDIA. So great trade there as it's starting to go one more time. Upside here goes NVIDIA, and as Neil mentioned, high of day. And I said, like, hey, maybe we take out all-time highs heading into the close. That's only 1165, so that is well within striking distance right now as NVIDIA starting to march higher here against all the other chip names. I know you were in Micron, you got out of that one.
Yeah, that's starting to break higher.
I don't know what your Google's doing, but
Google's holding on, mostly because the market's not doing anything. I think the difference is the chips are moving a little bit more than all these other things. So, you know, like, I just showed you like 18.6 on the NASDAQ. Well, as long as that's not breaking, Google's not breaking VWAP. But rest assured, if that happens, 18.6 goes, Google's going to get dragged by it. So I'm not favoring a reload. We have 5 minutes till imbalances. There was one name that I didn't mention this morning that I'm just going to bring up now. This has nothing to do with the big cap tech names that we've been talking about. But remember Disney in that 100 hold last week? This is a weekly chart, by the way, not a daily chart. But Disney on the weekly, forget about the 96 level, which I already like the 96 level. I'm out of the stock and put the money into Netflix. But you know, if we hold this 100 this week, which seems decently likely, I mean, we're already off to a good start. The stock is down 1%, but you know, really it's not that bad compared to some of the other things that pull back. You're still in this nice little pocket. What I'd like to see is a higher low on the weekly breaking this 105, and I think there's going to be a nice trade off the 100 level for Disney. Now, it looks like it's in a pullback, but when you zoom out a little bit further on the weekly chart, what you have is a double bottom. This is literally the double bottom at the pandemic bottom. That's a significant thing. When something makes a double bottom at a level that big, I know it's not a true trend reverse yet, but I like the bounce. And then when it puts in a higher low once, that was a good opportunity there at 95, 96. I think, I don't want to speak for you. I think you got in there. I have no idea. Maybe you added that price. I got out when this thing got to $100, but now that it's bouncing for another higher low, you've also got the 250 period moving average on the weekly out in front of it. If we can hold 105 this week, I'm looking to put something on Disney. Maybe it ends up like a trade idea for one of the next weeks. But if it does get down to 100, I think there's a day trade there as well. Good look for that company today. Maybe not today, but certainly holding that 100 last week. NVIDIA might be at the high of, okay, well, it's not at the all-time high. Might not be at the all-time high, but it just broke a fresh high. So we're now past that 1142. I don't like breakouts this time, but maybe we should just be buying the first available dip in NVIDIA and take a shot in front of that 1142 level. It is looking relatively strong. Thankfully, Google's still holding up at least decently, but wow, you just can't stop NVIDIA. What's weird about this move is it was NVIDIA that did not want to go on Friday. This is the complete opposite of Friday. When everything was rallying like crazy going into the close, NVIDIA had the most muted move, and it was everything else that was going crazy. AMD went nuts. Microsoft was arguably the biggest move, I thought, with the biggest imbalance. I could be wrong, but they had the biggest imbalance, that's for sure. NVIDIA got left, and now the money's going back in NVIDIA. So this 1142, if we bounce there, probably just going to look for a long on NVIDIA. Should have had more than just one long today on it.
Yeah, big shout out to Max, says Pro Day Trader. Yeah, big shout out to Max for sure. Behind us, you may see him walking around at some points. Okay, so, oh yeah, OB joins Max now. So we have two. So congratulations, and if you might have missed it before, now we have two graduated traders on the trading floor. Adding 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be very, very soon. So congratulations to that, and thanks there, Pro Day Trader, for mentioning Max. In the background, we have a little animation with him right there. Okay, what else? I mean, I'm looking at the charts, not much moving here. When we trade Intel, we normally do it pretty well. We should have traded 30-50 short there on INTC, but again, just a hindsight trade. I mean, some of the stocks, like I said, really, our stop is breaking through 70s there on the Qs. Oh, look at that. That's where VWAP is. You guys can all see that. It's a pretty generic trade for me. If the market just keeps on edging higher, though, we're going to get stopped out. So 30.25 Intel, there's the VWAP trade. And again, you know, just like, did AMD, what time is this at? 2:30? I doubt AMD got back to VWAP, but it might have. And if it did, then yeah, not even close, you know. So again, if you're trying to play weakness in the chip spot, you should be looking at Intel, AMD, pretty much everything other than. Or you could look at like SMH as a possibility. We have SOX L as well. So SMH above VWAP right now. SOX L, which is triple or double triple, I think was still underneath. Once it loads up, if it does, yeah, so still underneath. So SOX L, a little bit of a different situation.
The Oxy trade's coming back, by the way.
Oh, the Buffett one?
Yeah. So we talked about this before. Whether you like it or not, or whether you care about it or not, or it's not about following another person, but let's be real. Every single time that Oxy's gotten under $60, it's bounced in the mid-50s, and then we've heard that Warren Buffett has more of the company. It just is what it is. I've traded it once in my personal account, and it was the last time. If you just did it every single time, you're scalping 10, 15, I think at best like 20% moves off that level. So it's testing $60 today with a big pullback in oil. If it gets down to like 54, 55, makes any kind of a bottom on the daily. Like, give me one of those wicks at about $55, and I'm just buying it the day after. And I'm holding at least for the 10% move with a stop underneath like 54. So Oxy, oil's down today. There was actually there was a headline this afternoon, at lunchtime, which was involving potential ceasefire talks. And oil was weak on that, and the market kind of did a bit of a bounce. Google, where my daily chart's not working, just got down to that 172. So if we break this, it's 330 already. If we break 172, I'm looking for the low of the day. But we do not want the imbalances to sort of shake us out. Let's keep in mind the ridiculous move that we saw on Friday, and at 350, anything can happen. You could reverse this pullback that we're seeing. Early looks are non-existent. Pfizer, 1.3, early look buy. NYCB, 1 million, early look sell. Probably the most interesting would be UiPath, with another early look buy imbalance. This had a buy imbalance on the early look Friday, and it was a decent long off of that, though pretty much everything was a good long on Friday when the imbalances hit. So I'll be watching UiPath again. There was a buyer at the close on Friday. If there's another buyer, they got a short float. It's pretty decent. It got beaten up on earnings, and it's been trying to catch a bid. You got a tight consolidation. There might be a trade here on UiPath going into 350. If it comes out a buy that's bigger, then just a simple breakout of the high could work.
All right, Joe, myself, Michael Nawson, and Dara on the Market Recap Show. We'll be talking all about what's happening right here in the market today. We had a big move in the healthcare sector. We had a kind of a flattish move. We talked a little bit about oil right there from Neil, talking about some Oxy. We will go over all of that coming up very, very soon. Look, I'm getting tired. We got to practice later on today. We've got some drills all ready to go, so we'll be getting that going right after here. It was a rainy weekend for our practice, so we got that rained out. But then I was able to golf on Saturday, which was pretty awesome with my kitty. Absolutely loved it, which is like means everything to me, so that's all that matters right there. So that should be exciting. And he says, "Oh wow, Dad, I'm not going to be able to beat you." I said, "Yes, you will, my friend."
Where'd you guys go?
Be a matter of just said 10 yellow 9 holes, and then he told me, he said, "I think I could play 18, but I think I would get hungry." And I said, "Never fear."
They have this.
At the 9 holes, man, you get that turnaround.
They got something else too.
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up.
He's not old enough.
Yeah, I told him about the cart girl and everything like that rolling through. He better learn at some point. So he will be seeing his dad in full action. Well, it was only 9 holes. We walked.
Oh,
so that,
okay.
Yeah, so that was the whole thing. I told him, look, we're gonna walk, get some exercise. 9 holes, 2,200 yards or something like that. So up and down football field 10 times, 20 times.
Is it full pot to use a cart on a 9 hole? Because I know
No, a lot of people do.
Okay.
I mean,
I did.
most of the people will be, have such as yourself back problems or myself knee problems, things like that, which is why you do it. But now walking is good. He liked it, but he was just telling me, look, I don't think I can do full 18. But I was like, no worries, no worries. I'm a bogey golfer, so handicap 18 to 20, something like that. But I only golf 2 or 3 times a year, so I'd love to get out there a lot more often.
That's what you said that time you guys convinced me to play skins back in the day.
Yeah.
All I heard
you guys suck. I'm just getting better. I'm not even getting better. I'm getting worse.
No, there was I'm not a golfer, but I went out with like Sean and a couple of our buddies, all of whom golf like 10 times as much. I'm like, whatever, we'll play a few skins here or there. I didn't mind losing, but I'm just simply saying there was one of the 4 players in that foursome who was taking mulligans a little too often when we were actually playing for money, which I'm just saying that ain't right, but it is good.
Well, yeah, if you play for money, you should never be taking mulligans.
You should never be doing it, but I'm not.
That's some integrity.
I wasn't here to call anybody out because I wasn't winning any skins anyways because I was the least experienced guy there. So whatever, you take my money regardless. But you know what I'm talking about. But it was a lot of fun. I just enjoy it. Like it's more about getting out, having a few brews with the buddies for me more than anything else. My back doesn't allow it.
Something like 90% of the golfers can't shoot over 90. It's like 90%.
Can't shoot under 90.
90% shoot over. Yeah. So 10% would shoot under. Yeah. So it's it's a fun game, but you got to play. You got to be like chilled out. You got to you can't worry. You can't get too frustrated because you'll be pissed off all of the time. All right, so there it is right now. Thank you to Danielle. I saw Danielle still in the chat, so thank you, Danielle, for staying through with everybody right now. But it is 3:35. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the day where we won't have too many earnings. We do have GitLab coming through as well. The market did go for a little bit of a dip, duck, dive, and dodge, but it's all the way back up now. So I don't think this market's going to do anything. We did get that short, came back, and we have 2 or 3 outs at the 50-period moving average. But this is just look at all these outs. We're sitting here trading, but you don't have to put on a trade. There is no doubt about that. We should probably, you guys see, look, I just saw in the chat, look at Tesla. I mean, I'm looking at Tesla. It's not doing anything. But right now, we'll look at Adara and see what she's up to at the green screen.
Quite a few names here making some larger moves on the S&P 500, including Waste Management here, WM. This one very much to the downside, down over 4% after announcing it's going to be acquiring Stericycle at a 20% premium for $62 per share in cash. We also have Boeing here to the upside, actually up more than 3%. From what I'm seeing is apparently Reuters reported that the company is actually, there's not going to be executive facing criminal charges for those fatal crashes in 2018 and 2019. So no charges to be faced for those crashes, according to Reuters. So BA up about 3%. Last but not least, we have a series of oil-related companies, including Chevron here, CVX, to the downside after this OPEC meeting. We also do have, in general, apparently this is the worst day for Brent crude oil prices since February. First time they've been below $80 since February, so lots of weakness in oil in general today, guys.
Just say any kind of news and they get slapped.
Yeah, like you look at Boeing, so that headline, you can say that doesn't move the stock. Okay, your executives are not getting they're not going to face any criminal action, they're not going to get indicted. I think that's positive news. But regardless of what you think about it, just note that when any headline drops on Boeing, they tend to be just selling it off. That's, again, right in the middle of the day, on volume, on cue. If we come to the chart here for a second here, Fabian. There we go. Like, look at the volume spike, and it's to the downside. Now, this is where you can have an advantage as a human being trading and not an algorithm. If you do know, like, that's not, either that has no business moving the stock or it's definitely not negative news, when it immediately slams back up, you can try and get some kind of long. The key would be at least knowing what it is that hit. Now, it's much different when we see bad news on Boeing, we're like, let's just start shorting it because we know it to be bad news. Like, bad news is obvious sometimes, but in this case, it's not like it was even bad news and you had an opportunity. I wish Waste Management hadn't done that deal because that's my worst stock of the day. No questions asked. I traded that SRCL today, and it was incredibly weak. We'll see. But with 10 minutes to go, or at least about that, until the imbalances come out here, we just bounced off 172 again on Alphabet. So it's holding out this bottom. If we break 172.20, I'm just going to jump out. Really, it's giving you 50 into this top at 70s, and it's not really giving you follow through yet through 172. So if it breaks 72, we're holding. I'm not reloading down here, but I'm going to get out if it breaks that $20 level. Bala in the chat, could you please share your thoughts on MongoDB? I guess the thing about Mongo, look, I don't trade the stock. When I did the aftermarket show, they were the worst actual earnings name that day. I mean, Dell was bad, but Mongo was certainly a worse name. We always talk about letting things settle down after earnings. Let me pull up my trade ideas because my daily charts have not been cooperating here. But you still haven't made a convincing enough bottom for me on MongoDB. So here's the daily chart for you. There is your monster gap down on earnings. You can make an argument that it's into some pretty interesting support levels when you go back far enough. But I kind of throw that all out the window and say, when you fill in that gap, or if you're going to fill in that gap, back to the 3-minute, because that's the only thing actually showing you all the data you need. So there is your bottom, double bottom, hold a higher low. It's trend down today, so I'm not counting it as holding the higher low until we close above 230, and then suddenly you've got a double bottom with a higher low, and that's a bit of a long setup back into the resistance now looks like 250. I mean, obviously after earnings, it would have been down here at 245. So it's somewhat of a bounce day, but look, it's trend down. I need to see it hold that low and then hold it again probably early tomorrow, at least half a day tomorrow, because as much as it did make a higher low and hold it, it then proceeded to just sell off at every single opportunity when it popped today. Every single pop sold, and then VWAP, and then under VWAP can't even get back to it even with the market trying to bounce. I still think you're in that midst of that settling down period on Mongo. It's so easy to look at a gap down in a stock and just see opportunity, like, oh, but if it bounces from here, that's a $60 gap. If it does half of it, it's going to be fantastic. And only because we were just talking about Lululemon, I'm going to use it as an example because I happen to know it to be true. If you get yourself in that mentality without looking for reasons to go long, you get a gap down like this and then hunt for opportunities. Like, oh, there's a gap down, it's going to bounce here. Well, you go long. If you don't have yourself a trade or an out, you could be long Lulu under that principle at 388 and still holding on. Now, that's one thing if you're buying and holding it for 10 years. That's another thing if that's a trade to you because that's out of the money now over 20%. So you just have to be careful with these post-earnings plays when they make that gap fill. Allow it to show you something that you actually like for a long trade. We talked about that with PanW, and that's worked out. But not all of these are the same. Just because it gaps down doesn't mean it's going to ultimately fill that gap right away back to the upside. People say all gaps get filled. When things gap down and they're good stocks, eventually that tends to be true, but that doesn't mean you buy it 2 days after earnings in every situation.
All right, so just quickly here looking, we do have 62.50s on the TQs, and again, taking that profit back in right now as it fades down through. So good trade here. We do have those imbalances coming out, so we're going to have to wait for it. GameStop, I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's going to have the juice. We'll wait to see if an imbalance does come out on that. Let me just double check to see right now. No. So there's really nothing on GME right now. for a imbalance. There's AMC with a sell. Uh-oh, there it is. Wow, there goes. Wow, okay. It's a good thing we just looked at it because there goes GameStop. It just broke.
Something happened.
What? Wow, yeah. Quite aggressively right there, as we were just talking about it. I was just like, oh, $30. So we'll take a 50-cent hit net at the end of the day there on GameStop as it is down. To me, look how much just got sold there. 590,000. All right, so Morgan Stanley thinks that this is market manipulation from Mr. Gill
Because he
there.
said what his position is.
Yeah, so market manipulation there. I don't think that will last, but I don't know why that makes GameStop go down. That should just add fuel to the fire. But right there, nice downside move for GameStop. That's fine. Look, it's going to be my worst name anyways. It was never. It could have got back there. We were just at one point, I guess, $1.50 or so with the money to wind up losing 50 cents on that move. But that's really why you want to put stop orders in. And I'm kind of glad that we were just talking about it right when we saw it, because there it is. It's a nice pullback down right there on GME. So I hope you guys didn't get rinsed on that. But it's the problem is that I guess if they think it's manipulation, maybe. I don't know if they can halt the stock. I don't know what exactly that means. So I think it's really early to try to figure this out. But right there, GameStop is starting to go a little nuts right now, breaking through that $30 level. And look, I mean, hindsight, we could have just got out there, but we knew what we were doing. And I think that that's by far the most important thing when you're trading, is to have your plan and understand the risks associated with those plans.
But imagine imagine if you don't have a stop in that situation. I know we say it every single time, but it really does matter, right? Like the amount that saves you, that's an extra 10% potentially on a position if having a stop versus not having a stop. The other thing that just got said is there's consideration E-Trade.
There he goes.
Actually possibly removing Keith Gill from their from trading there. Well, let's go to Adair for the full story.
Yeah, I was just going to deliver this GME story, which is basically Morgan Stanley, which owns E-Trade, is apparently raising some internal concerns about how Keith Gill or Roaring Kitty is influencing GameStop, according to sources reported by the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal also saying as an extent that E-Trade is considering removing Keith Gill from the platform, again, according to sources as reported by the Wall Street Journal. So just to recap there, that's what I'm seeing with regards to GME, guys.
Yeah, thank you there, Adair. I mean, look, regardless of opinion about it, it moved the stock. That seems a bit weird to me. Like, so you say that you have a position in something which is truthful, and that amounts to manipulation somehow. Okay, is what it is. Like, it's, I don't know. We've seen other people say, I have a position in this stock, and the stock goes where it doesn't. It doesn't happen when I say I'm in something, I'll tell you that much. Thank you very much, SoFi. That's for damn sure. But I just got trailed out. With 5 minutes to go, I did get trailed out on Alphabet here. We said if it bounced off 172, just going to get out 172.20. There's still a chance we get one more shot at VWAP in here, but you're starting to run out of time. There was a small spike to the downside on BlackBerry. I'm just going to get out if this gets back into the 70s. But GameStop is still moving. Is now the SEC. The SEC is going to be investigating some of the call options and some of the trading. So we'll see if there's anything that comes of that. Keep your ear to the ground. It is still trading a little bit lower here. GameStop up 21%, but this was up at the peak, I think almost 90% at one point in the pre-market. It was a monster move. It might have even been up 100% because I feel like I saw it trading about 46 for a little bit there, but that was early in the pre-market. We had almost no chance to get it. Unless you're here before 7 o'clock. That's when you could have had that good long. Everything else has been downward trending on GME. No halt down there despite it moving from 30 to 27. Oddly enough, it halted to the downside in the morning on a smaller move, but what the heck do I know? That is clearly a smaller move, and it halted down, and it did not halt down here from 30 to 27 even, but sometimes those halt rules, who knows? Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so yeah, we've always sat here and been like, what's up with those halts? It shouldn't have halted at the open.
We just got some more bids And again, heading into the close, the best thing to do is just get it out. Like we just came back into the 50 period again for the TQs. So this name just continues to do absolutely nothing this afternoon. Let's check out Apple just real quick. We haven't looked at anything crypto. I mean, Bitcoin's at 69. It was close to 70 earlier. We could look at Coinbase if that's something. But right now, yeah, just trying to find out Apple. Again, kind of in the middle. We did have some good trades. We were long and out, then we were short, and then we lost in and around 193 before we took 193, and then basically punched out at 193 breaking, and that's been the bottom. So I feel like, again, pretty important that we stick to the plan and trade off of key levels. So for tomorrow, it's pretty important that we keep 192, 193 in mind for Apple. So that's going to be something there. All right, so we get short in front of VWAP again. Our average price on this now is 51s, so just right here on the TQQ. We're trying to give it like 20 cents higher right now. We've been getting out. We just got 61s. It just fell back in. So we've been getting out for 15, 20 cents. I was going to give it to 70s there, kind of where VWAP was. And it was sort of coinciding with some of these wicks, and that's kind of where we just got it. So a little bit higher than where we are right now. Let's just dump it and then regroup tomorrow. I mean, honestly, we had a great trade early on Tesla. And then after that, it's been really kind of like uneventful, to be honest.
The thing about that Tesla trade is like just the early move, because once it lost that early support level, you just kind of bugger off. You just bugger off it. Bugger off. It doesn't make sense. You just bugger off, right? Like you take your profit and run. Like once a level is no good anymore, you don't have to trade it, whether you did well or you did poorly on it. Like, that's how you keep the profit on Tesla today, which is
GME is
it's still a great stock, and it's still a great level that it's bouncing off support on the higher time frame. I did just get this reload on. I said, well, maybe we'll get VWAP again on Google. Seconds later, it gets VWAP on Google. So apparently, this market seems to want to run again going into the close. If we bust VWAP out, then I'm just getting out. We had 90 seconds till the imbalances drop. GME is still looking weak in here. So yeah, it's continuing to drop. Of course, if you were just hearing the headline, the SEC will be investigating some options trading in GameStop, E-Trade, possibly removing Keith Gill from their platform. GameStop's still up on the day, but it is continuing to give up the ghost. I'm just going to get on the bid at the low of the day on BlackBerry. But the imbalances in 1 minute should get interesting. I want to still have a look at UiPath. Don't forget it. It bounced decently on a buy imbalance on Friday. There was another early look 1 million on UiPath. If it comes out, if it were to come out like 2 million or something, I might try along. But if it comes out exactly as expected, I don't touch it.
Yeah, it is funny, like how now they're just trying to, shut down people's accounts. Like it's honestly pretty stupid there. What's been happening with GameStop,
It's silly.
Somebody else like, Kathy Wood or Chamath can come out and talk all he wants about these shit stocks. And this guy takes an actual position in GameStop, and there's a problem with it. So we'll find out more about that as the story goes. But we now only do have 30 more seconds left until these imbalances. So we're getting close to being stopped out, of course, with the futures. But I mean, in just a couple of seconds, everything's going to change. We already have a stop order up to the upside. So if we get blown out, we get blown out. We also have take profit. And by blown out, I mean we'd lose the 20 cents, but at the end of the day, we're well aware of what we're doing right now. So there it is. There's the stops, and it looks like it's probably a buy. I don't know. NASDAQ went higher, but now is fading out a little bit. So let me just take out something at 53 if we can. Ooh, we just missed that bid. There it is. We'll take out a little bit. Apple, that's why. Apple's a buy. That's nice. Robinhood's a sell. So that's going to the downside. New York Community Bank, $3. Okay. Siri, we haven't seen that in a minute. Lyft. As well, Mara is a name that some people like to look at. That's 500, 1,000 to buy. So I don't know what that number is, but it doesn't look like it's significant one way or the other.
Oh, okay. The SPY is apparently 4.2 billion to buy, with the NASDAQ being 400,000. 4.2 billion to the buy side on the SPY. I mean, Apple is 1.1 million, so I guess that's your reason. It's not really doing much for Google. I don't even see UiPath's not even there. So it was an early look of almost 1 million shares, and now it comes out it's not even there. So I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. We'll get fortunate, even though it's a buy imbalance. Google comes down a bit. I'm going to take that opportunity. If Apple's a buy and the SPY is a 4.2 to buy, and there's even a little rejection, I'm going to take that on VWAP. GameStop is continuing lower. I'm just getting on the bid of BlackBerry right now. At the end of the day, I think, the next time this happens, and with any luck, there'll be a third time, I just want to be a little bit more aggressive this morning. I really thought it was going to be the $3 level, so I never got into a full position. Like you didn't have to pay for locates on BlackBerry this time. This time they were actually free, and I just shorted the levels that we could get, but I was holding out hope for a move to $3. It just never happened, and really I should have just loaded up a little bit more here and not scalped out of the trade. Like I was doing scalping in here, taking rebates on this stock in like here, when I could have just been building it at 94 and 95. And then I had to reload at 90 to see it come down into 73. That's a missed opportunity because every single time I was getting out in and out there for a rebate, I could have just been holding on to that. And it'll end up being my best stock momentum-wise today, but it could have been a heck of a lot better. And this has been every single time the GameStop goes up, I look for the short on BlackBerry. And one of the reasons, if you're wondering why do that, its short float's only 7%. It's not even double digits anymore. It doesn't have the same meme status that it used to. It just kind of goes up on sympathy. You can pull up costs, and it's probably exactly the same thing. And as GameStop continues to flush, I mean, AMC is going down just because of sympathy as well. You could have had a sympathy short in this and just taken, look, failed breakout at the open through 550 and then pulls right back underneath. That's a good reversal setup. And remember, GameStop halted almost right away off the open. You could have still been short this right in here when GameStop halted, like right at about 511, 512, and then it went into a down halt, and that price you could have gotten when GameStop halted, look what it never really breaks after that. If you punch short AMC when GameStop halts, you're never really out of money the entirety of the day. I happen to be doing this, like right here is when I got short more on BlackBerry. That's when GameStop halted, just punch short 91. It never broke that level. So I love those like little not backward, like those secondary plays. Sometimes you can use GameStop as the futures and then just follow along somewhere else. NVIDIA is making a bit of a move this afternoon. Looks like Microsoft is, so just Business Insider saying that Microsoft could be laying off some thousands of workers at Azure. So there's a move to the high of the day on NVIDIA. Just quickly going to check to see what Microsoft is doing. Generally speaking, cost cutting can be a good thing. So I was kind of expecting to see a bit of a pop on Microsoft on that headline. Nope, Microsoft is doing absolutely nothing. The story continues to be NVIDIA. Only thing strong, NVDA.
NVDA in the futures right now. The futures starting to go back up to the upside a little bit there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought with Azure, they're laying off. I thought it would have been maybe the other way, a little bit weakness, because why are they laying off in their cloud?
Oh, it's only hundreds. It's only hundreds. I thought I heard thousands. That's my bad.
Yeah.
It's hundreds.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, hundreds, thousands. I mean, I just don't like the weakness in the sector, what that's trying to tell everybody. But for right now, it doesn't really matter. We'll look at Microsoft chart. Here goes the futures to the upside. We might be able to get, we're getting out if it breaks 70. We had sort of talked about that. We actually did okay. We got out early on that imbalance, and then all of a sudden now, nice upside move. Yeah, Microsoft, yeah, pretty flat. We talked about this with Danielle on again today. This is the next one to get to all-time highs. So there it goes. Now we'll get stopped out of the Qs, and there it goes right back up to the upside there at the end of the day. And, you know, the futures do make its way all the way to VWAP, and look at that. What a boring day, 0.8. Right there today for the futures. So yeah, not much happening right now. It's 3:55. We could get, let's just go back over there and just see. Let's go back over to the futures quickly just to see if, okay, there we go. 3:55 hit and there was really no change at all. The futures just continue to go to the upside. We can see if there was an imbalance coming through again here. Nikola, TLT, UI path. We sort of talked about, wow, that's below 12 again. So yuck, yuck on that one. IQ Pfizer, we talked about that one. How bad that one's been performing, but really good lately. Starbucks, wow, Starbucks. Talk about a face slapper right there. I mean, that bottom of $72 was incroyable as a bottom right there down near. Wow, what a good level that was. There's been a couple other bottom picks we talked about before. Please don't tell me ELF is over $200. Wow, okay, could have paid for a lot of cosmetics with that one. Nice call, shout out to the wife, who's clearly a better trader than I. $30 bottom for Intel, that's not coming through anytime soon, so ELF was another one. And then—
higher lows on Ulta today.
Yeah, that was the other one, ULTA. should have probably been buying that off of their report as well. And we indicated how low they were on the daily chart before earnings, Ulta Beauty. But again, they didn't actually, they rallied nicely and then faded. So Ulta Beauty could still probably be bought at these levels. But like Danielle said, man, Lululemon is getting destroyed. So why go back into some of these names until we see a rebound in them? But there goes the market. So finally it's starting to go back up to the upside. So after all of this today, the futures will basically end up about 30 points lower than where we opened. Wow. So I guess, well, I mean, if we opened all the way up there, that's we opened up here. So here's 830 right here. So 18,700, and we'll close at 18,630s, or depending on where we close, in just over 3 minutes. So yeah, man, NVIDIA keeps going. We'll trade some AMD tomorrow. AMD 163 and change. Wow, still trying to go back up to the upside. Love to short that one if it got to VWAP, but that's not happening today. And I said NVIDIA had the chance to get to that 1165. Looks like we'll get to 1150, that's for sure, as we go. But there we go. Nice move here, and good closing to the day. It's 358.
Yeah, we just got a couple of minutes to go here. Mara on that, it was only like 500,000. It did make a bit of a bounce, not enough to get green. They got smoked today, no question about it. Lost 70,000 on Bitcoin, and Mara lost a heck of a lot more to the downside. Jared Tweedle mentioning RCL, 52-week high. Remember, CCL had a big day today. Didn't see a specific headline for CCL. Both those names looking strong. But you're not talking about strength unless you're mentioning NVIDIA closing on, okay, it's not all-time highs, but closing at day's highs if nothing changes in the next couple of minutes. The NASDAQ is green, no question about it. I think it's going to hold green. Just going to get, I don't know why I still have UiPath up. I thought there'd be a trade. There was not. GameStop, despite that news, catching a bit of a bid. It's trying to reclaim the bottom. It'll be interesting listening to how this all plays out, because I'm not calling Fugazi on it, like whatever. You let the regulators do their thing, but it seems kind of nonsensical to me. Like, so what? You say you have a position in something, and you actually have a position in something? What's the big deal there? And last I checked, whatever. If that's somehow violating a rule, I have no idea what's going on there. But it's not just about that. You also apparently have E-Trade trying to kick them off. I think that's going to be a big deal. So we're definitely going to keep our ear to the ground. With less than 1 minute to go, it has not been a fun one. I'll be thankful that at least we're able to, on the momentum side, be close to flat, but still got rinsed on that stupid buyout there today. And, I wanted to mention this. That international paper did go higher and did continue to break out. That could be an interesting deal. I know Danielle said 1,200. I know a lot of people are looking for that 1,200 level. You close above 1150, and we're essentially 1 day away from 1,200 on NVIDIA, almost exactly. So with less than 1 minute to go, I don't know if we break 1150 in the next couple of seconds, but it seems like a high probability that we're going to see a test of that going into tomorrow. Oh, there was a question about halts in the pre and post market. I forgot to answer. You don't have circuit breaker halts on North American stocks in the pre and post market. Right? If it's going to halt in the post market, it's going to be because there's news or something, but not because of any volatility. If anything, most of the time, like, there's not a lot of liquidity anyways, but you're not going to have those halt bands. That's why GameStop didn't do any halting until like right off the bat at the open. Certainly there were big enough moves in the pre-market and in the post-market for it to happen. So let's drop that countdown. It's a Monday, it's a green day, and thank you for NVIDIA for that, because that's all it was. In 2 and 1, ring it, Adara. Markets close, NASDAQ 0.3, ES kind of flattish. NVIDIA does close, at least by my count here, at pretty much exactly 1150. There's oddly enough an iceberg at 1150 on the bid, holding it right at that level. It led the market, you know it, you love it. It is the best stock in the world. Let's just all acknowledge it. Big shout out as always to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, doing a great job. Want to give a big thank you to Michael Noss this morning, our guest, and of course Danielle Shea in the afternoon. Big shout out to Brendan. Big shout out to Adara and Sharif on the midday. Hey, the lesson of the week is squeezes on the day where GameStop's going nuts. I think that was pretty awesome to be able to do that, because then you get a little bit of an experience when you have a stock to be able to look for that is actually squeezing. And also want to give a big shout out and congratulations again to Obi, the most recent graduate on our trading floor here. So shout out to you, Obi. You definitely deserve it. Not a ton in way of earnings today. You've got GitLab, which is probably not going to have a great time, especially with that data breach. And you've got NVIDIA over 1150. You had Bitcoin failing 70,000. You've got a lot to go over. You've got Mr. Nas. You've got Adara. You've got Sean at the desk for the market recap. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. You are now tuned in to the greatest recap show on YouTube.
Yeah, I'd say so. Why not?
Might be one of the only ones, but it was a great one. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you everyone that stays with the chat because we talk about this. Traders stay late. And you're going to stay with me today till 4:30. So we have a couple of earnings. I mean, we have BarkBox. We've got GitLab coming through. So when GitLab does come through, we will bring that to you immediately. But right now, GME is on my mind as GME right now just chilling out. I thought there was going to be a chance for GameStop to make that move back to the upside here in the after hours as we'll get a little bit of dried up liquidity coming through. But there's GameStop at the end of the day. Morgan Stanley, eSignal, all those guys, not eSignal, E-Trade, tried to come after Roaring Kitty there, talking about market manipulation. So down goes GameStop at the end of the day. So there it is right there. Nice downside move for GameStop, finishing the day only up 21%. Still not bad though, Adara.
Yeah.
I woke up there and I tweeted something out earlier. And this is the thing. Whenever you're going to see stuff like this, I mean, I just woke up and was like, okay, let's wait to see what happens now. And I tweeted out, hey, what's up, my guy right there? He made a lot of money today. We'll see what happens. But there it is right there. 88% at 7:04. In and out of the shower was like, wait a second, what are we doing? 43.50 right there for GameStop. Thought it was going to be a big day one way or the other, and it was. It got chopped in half basically to close. I mean, not really chopped in half, but down to $28 right there to close. There goes GameStop. So yeah, a little bit of a run on emotions there today for that name. We just got BarkBox. I just saw that come through as well. We'll talk about GitLab if and when that does come. But there's BarkBox. Uneventful, Adara, down to 137 and not moving at all. So we don't even really need to review it. They just got a sales miss on that. We'll see if anything's happening. Then the other one that we're going to look at is GTLB, GitLab. Looks like someone might have fat-fingered that. Could have asked Danielle about this, but the other thing about GitLab is we've already started to break lower. So again, with a share float of 4% right there, market cap of just 8 billion, a little bit under that. Relative volume pretty high today, down. Actually flat on the day, 0.4. So GitLab, although it's showing red, nice little pullback in from $50. We'll wait to see what does happen there. But we don't have it yet, do we? No. A $15 million buyback there for BarkBox. So let's see if that helps a little bit. No. So that 15 million is not going to do anything to that one as it goes right down to the downside. We do have NVIDIA talk, though. I mean, NVIDIA was quite the move. No, Adara's doing the rundown. Has nothing to do with me. All right, so there goes NVIDIA all the way to the upside right now into the after hours, 1150, and starting to go higher there for NVIDIA. But there's the pullback in 1148. Good move at the end of the day. I don't know what sort of starts some of this rally. I mean, it does happen right there at 350, which would indicate a buy imbalance. So as we said, June 10th, we had Danielle on. She talked about the last day to be holding those shares before the split. So again, NVIDIA coming through there, big mover into the end of the day. I would say that you'd actually want to maybe fade that move. I hate saying fade NVIDIA, but the split we already know about, that doesn't actually change anything as far as stock valuation or what to look for in the stock. It just will take the price down 10 to 1. So. Doesn't change much, Adara. We've seen a name like Uber get split off as well. Uber's been going to the downside since Elon basically announced that robo-taxi idea. Uber straight to the downside as this name got real frothy up here. PE. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't. Some of them, Michael said, sometimes it'll show it over here. There it is. Price earning ratio of Uber still $100. Sorry, $100. 100 PE right there for Uber. So not really a nice name there. Coming back in, trying to bounce off of the 50 period.
GitLab.
We got GitLab?
Yeah.
All right, tell us what GitLab's up to.
Q1 revenue is going to be a beat, 169.2 million versus the estimate of 165.9 million. So that's a nice little $4 million beat We also did have adjusted EPS. This is also going to be a beat. 3-cent profit versus 4-cent loss expected. So that is an unexpected profit. Nice beat here for GitLab. Looks like traders are reacting appropriately to this positive news. Beat across the board.
Yeah, good one right there. Yeah, GitLab, nice little move to the upside. I'd fade it. We'll get those numbers exactly. Expected move 17% on GitLab. And I don't know if Danielle's still in here or not, but we talk about it missing expected moves and then potentially either fading back in or waiting for a continuation right now. But still, nice day there for GitLab. Obviously, you'd rather see it higher than lower, so let's not hate on this move for GTLB right now. I just wasn't liking it because of the way we moved there. But again, not to shout out Danielle again, but a lot of it is the setup heading into the print. So she also talked about CrowdStrike, which will be on the show tomorrow. And again, this name, much better to buy it down here at 300 because when they miss, how far down does it really want to push? Even if you push into 250 there, which would be not disastrous, but that'd be down about that 15%. So with CrowdStrike an expected move in and around there, just to look at what GitLab is doing now, nice upside move for GitLab. And still continuing, Adara. So I know you brought us those numbers, but again, adjusted EPS 3 cents positive, beating an expected negative number of just 4 cents. So, and a beat on sales. So,
Why not?
let's not hate on it. Let's not hate on it. GitLab, though, could push back in. We'll wait to see if we get a guide. So, I mean, that to me is what we're really looking for. Let's see what happens on a guide potentially for GitLab. BarkBox actually guides down. So, see ya. This dog won't hunt. This is a nice downside. When you hit like a ball and you say like that dog will hunt, it means like it's kind of like a nice shot straight down the front, so it's like easy to find. You know,
This dog is like looking around confused, like what is the ball? I don't know.
Yeah. Let's just check out GameStop quickly here in the after hours, then we'll review some names and we'll go over the market recap here. And then we have Michael Noss, who I can see waiting in the wings. So I don't want to keep him for too long, but there's GME. Not doing a heck of a lot in the after hours. I'll check out its friend AMC. Also not doing anything as I check sort of the news, the notes, nothing coming through on anything right now today. UNG, for some reason, nice move to the upside there today. TLT, XBI, we've been talking about XBI. Let me call up a 10-minute chart. This is also brought to you by Trade Ideas. You can see right here, the platform I'm using is Trade Ideas. Really awesome because they have all this detail right up here. So it's very easy to see what its last change was in 20 days, options volume, total volume, short float, things that you want to look for. Michael's brought to us as well days to cover, a lot of different things that you want to look at here for Trade Ideas and for what's happening. But there's XBI, nice move back up. I really like the biotech spot. We had some nice moves in J&J, Pfizer today. Eli Lilly was a nice mover as well. So XBI, a nice move there. Roaring Kitty just posted his standings. Man, I'm tired of this cat guy. All right, no, just joking around. Let me see what's happening right there. Okay, well, still nothing happening with GME. Well, actually, 29 and change. Let me guess, he's still in right there. Nice push to the upside. Of course he's still in, says my guy. Fabian over there. Let me just check it out. Here's Roaring Kitty. Here is GameStop. All right, it's August 20th. No, I don't see anything new posted here unless he's just on Reddit. So there's the Uno reverse card that he posted this morning or last night, 20 hours ago, 8 o'clock last night. He posted a green Uno reverse card, making everybody think that, hey, we're thinking about taking this the other way, and it looks like GameStop right now, Adara. I don't know if you have any news on what he posted, but nice move up to $29.50 if there's anything coming through on any services there. So I'm just talking about Dan McIsaac here in the chat right there, talking about nothing. Okay.
Nothing on Twitter either that I could see.
Nothing on Twitter. Okay. So nice move to the upside. All right. What's been happening there with USO? Maybe Michael.
Oh, sorry, I'm just seeing Full Tilt. I'm not seeing this myself, but Full Tilt Banana in the chat saying he posted on Reddit, no selling.
Yeah, so go over to Reddit, find out.
I'll try to find this on
Go to
Reddit.
Reddit there. It's
Okay.
not locked up, so we'll see. Again, it doesn't, if that's all that he posted, that's all that he posted. But sometimes he does have, because I don't know if you guys all watched Dumb Money or followed it, he had like a running spreadsheet that he would keep posting, and it would show like long 50 million shares or whatever options were, and then it would just update with sort of his scoreboard, which was his net, sort of the gained P&L. So again, look, this guy's gonna lawyer up. And what just happened there in the not in the aftermarket, but with about 10 minutes to go, very, very interesting. I don't want to talk too much about it, but what
Yeah, so GME YOLO update, June 3rd, 2024, still in.
Okay, that's the update. So there
Yeah.
it is, still in. Honestly, this is the thing. I'm not, and I know Michael's going to want to, probably maybe not even want to talk about this, but I mean, when you're taking a position and then you're posting about it, it's like we had Dave Portnoy do that last week or 2 weeks ago when GME started going. Elon does it. This Chamath guy does it. They all do it. I mean, quite frankly, why should it matter that some guy that wears a bandana that calls himself a cat, he should be able to post whatever he wants as well. So I am on the side of being able to say, as a common citizen, what your current positions are. If people want to go and follow you into that, that's fine. What's the difference of Warren Buffett or something announcing his position in Oxy has just went up from 25% to 30%? I mean, he's basically announcing that he's taken 5% more of the company. Now, I know there's going to be filings and everything that goes along with that. But again, let's just talk about being real here. There has to be some kind of advantages to doing that. And whether or not he makes or loses on GameStop, it's some of the other auxiliary trading, like the ones that I would put on to go against his trade or with his trade. We're also the ones adding fuel to that fire. So there's lots of trading that happens here. And there it is. Dan McIsaac says he posts a screenshot of his positions every day after the close of the market. So go find that out. Hit up Dan McIsaac there in the chat. All right, before we go on, a couple minutes to Michael. I just want to talk a little bit here. We did have OPEC come through. You can just keep it on here, actually. OPEC with a nice downside move there. They agreed to extend voluntary and group-wide production cuts until 2025, so that's not going to help. Production cuts should help with the levels, but they had a nice downside break of the 200 period right there. Move as a response to conservative slowing global economic growth demand. So if you're going to get, this is why that's down. If you're going to get slower economic demand globally, that's not great for oil because oil is what makes those factories hum. And if they're not going to be producing goods, I was going to say in services, but goods, then that's not great for the price of oil and potentially the demand. So we'll hit that down. Ugly candle today. And I think Michael would probably agree with me. This is, I don't know if this is going to be an island out here or not. It looks a little too big to be an island for me, but nice downside move there for oil. USO getting hit there today. The United States Oil Fund, XOP again as well. Downside, downside, downside. The marijuana stocks say puff, puff, pass as that's down to the 200 period as well. Everything down. Dr. Copper down today, down another 1.3%. But I don't see gold, but there's gold right now. Gold, Barrick Gold had a tick problem at the NYSE, but GLD still holding out higher. We talked about trying to flight to safety possibly for both gold and silver. Silver, I think it was Michael and friends. I think he was talking about JC talked about it. Gold's crazy cousin, that is silver. And today, they're kind of both calmed down a little bit there. One up 1%, one up 0.5%. Semis lead the way today as NVIDIA continues higher and higher and higher. Just some basic names. I mean, we could talk more and more about some of the sectors as we have the rundown, but really energy downside, regional banks, the KRE getting hit again down today, 1.74%. Again, on worries of slowdown, worries of possible rate cuts coming, not hikes coming. We'll see about June or not, whether or not that's in play with later on this week and into next week for those June rate cuts. XLE also yucky. Nice downside move there for XLE today, down just a bit. And then some of the names, we did go over this on the main show just at the end of the day as Adair runs them down, but really NVIDIA holding for it with Apple. So despite the NASDAQ just getting positive near the end of the day, which was nice. It was a pretty strong move up as we were short the NASDAQ, which did not work out for us. Apple and NVIDIA and then Meta down there as well. But look at the health technology sector really blasting today. Lilly, J&J. What is this little logo there? Merck, I should have known that. Merck up today as well, 2.2%. Amgen. Danaher was a nice move. Again, nicely done. Damn, Danaher, what's up with that? Nice move there for DHR, ready to go. So, hey, that was a good day today. A lot of fun sectors moving around. And I think a good place to start would be with our guest, and that's Michael Noss. So let's bring him on. It's Trader Talk. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
But not too bad. You were on earlier this morning, so it's nice to see you one more time coming through. Wow, that Eli Lilly. Is there anything? I mean, I know that we're going to talk about a lot of different things, but what are we exactly going to do with this Eli Lilly? I'll give you a second to call this up, but like this name just continues to go higher and higher right now. Obviously, we talk about trading on technicals when we have someone like you on, but again, the GLP drug seems to continue its strength, pushing some of these names forward on a macro level. I like the way this stock personally looks right now, taking out all these levels and really holding this 800. So what does it look like to you right now, Eli Lilly? We're now through earnings. They had a good report. Doesn't seem like this wants to stop. Eli Lilly right now holding at $800.
Yeah, I don't, to be honest, there's really nothing for me personally to do with something like this. But it's interesting to note, you see all these wedges that I drew in. This one I just came up when I did the chart. So I had this one in a long time ago. Gaps through it and then runs. We might be seeing another look here where we gap through this again and then start to run. The monthly chart that's right behind me here is showing 652% gain in 5 years. That's a lot. So I'm certainly not going to bet against this name, but nice breakout, nice continuation, but there's no pattern for me to play off here. I don't really have a logical place that I could put a stop loss.
Don't we have, it is so true as we continue to talk about it, and I know in your world for sure, about the trend. And I mean, just like you said, starting to break higher. Why would we ever fight something like that? I mean, we're seeing NVIDIA right there gets a little bit of a pullback, and then it's like, even people in the chat are like, why are you not just buying NVIDIA? Like, don't even go long anything else. If the market's gonna go up, we could probably stick with a name like NVDA. You and I have talked over the last little while about the diamonds and the SPY and some potential, you know, maybe some weakness in some of these names. I mean, the diamonds especially, a lot weaker versus the SPY. Did you have any more thoughts on anything about that right now? Because I feel like Intel, UNH, some of these names that are part of the Dow Jones 30, which is the diamonds, continue to be a little bit weaker. We had a bad number from Salesforce as well. So I think if we're looking for shorts, would we be on the same page that maybe it would be the Dow Jones 30 to look instead of this hot NASDAQ?
Yeah, and you know, full disclosure, I have the chart up here, and we were on this show talking about the short that I took right up in this area, and I'm still short that, and actually added a little bit today on this bounce. So I always, you know, if I'm in something, I always want to talk about it soon, and that's more or less how I trade. I want to find where the relative weakness is, and I want to short that, and I want to find out where the relative strength is, and I want to be long that. So when it comes to what's happening, in my opinion, when we see the Dow down pretty significantly here, and then we go to something like the Qs or even the SPY, and they're doing well, it just shows me that it's still a tech trade. It's still, you know, we looked at Eli Lilly with, you know, the Ozempic type plays. Those are still the names to go to for now. That might change, and we're going to look for signs that it is changing. But again, for me, it's just you got to stick with what's working. Big tech is continuing to work. We now have some solar and natural gas and things that are working. And then you just have to stay away from what's not. Now, this bifurcated market, it's not good if you're someone who's just buying and holding ETFs, because you can see how choppy they've been recently. But if you're someone like us, and I'd say most people that watch this show, and you're really looking under the hood, it's been a great market where there's both winners and losers, which is fantastic. It's kind of boring when everything's just going up all the time. It's fun because it's profitable, but it's boring because there's really nothing to do. But in this case, I'm noticing a lot of stocks that are doing amazing and stocks that are doing horribly. So, you know, gives me stuff to do anyway.
Yeah, I wanted to, that's why I wanted to bring that up, because I know you mentioned the Dow, and that was a great call. I like that sort of, you know, the frowny face there at the top. We definitely like that. I don't know if you heard when I was talking about energy, and I feel like this is something that is definitely in your wheelhouse for sure. Great candle to the downside. I mean, what do you make of some stuff like this where you get like, just like little, pardon the pun here, but little drips up with oil, and then all of a sudden, like the moves down are like pretty aggressive. Bang there, bang. Like some of these red candles that we see here on the daily, just absolutely destruction. OIH down today, again, another 5%. Was up there on Friday, but a nice pullback in. Does this mean anything to you when you basically cover up the whole month, bring it all the way back, and now take out basically May bottoms right now and starting to make a new trend lower? Obviously, we fought this 50 period, but what are we going to do here? I mean, it's nice to go to the pump and have to pay a little bit less, but for those of us that are invested in energy, I don't feel like it's a good area right now to be buying any of these dips. What's your take here on crude? Maybe there's a play that you're looking for in the space. What's your opinion here, Michael?
Yeah, well, we just talked about a bifurcated market when we talked about the Dow versus the Qs. Seeing the same thing if you look at under the hood of energy. So you were mentioning oil down a fair amount. And if we go to my screen here, this is XLE, had a bad day yesterday, but still holding on to these prior lows. So that means that some things in the energy sector are doing poorly, and oil is correctly found there. Some things are doing fine. So UNG up 7% today. We were talking about this all in the $15 area. Again, I always want to disclose my positions. I am still long a little bit from around 15. The idea is just that we're seeing this all across the market, and I don't think there's a better chart to show this than taking a look at, say, Berk B.
Right.
And the strength that we're seeing here, and how, this is a nice high tight flag in Berk B, and then we take a look at ARC, and it's almost looks like it's going to break down to new lows. So everywhere you look, you're seeing, some sectors and some industries hot and some cold. It's great for us as short-term traders. The long-term guys are going to have a little bit of problem with this, but I think you have to stay away from oil for now, and then I think you have to focus more into things like natural gas and solar that are working way better.
Good afternoon, Michael. I was just wondering to check on a name that you brought up previously, BE or Bloom Energy, in that energy space. How is that one doing? And do you have any plays on this one or updates on this trade or name?
Still stuck in a range here. The idea behind this one, what I really like about it up here is we have 21% short float and then 3 days to cover. So a pretty significant short float. And again, in the energy class, I'm looking at this as just a very typical bull flag. And I want to see a break and some sort of close above this upper line. So I haven't taken a trade in here, but I do like it. If we look at the kind of monthly chart here behind me, it's, we have this downtrend line. I can actually switch that and make that way easier for you guys to see. Just got to remember, click that button. We have this long downtrend area going on right here. I'm hoping that bull flag break could cause a break of this downtrend and we could get some continuation, but nothing here yet. It's just one of those with GameStop, again, going crazy and all these things. I want to bring up my short float scanner and focus on some things that are doing well from that kind of short float area.
Michael, just quickly here before we let you go, thank you for that review there on Bloom Energy. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about MSTR, because you and I often talk about crypto names, and we kind of go over to MicroStrategy because it's so highly levered towards the price of Bitcoin. I mean, this guy raises funds and then takes that money and then just buys more Bitcoin. When you're paying 3, 4, 5%, and then Bitcoin can move like that, you do get a little bit of a bump up in the stock. There's a lot of traders that like to swing this name. Are you looking at anything with MSTR? To me, when I'm looking at this daily chart, again, it looks like we kind of are stuck. I mean, we like it when we have big, sort of capitulated moves like this, where you get a wick bottom and then just blast off there, back up to the upside. Where's earnings? July 30th, so we're well through that right now. Not looking at anything earnings related. Bitcoin hovering around 69,000. Is this just not in an interesting spot right now? I look at it and say, let's pass until maybe we get another headline. But do you have any plays maybe now in crypto? Sometimes and by the way, there's not a better call. You've probably made better calls in this live on the show, but I'm never going to forget Mara in and around $10. You explained that short float, why you like that, why that was attached to crypto and Bitcoin pricing. Now with the halving through, what are you looking at MSTR, or is there maybe a better play in the cryptoverse for yourself?
And I actually put out a tweet this morning. I think Bitcoin is the best looking chart in the entire market right now.
Okay.
If we go to this MSTR, I think it's a great proxy. It's your very typical cup and handle style, very William O'Neill-esque, rest in peace, has kind of coined this as you have this big retracement. The retracement gets back to those highs and then puts in a little bit of a bull flag. I'm looking at this. I really, really like the look of Bitcoin in general and most of crypto. It was weird to see that we have Bitcoin up a fair bit today, Ethereum not moving at all. So it seems like it's a crypto kind of play. So I really, really like this monster. I did buy just some Bitcoin today, but I also bought some Coinbase. So the reason I like this Coinbase, and I've talked about it a little bit here, is that not only do you get exposure to the cryptocurrency space, and if that ends up being right, you would imagine this is going to get pulled with it, but you also have a company that is profitable. So if we take a look here, they're making $4 a share. They have $7 billion in cash. So there's some good health under the table. The reason I've kind of moved on from a lot of the crypto miners is because they're lacking that profitability. So there's this drag that happens on them. So for short-term trades, I still think you can do your Maras and your Riots and do okay there. But for me, I want to get some of this Coinbase now that we've broken this downtrend line and see if I can dig in and hold this for a little bit of a long term. And yeah, just some straight Bitcoin I picked up today as well, because I really like that look at that chart. If we get a nice push through this 70,000 on Bitcoin, we could be going for all-time highs, and then through all-time highs would go crazy. And I think, and part of this actually has to do with GameStop. It's scary to look at, but if you actually, I should prepare a chart for you guys maybe for Friday and line them up side by side. When you have these meme stock pumps, you generally have crypto pumps with it. And I think, I don't know if it's like an animal spirits thing or if it's, risk on behavior or what it is, but they line up more often than not.
I mean, you just nailed that. I'm going to talk to you about this on Friday, or Brendan, whoever talks to you, because that Bitcoin call out right there, I've never heard you say this looks like the best chart out there. So now we'll wait to see Bitcoin. I love the confidence, and that's what we got to have, and you have it, and I like to hear about that. I'm assuming no GameStop or AMC trading for you. We've talked about this before.
I tried to take a short on GameStop today when it broke the pre-market low. I missed that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold this thing short overnight.
No.
I do think it's time, and I talked a little bit about this on other platforms, but I think it's time to start splitting the meme stocks up, because AMC has diluted its shareholders like 15x by now. So, that's down like 99%. They're still not making money. They're in a horrible cash position with a whole bunch of debt. Look at GameStop. I don't know what they're going to do to turn the company around, because right now there's no reason for it to exist. Like, you don't need to buy video games at a store, but they've got $2 billion in cash.
What's up with that?
Were slightly profitable last year. And if you look at and I can bring this up, if you look at the returns after the whole meme stock craze, if I go to this monthly chart, it didn't completely fall apart in the way that those other meme stocks did. So, I'm not saying I like this company, and I'm not saying I'm going to buy it right here, but it does seem like even in the meme stock world, we're getting this theme of bifurcation where AMC and BlackBerry, Bed Bath & Beyond is just gone forever. But there's something with GameStop seems to be holding on, and with $2 billion of cash, I don't know, maybe they can turn it into something that makes money.
No, fantastic call. I mean, the GameStop near my house is still open. I don't know. I see people in there, sell little trinkets, but yeah, you know what? My kids are downloading games. So I think you nailed that for sure. All right, Mr. Michael Noss, thank you so much for joining us again here today. The best in the business. Everyone can go find you at Michael Noss CMT. You've got a YouTube page. You've got or do you have a YouTube page? Yeah, you do.
Yep, YouTube,
Instagram.
If you just Google Michael Noss CMT, there's a whole bunch of, on all the good socials.
Perfect, all the good socials. Michael Noss, thank you so much for joining us one more time. It's been Trader Talk, and thanks for going over everything. We'll check back with Bitcoin and all of that great trading. Thank you, Mr. Michael Noss at Trader Talk. Ciao.
Thank you.
Just hold on, we're going home.
Going home.
All right, almost time to go home. I'm not going home though. I'm going right to the baseball diamond as we get ready to go. Yeah, you got that right, says Bears vs. Bulls. Great guy, Michael Noss. But who else? We have a lot of great people that are watching us right now. And we're going to do a little bit of a roll call. Sticky Note had a bunch of names on Ego. Well, not really. They had Tesla on there. We had some GameStop. We had GameStop pretty good. But at the end of the day, we did drop down there. We had about $1.50, $2 in the money off that 28 until that news came in. So I still like GameStop. We'll be in that tomorrow. I feel like what Michael was saying does make a little bit of sense there. And that's why I only have GameStop generally on my watch list, which is the Sticky Note, every single day looking for 20, and we'll do some more work tomorrow. 21, 22, we'll see where it settles in the after hours, possibly trying to find a bid as Roaring Kitty continues to post. Upstop right there. Oh yeah, Ready Player One. I did see some movies about that. Ready Player One, isn't that with like, huh? Book and a movie, right? That's what it is. Okay, good. Thank you so much to everybody that's watching right now. Rivian Millionaire. Ooh, made a lot of money on what today, Rivian Millionaire? I wish I could join you. Hopefully no one will take 40K from the bird feeder. Yeah, don't do that. Yo, Alex K, what's up? Talking obviously there about the Dow, so Dow 40K. Hey, Jersey Sean, I like that name. Right there, Jim Tan Laundry. You know, if you're in Jersey, you might as well. Yeah. Did you ever watch Jersey Shore?
No, but I know what the general premise is.
Yeah, you're too
and
young.
Jim, they tan.
All right. Yeah, Jim Tan Laundry there. Jason Walcott killed it on GME today, so we'll go shout out for that one as well. Lost a lot of money today, says Monty G. Hey, I mean, maybe you gave it over there to, who said they made a lot of money again? Oh, Rivian Millionaire. As well. So Monty G, shout out to that. What's up to Ververse Bulls? What's up to Sir Bud right there? Neo Roberts, that's a good one. Neo Roberts. That's hilarious. Red day for me. Hope everyone does well. And look, the one thing I'm going to have to say to everybody that's with us right now, I got a big shout out. Forget about roll call. Big shout out to Adara, one of 3 green traders out of like 20 today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just trying to find.
Ask me if I was green.
Were you green?
No. Why would you ask me that?
Well, you just said. Oh, you're joking.
No, I'm not joking. I'm just playing around with you.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not.
The thing about you, Adara, is like you can ask me anything. We talk about that.
Yeah, we're very.
Yeah. I'm just playing around with you. Don't worry.
I love that. Good times.
You've always said that it's like sarcasm. You're kind of like, I don't know if they're being sarcastic.
It always takes me a moment, and sometimes Sharif will do the most obvious sarcasm with me, but he like does it so well that I still fall for it every time. But yeah, seriously, thank you very much. I appreciate the congratulations. I'm just trying to figure out what works for me and try every single day to get better.
What's up, Jarhead? What's up, Pro Day Trader? What's up to everybody that's right there? Thank you so much to everybody for watching us. Thank you to our special guest, who's always here, basically part of the family. It's Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. Make sure you hit that Trader TV 20. Go over to that website, Trade Ideas, and you can get all the platform that you see live here on the show and everything that Michael is using. And the best part about that is you can subscribe, and then you got like your own personal AI with Michael Noss.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want him to create something, a scanner for you, he there.
Oh, yeah, he there.
Let's put some more work on Michael.
He likes scanners.
He likes it. What's up, Jarhead and everybody? I just said that. One of our very first viewers. We used to have Traders of the Day on.
Really?
And he was one of the first ones.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. So was Daryl Flinch as well. We had a lot of great traders on in a big day today as we shout out Mr. OB because he had that nice trade there on Friday, pushing him over the top. So, I mean, we always say this all the time, traders stay late. This is why it's very important that we acknowledge that OB puts in a lot of work.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like not just, hitting trades, not just discussing them on the show, but also putting in effort after. And I think that that's something that all of us need to do a lot more. And is sit there, make sure you study the charts, get better, know your trade, and know what you're doing the next day. So, Adara, thank you so much. It's 4:33. I got to scram there. What are your plans tonight?
I'm getting my nails done, and I have to go to the mall. So I actually do have plans that aren't sleeping tonight, which is exciting for me.
Good. What's the nails there? You get the lacquer.
Oh.
You get the what is it?
I get like the fake ones because
Yep.
my real nails are not a good time. So I
Good.
do the gel. So we're just filling in
Gel,
this.
that's it.
To like switch up the shape, color, everything. Yeah.
Are you one of the ones that sort of knows what color you're going to do before you get there, or you're just kind of like in the moment person?
I like to have an idea, and then I always get there, and I'm like, overwhelmed.
Right,
so
right.
I have an idea right now. We'll see if I stick with that idea. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining both Adara and I. You can find us all over socials. Make sure you check out that Freedom and Wealth podcast. That's now up as well. Just go to YouTube, Freedom and Wealth. You'll see me and Brendo coming up right there. But for all of us, follow us all at Trader TV Live. Go find that, and it should link to all of our socials at Trader TV Sean and at Trader TV Adara as well. So for everybody here, thank you so much, Fabian, for staying late with us, and thank you to everybody for staying late, especially Michael Noss. So thank you, Adara. Good luck with those nails. We'll check them out tomorrow and see exactly what you had done. So from everybody here at Trader TV Live, we're back tomorrow at 8:30. So rise and shine with us and log in then. Until then, we will see you and have a great evening. Ciao.